Chapter 81. Why Can't I Keep My Mouth Shut? Mr. Holmes, thank you so much. Before Hagrid even realized what he was saying, the words tumbled out. He froze, his eyes widening. Wait, did I just say that? He scowled at himself. He'd merely sent Sherlock an owl, nothing more than a brief request for help, and yet here he was, thanking the detective for advice he hadn't yet given. Sherlock, who'd dropped by Hagrid's hut only minutes ago for a cup of tea, raised an eyebrow. Hagrid's brow furrowed with confusion. How on earth had Sherlock already guessed that something was troubling him? He hadn't mentioned a word about his predicament in his letter. Sherlock looked mildly amused. "You're worried about that dragon egg, aren't you?" he said quietly. "I have 3 possible courses of action." Hagrid nodded, leaning forward eagerly. Sherlock continued. "First, you could inform Professor Dumbledore. With his experience in magical creatures, he would undoubtedly know the safest way to handle an egg of this rarity." Hagrid sat back, rubbing his fingers together as he processed the suggestion, and for once stayed silent. His mouth had betrayed him already. Perhaps this time he could learn to keep his thoughts to himself. Second, contact Charlie Weasley, Ron's older brother, who's studying dragons in Romania. He can help secure the egg safely. Third, wait, hold on a moment. Hagrid burst in before Sherlock could finish. The giant's eyes were as wide as dinner plates. "Merlin's beard. How did you know?" Sherlock lifted an eyebrow. "Know what? Don't you want to deal with the dragon egg?" "Of course I do," Sherlock said coolly. "But how did you know I had one? You never told me." Hagrid stared at him, utterly baffled. I didn't say anything." Sherlock watched his agitation grow. "If you don't want the whole school, or worse, the Ministry finding out, start by clearing those dragon reference books out of sight. Leaving them where anyone can spot them isn't exactly subtle." Hagrid blinked. Then, with a reluctant nod, he looked around his cluttered hut, already plotting where to stow his precious tomes. I was rifling through Hagrid's reading pile when it struck me how carefully he'd chosen each title. Dragon Species of Great Britain and Ireland, From Egg to Phoenix, The Dragon Breeder's Guide, and Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit. No ordinary beast keeper would stockpile books like these. Beyond that, every curtain in the room was drawn tight. The fireplace was roaring with an intensity I'd never seen even on the coldest winter nights at Baker Street, and the temperature inside felt positively tropical. From where I stood, just behind his immensely broad back, I could even make out the shape nestled among the coals. "Dragon eggs," I said, watching Hagrid's shoulders stiffen. "They alone require sustained heat from a roaring fire in order to hatch." I spoke at my normal brisk pace, yet Hagrid didn't move to hide the stack of books. For a moment, he simply gaped. Then, clearing his throat, he managed, "Well, I didn't reckon you'd see right through me, Sherlock. That's truly remarkable." He shifted from "you" to Sherlock in a heartbeat, as though he felt that formality might reclaim some dignity. I raised an amused eyebrow. "All right, then," he said, rubbing his hands as if to steady them. "What's your third idea?" I took a slow breath. The first 2 deductions had been enough to send him off balance. Now I knew exactly what he was planning. "You intend to raise that dragon yourself," I said quietly. Hagrid's wide, kind eyes went even wider. "Do you think that's a bad idea?" "Illegal, certainly," I corrected, folding my arms. "Not to mention dangerous. For you, for anyone who wanders too close, and for the creature you'd be bound to. Dragons are no circus pets." He looked torn between indignation and stubborn pride. Finally, he sighed and sank onto a nearby stool so heavily the floorboards creaked. I knew the Ministry would never approve, but I thought I could do right by her. She's only just hatched. "Then you're in deeper trouble," I said gently. "She'll need proper care, a secure habitat, trained handlers. You've no idea what you're taking on." Hagrid bowed his head, the firelight dancing in his tangled beard. "I don't suppose you've got a better plan?" I surveyed the blazing hearth, the egg nestled in its bed of embers, and the heap of dragonology treatises littering his desk. "I might, but we'll have to convince the Ministry first, or find someone who'll do as well, or better, by your dragon, because you can't keep her here." He looked up, defeat and relief mingling in his eyes. "All right, Sherlock, what do you suggest?" I smiled, already thinking 2 steps ahead. "First, we cool this room down." I gestured at the curtains. "Then you tell me everything you know about her. We'll need every scrap of information if we're going to save that dragon and keep you out of Azkaban. Chapter 7. The Dragon's Egg. Ever since the Wizarding Council's decree in 1709, it's been strictly forbidden for anyone to raise dragons, Sherlock said, leaning back in his chair. He glanced at the parchment before him. Professor Binns mentioned it in passing during his History of Magic lecture, an edict that's still very much in force. Rubus Hagrid shifted in his seat, his bushy eyebrows lifting in surprise. You mean you're interested in how this egg ended up in my care? Sherlock's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Precisely. More importantly, I want to know who entrusted it to you. Hagrid's face clouded with confusion. Is there something wrong with the egg? Not the egg itself, Sherlock replied, steepling his fingers beneath his chin. The problem lies in how it came into your possession. Now, walk me through that night. Every detail matters. Though puzzled by Sherlock's line of questioning, Hagrid nodded and began his story. Well, I was at the Hogshead Inn in Hogsmeade, as I often am, just enjoying a drink. That night, a stranger sat down beside me, kept to himself at first, but then he challenged me to a card game. Sherlock's pen began to move over the parchment. The fellow wasn't much of a player, Hagrid continued, scratching his beard. He lost a handful of galleons to me pretty quickly. But he got himself in a right temper, blood red in the face he was. So he upped the stakes. Out came a dragon egg, just laid on the table like it was any old wager. Hagrid paused, eyes distant. I tried to talk him out of it, told him the council's rules, but he wouldn't have it. Said he was desperate, that he'd been promised big things if he could raise a hatchling. Well, I didn't want the thing. Dragons are dangerous, forbidden, but he kept pressing. So I played on. Sherlock nodded encouragingly. Horribly enough, Hagrid said, voice low. I won the egg. There was a moment of silence as Sherlock set down his quill. The implications were clear. Hagrid now possessed contraband by the council's law. Sherlock looked up, gaze sharp. Thank you, Hagrid. That's exactly what I needed. We'll have to tread carefully from here. Hagrid swallowed. Careful's an understatement. Sherlock folded the parchment and rose. Indeed, now we know how the egg changed hands. The next step is to find out who that stranger was and why he was so desperate to part with it. As Sherlock strode from the room, Hagrid sank back into his chair, cradling his cup of tea and the weight of an illicit dragon egg. Outside, the wind howled through the corridors of Hogwarts, as though warning them all of the danger yet to come. Rubus Hagrid hadn't given a lengthy description, but what little he did share was enough for Sherlock. They were sitting in a shadowy corner of the Hogshead Inn when Holmes leaned forward. So you didn't get a clear look at him? Sherlock asked. No, Hagrid replied, rubbing his arm. He never took off his cloak. Hagrid laughed softly. Honestly, Holmes, you're overthinking this. The Hogshead sees all kinds of odd folk. A cloaked stranger isn't exactly headline news. Sherlock's eyes narrowed. True, but it's not every day someone brimming with curiosity about magical creatures shows up, carrying dragon eggs no less, and goes straight to you. Hagrid scratched the back of his head, clearly flustered. Sherlock, could you explain what you mean? You know me, Sherlock said, exhaling slowly. I'm patient, but I need details. So, apart from the Hound of the Baskervilles, what else have you set up to guard the Philosopher's Stone? Not the Baskervilles. Hagrid bristled with pride. It's Fluffy. Sherlock raised an eyebrow as Hagrid's three-headed dog came to mind. Hagrid caught the look and softened his tone. Fluffy may look fierce, he said, but to me he's as gentle as a lamb. Play him a little tune on the harp, and he's out like a light. Dumbledore had borrowed Fluffy from me, and then he'd enlisted several other professors to cast protective spells. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell, and of course Dumbledore himself had added his magic. Wait, Hagrid suddenly exclaimed, slapping his own forehead. I almost forgot. There was one more, Professor Snape. His face went ashen. Hagrid buried his head in his hands. Why can't I keep my mouth shut? He groaned. Sherlock arched an eyebrow, but remained silent. Truly, he felt no triumph in catching Hagrid's slip. The answer had been there all along. Hagrid had just handed it to him. Take it easy, Hagrid, Sherlock said in a steady voice. Dumbledore already explained everything to me. He paused, watching Hagrid wrestle with his embarrassment. Then Sherlock continued. It looks like the person who misplaced the dragon egg was Quirrell. Hagrid's eyes went wide. Quirrell? But he was one of the ones who helped install the protections around the Philosopher's Stone. Clearly, Hagrid hadn't connected this with Sherlock's earlier deductions, made back in the hut. Sherlock offered him a small, knowing smile and fell silent, letting the truth settle, and the matter returned to Dumbledore's capable hands. I've already discussed this with Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid's massive eyes swung open, like brass bells startled into motion. He'd felt this same thrum of disbelief before, but now it was even stronger. Why did Dumbledore share all his secrets with Sherlock? I was here first, he fumed inwardly. Anyway, Sherlock continued, let's turn our attention back to the dragon egg. At the mere mention of dragon egg, Hagrid's curiosity snapped to full alert. Thoughts of Fluffy, Professor Quirrell, and the Philosopher's Stone vanished in an instant. But then Sherlock's next words hit him like a rogue bludger. The third and simplest solution is for you to give me the egg. Give it to you? Hagrid echoed, voice thick with confusion and a streak of indignation. Could the wizarding world have shifted so drastically that a 12-year-old was now deemed capable of handling a dangerous creature like a dragon? If that were true, he thought bitterly, what on earth had he been doing all these years? Yes, Sherlock said, a cunning light in his eyes. I came across a potion recipe in a forbidden tome that requires a dragon egg. Hagrid's face went pale. Wait, what? You mean? Exactly, Sherlock continued smoothly. I intend to use this dragon egg to brew the potion. He leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the large obsidian egg Hagrid had carefully placed beside the hearth. At the intensity of Sherlock's stare, Hagrid couldn't help but shiver. No. This is a living being, he protested. Sherlock waved him off. It hasn't hatched yet, so technically it isn't alive, at least not yet. Besides, I'm prepared to offer you a generous sum of galleons in compensation. Absolutely not. With a roar, Hagrid sprang to his feet, sending his chair skittering across the stone floor. I'd sooner trot off to Professor Dumbledore and confess I blabbed about Fluffy than let you, Holmes, use that egg for any potion. He flailed his massive arms, once more calling him Holmes instead of Sherlock. But Sherlock merely shook his head, a K of genuine regret crossing his features, only fueling Hagrid's alarm. The Gryffindor common room was buzzing with excitement and a fair bit of disbelief. Ron Weasley was doubled over with laughter, tears glinting in his eyes. My bloody hell, Sherlock. What kind of first-year recruits did Gryffindor dig up this year? You're impossible. You actually strong-armed Hagrid into handing over a dragon egg. Sherlock Holmes leaned back in an armchair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, a faint smile on his lips. Underhanded, perhaps, he admitted, but undeniably effective. Hermione Granger folded her arms, nodding in grudging approval. Dragons are too dangerous for even Hagrid to manage safely, she said. Remember Charlie's scars? The burn marks on his arms came from those wild Romanian dragons. We can't have that sort of risk at Hogwarts. Harry Potter looked to Sherlock, his brow furrowed with genuine concern. But what if Hagrid has second thoughts? He's fiercely protective of any creature he cares for. He won't, Sherlock replied calmly. Wizards prefer compromise to outright confrontation. If you'd simply ordered Hagrid to hand the egg over, he'd have said no. But you framed it as an exchange. Let me brew this potion, and I'll return the shell to you afterward. That way, Hagrid feels he's mediating, giving you what you need without losing face. He's more than willing to lend the egg under those terms. Ron, still chuckling, glanced at Harry and Hermione. You've got to admit, it's brilliant. Hermione couldn't help smiling. All right, she conceded. I'm convinced. The fire crackled in the hearth as the four friends settled in, already plotting the next steps in Sherlock's daring plan, and wondering just what would happen once the dragon egg began to hatch. Hermione leaned forward, concern furrowing her brow. What about the upcoming Quidditch match against Hufflepuff? Ron and I both think you should sit this one out, Harry. Harry's shoulders tensed. Before he could answer, Sherlock Holmes cut in. Why shouldn't he play? His tone was colder than the Scottish wind outside. Hermione exchanged a glance with Ron, who cleared his throat. We've heard that Professor Snape is volunteering to be the referee, Ron said in a half-whisper. He's never done anything like this before. He's only doing it because he wants to spoil things for Harry. Sherlock tapped his fingers on the arm of his chair, eyes narrow. You suspect Snape's motives are malicious, specifically directed at Harry? When Ron nodded eagerly, Sherlock allowed himself a small, approving smile. Then it follows that you're right. Snape is acting against him. Flush with pride, Ron puffed out his chest and fixed Harry with a triumphant stare. See? Even Sherlock agrees with me now. I mean, if it were up to me, I'd suggest you find a way to break your leg, then you'd have a perfect excuse to skip the match. Harry gaped. Ron, are you insane? Ignoring Ron's outraged sputter, Sherlock turned back to Harry. You're fretting over Snape's schemes when you ought to be focusing on your strategy. This is Quidditch, not espionage. You have the skill. Now decide how you're going to win. Harry blinked, stunned into silence. Ron, meanwhile, looked as though someone had just told him gravity was a myth. What? Win? You want him to just go out there and win? Sherlock inclined his head once. Exactly. Let Snape referee. Let Hufflepuff try to rattle you. You know why you were made Seeker in the first place. Now be one. He folded his hands and leaned back, satisfied. Hermione sighed, brushing a stray curl from her face. All right, Harry. Sherlock's got a point. You know your best chances to play hard. Harry closed his eyes, took a breath, then opened them again with renewed determination. Fine, I'll play, and I'll win. Ron finally managed a grin, though it was slightly sheepish. Right, win, that's the spirit. He glanced at Sherlock. Well played, Holmes, well played. Sherlock merely raised an eyebrow, expression unreadable, as the four friends began plotting Harry's next move on the Quidditch pitch. Snape had a lot to think about. Harry raised no objection to Sherlock's plan. After all, catching the golden snitch was his job. But Lee Jordan protested with a frown. Professor Snape will seize on the first excuse to dock Gryffindor points. Well said, Sherlock replied. He turned to Harry. That's exactly why we keep the score difference under 150 points. You swoop in for the snitch before they can pull too far ahead. Harry nodded eagerly, and Ron exploded. Wait, do either of you actually understand Quidditch? Appointing Snape as referee is a disaster for Gryffindor. How can you stay so calm? Hermione folded her arms. Even if Snape wouldn't target Harry personally, he certainly isn't rooting for us. Sherlock let out a soft chuckle. Ah, but that's the beauty of the game. As long as they're focused on building a huge lead, they won't see the snitch coming. Harry's speed is his greatest asset. He just needs to strike before the scoreboard reads more than a 150-point gap. Then it's game over for them. Ron glowered, Hermione exchanged a skeptical look, and Harry simply grinned. Suddenly, what looked like a hopeless match took on a fresh, daring strategy, one that only Harry Potter and Sherlock Holmes could devise. Harry, as Gryffindor's Seeker, had only one job: dive headlong into the game and snatch the golden snitch. But Severus Snape, now donning the referee's robes, faced a far more complicated challenge. This time, it wasn't just Ron who looked unsettled. Hermione, too, could barely contain her doubt. Over the past few days, Sherlock had insisted again and again that Snape would neither harm Harry nor let anything happen to him. Yet Sherlock's most recent remark left her utterly perplexed. Had he genuinely meant it? As it turned out, he had. With the whistle at his lips, Snape's duties now extended beyond safeguarding Harry. He was also expected to find every opportunity to deduct points from Gryffindor. Balancing those two objectives promised to test him like never before. Shortly after Snape's appointment as referee for the second Quidditch House Cup match, the game finally began. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. The Gryffindor stands were unusually tense. The Slytherins wore triumphant grins, and the Ravenclaws watched eagerly for every twist. Oddly enough, the Gryffindor players themselves seemed almost carefree, as if unconcerned by the stakes. Sherlock didn't even pause outside the Gryffindor changing room this time. He knew exactly what to expect as the whistle blew and the match got underway. Before the match began, Coach Wood pulled Harry aside for one last piece of advice. "Potter, I'm not trying to pile on the pressure," he said, voice low and urgent, "but today we need to catch the golden snitch faster than ever." His brow creased into a knot. "We have to finish this quickly. There's no chance to let Snape favor Hufflepuff." Harry nodded. Everyone agreed. Even Sherlock, who'd been certain that Snape would protect him, was on the same page. Word of Harry's stellar performance in the previous match had drawn nearly the entire school to the stands. Teachers and students alike pressed into every available seat. Harry scanned the noisy, crowded bleachers and felt a pang of disappointment that Professor Dumbledore wasn't here. With Dumbledore present, Quirrell wouldn't dare risk interference. Sherlock, though confident in Snape's protection, had admitted that Snape, bolstered by Voldemort's backing, was still a shade weaker than Quirrell. Last time, Quirrell had nearly succeeded in his dark ambitions. This time, however, Snape had volunteered to serve as referee, giving him full authority to step in the moment anything went awry. Harry drew a steadying breath. The plan was clear: seize the snitch before Quirrell or anyone else had a chance to tip the scales, and today he would not let them. As the referee's whistle cut through the crisp autumn air, 15 brooms rocketed skyward. Lee Jordan, perched beside the commentator's box, leaned into his microphone. His voice, a cheerily rhythmic and brimming with excitement, swept across the stands. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's Quidditch showdown, Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. If Gryffindor can pull off a victory here, and that will make 2 wins in a row, they'll be right in Slytherin's sights for the House Cup. But make no mistake, this one could come down to the Seekers, provided our referee keeps things fair. Jordan, Lee flinched. Professor McGonagall's steely gaze pinned him in place. He cleared his throat. Sorry, Professor. McGonagall gave a curt nod, then returned her attention to the pitch. Jordan pressed on, though his tone was more measured. Just as in Gryffindor's previous match, Harry Potter hung back, his crimson robes trailing in the wind. He hovered near the castle wall, eyes scanning the clouds for any glimmer of gold. By staying out of the thick of the beater battles, he had 2 advantages. He could pick up the snitch the moment it appeared, and he avoided being targeted too early by the rival team. Today's opponents, however, were made of sterner stuff than Slytherin. Hufflepuff prided itself on fair play. They'd never stooped to the kind of dirty tactics Marcus Flint was known for. None of them had a reputation, much less a heritage, for playing foul. After all, no one here had Korean blood fueling their flair for the unexpected. High above the pitch, Professor Snape's dark eyes flicked from chaser to chaser, then settled, as always, on Harry. The game had begun in earnest, and somewhere in the thrumming whirlwind of brooms and cheers, the golden snitch waited to be caught. Harry offered what he hoped was a friendly smile in Snape's direction. The moment their eyes met, the professor stiffened, spun away, and inexplicably awarded Hufflepuff a penalty shot. His reason? George Weasley had lofted a bludger in Snape's general direction. Harry didn't need to read lips to know that was personal. Barely 60 seconds later, Snape blew his whistle again. Another Hufflepuff penalty. This time, the excuse was even more absurd. Angelina Johnson had flown in a perfect straight line, allegedly deliberately colliding with the referee. In the commentary box, Lee Jordan could barely keep his balance on his stool. So, after that blatantly one-sided call, Jordan began, only to be cut off by a sharp hiss from Professor McGonagall. Jordan, she snapped, her eyes flashing. Lee cleared his throat. I mean, after that controversial ruling. Jordan, I warn you. All right, he held up his hands. That second penalty has stretched Hufflepuff's lead to 20 points. Gryffindor still controls the quaffle, but unless our seeker, Harry Potter, spots the snitch soon, we're in serious trouble. Lee's attempt at calm commentary fell flat. From the Gryffindor stands rose a chorus of boos so loud it drowned out the rumble of enchanted brooms overhead. Snape, for his part, barely glanced up from his scorebook. The referee's bias was impossible to ignore. Every borderline Hufflepuff play drew Snape's whistle, while Gryffindor's equally dubious fouls passed unnoticed. With each uncalled infringement, the Scarlet and Gold's lead stretched farther beyond reach. Above the stadium, the first light drops of rain fell like a gentle warning. Within minutes, that gentle drizzle turned into a steady downpour, stinging faces and slicking broom handles high in the air. Still, Snape wouldn't pause the match. After all, a little rain was no reason to pack it in. From the Gryffindor line, Captain Oliver Wood's voice cut through the patter of raindrops. Come on, lads. We've practiced in far worse than this. Yeah, hollered one of his chasers. Even if a forbidden curse came pouring down, you'd have us out here flying. Not a moment later, George Weasley zoomed past the Hufflepuff keeper, snatched up a bludger, and sent it hurtling toward the rival seeker with a fierce yell. He grumbled resentfully, undoubtedly directed at Professor Snape, then looped back into formation. All the while, the stands erupted with every dive, collision, and near miss. Rain or no rain, referees' calls or not, the match crackled with excitement, and nowhere was that more clear than in the roaring crowd below. Before the match officially began, Sherlock stood and announced he had urgent business elsewhere. He slipped out of the stands, leaving Hermione and Ron staring after him in surprise. No sooner had he disappeared than Malfoy, who had been lingering well back, let out a triumphant snicker and beckoned Crabbe and Goyle over to join him. When the game finally kicked off, Malfoy wasted no time taunting Harry. Ron, backed by Neville, Dean, Seamus, and the rest of the Gryffindor supporters, shot right back at him. Hermione, though, sat tense and silent, hands clasped tightly around her knees as she murmured, "Harry, hurry up." She couldn't shake her worry that, despite his calm so far, Professor Quirrell might suddenly interfere. Meanwhile, Professor Snape's increasingly biased calls seemed only to stoke the rivalry between the Gryffindors and Slytherins in the stands. After one particularly cutting insult from Malfoy, Ron finally snapped. "You'd be nowhere near this cocky if Sherlock were still here." Malfoy's smirk faltered. He leaned forward, voice low and incredulous. "Afraid of him? What a joke. He's nothing but a muggle-born who got coddled by the professors because he's a bit bright." Ron muttered, eyes glued to the match, but his mouth wouldn't shut. "If Sherlock were here, Malfoy, you wouldn't even dare let a curse word slip. Weasley, do you go around borrowing other people's names to scare me? If brains were gold, you'd be penniless." Malfoy sneered. Ron's face turned crimson. "Malfoy, I hope your skull's tougher than your tongue." "Ron, don't rise to the bait. Oof, Harry, look out." Hermione, who'd been trying to calm him, suddenly cried out. On the pitch, Harry, who'd been trailing the other Seekers, suddenly cut across the field in a lightning dive. Hufflepuff's Seeker barely noticed before Harry swept past him. "You're lucky, Weasley. Cedric only spotted the snitch because it fell right at your feet," Malfoy taunted. Ron opened his mouth, ready to retort, but before a word escaped, Malfoy himself tumbled off his broom in surprise. Ron and Hermione both gasped, and then spotted someone in the stands. "Sherlock!" they cheered in unison. Sherlock Holmes gave them a wry nod, binoculars in hand. "I'd advise Slytherin to watch their step," he called, just loud enough for the entire row to hear. A hush fell over the stands as everyone realized the famous detective had come to watch the match, and perhaps to solve a mystery of his own. Malfoy. Sherlock relaxed his clenched fist and turned to Crabbe and Goyle. "Why don't you two pick him up too?" With a single precise movement, he sent both of them tumbling off their brooms just as easily as he had Malfoy. They landed in a heap on the turf below. High above the pitch, Harry streaked past Professor Snape on his Nimbus 2000. A sudden gust of wind lifted the corner of Snape's black robes, earning him a deep scowl. Before he could shout a foul, Harry brought his broom to an abrupt halt just inches from the annoyed potions master. In one fluid motion, Harry raised his right hand and snatched the golden snitch out of the air, the same triumphant catch that had won last year's final. The game was over. A roar of victory washed over the stadium. It was the fastest snitch capture in House Cup history. "We did it! We did it! Gryffindor wins!" Hermione shrieked from the stands. She bounced in her seat, then sprang up and hugged Sherlock so tightly her knees nearly buckled. Harry, still hovering a foot above the ground on his broom, grinned and slowly descended, the snitch clasped triumphantly in his fist. Snape landed beside Harry with barely a sound, his lips pressed into a thin line and his eyes dark with disapproval. The result had clearly put him in a foul mood. Harry glanced at the professor's tense expression and remembered Snape's harsh judgments during the Quidditch match. He most decided to keep his distance. But then, Harry thought of the flower language Sherlock had taught him, and of the special Christmas gift waiting for him at the castle. Gathering his courage, he took a small step forward and said with genuine warmth, "Thank you, Professor." "Don't fight anymore," Harry said, surprising even himself as he offered Snape his thanks. Professor Snape recoiled as if Harry had spat on him. "Ugh, how disgusting to hear gratitude from a Gryffindor." He fixed Harry with a cold glare. Tell me, Potter, did a troll clobber you so badly that your brains leaked out, or did someone cram a bezoar in your skull? Whatever I just did certainly doesn't merit your thanks. Harry clenched his jaw, reminding himself over and over, he's protecting me. He swallowed the retort that rose to his lips. Snape looked momentarily taken aback by Harry's silence, then turned a smug grin toward the stands. Too bad, he said, voice dripping with malice. Your little detective friend and his troll companion seem to be in for some serious trouble. Harry followed Snape's gaze. Down on the Quidditch pitch, the match was over, but in the spectator stands, a new battle was just beginning. The rain came down in steady sheets, and the air crackled with tension. Malfoy lay huddled in a muddy corner of the stands, his lips swollen and bloodied from Sherlock's punch. Nearby, Goyle and Crabbe were slumped against the railing in a lopsided human pyramid, their wands still sheathed. They'd never even had a chance to defend themselves against Sherlock's lightning-quick assault. "Gryffindor savages!" shrieked Pansy Parkinson, her voice piercing the din. The first-year Slytherin brandished her wand, sending a beam of red light streaking toward Sherlock. "Look out!" Hermione cried, but it was too late. Sherlock's expression barely changed. He drew his wand in one smooth motion and spoke with calm precision. "You started it. Petrificus totalis." Pansy's own spell had gone awry, smashing into a nearby bench. Before she could correct her aim, Sherlock's incantation struck her full force. Instantly, her arms pinched to her sides, her legs snapped together, and she froze stiff as a board, then collapsed to the ground, completely paralyzed. "Save Malfoy! Down with Holmes! Avenge Parkinson!" Sherlock hardly had time to catch his breath before 4 Slytherins charged him at once and went down under his precise, well-placed blows. A Slytherin boy raised his voice, and in an instant the so-called Little Lions surged forward, battering the field between them and Sherlock into chaos. Ron's fist clenched around his wand. He'd been itching for a scrap, and now that Sherlock risked being ganged up on, he couldn't hold back. "Brothers, let's go!" he shouted. Seamus and Dean leapt to Ron's side at once. Neville glanced around, hesitated for a single heartbeat, then hurtled into the fray with them. Across the melee, Gryffindors and Slytherins drew their wands and began hurling weak, first-year spells at one another. It didn't take long, nor many bruised shins, to realize that punches and kicks were far more reliable than the half-learned incantations most of them knew. So nearly everyone sheathed their wands and dove in, fists flying. Only those too hemmed in to reach the front lines kept lobbing charms in desperation. In such a tight crush, surprisingly few spells missed their mark. Neville staggered as some rival flung a leg-locker curse at his ankles. Thankfully, Hermione was right there. With a quick flick and a hiss of counter-magic, she freed Neville before he hit the ground, glaring at any Slytherin who dared come near. Breathing hard, Hermione grabbed Neville's arm and hauled him back. Around them, the shouting never let up, but for the moment at least, their side had the upper hand. Hermione had just stepped forward to help when Seamus's wand flashed. An unfamiliar spell exploded in the middle of the crowd, injuring Slytherins and Hufflepuffs alike. Hermione immediately launched into a flurry of healing charms, mending scorched robes and staunching bleeding cuts. "Seamus, put your wand away! Now!" Ron shouted, grabbing his friend's sleeve. He spun to face the melee. "Forget magic. Just go in and punch them." All eyes turned to Sherlock, captain of the Little Lions. As their designated tank, he'd already drawn the bulk of the enemy's spells, and now a snarling wave of lions charged straight at him. Despite the thunder of approaching boots and the roar of excitement, Sherlock remained calm. He needed a diversion. With a single smooth motion, he flicked his wand and conjured Neville's toad, Trevor, the very same toad he'd promised to return but hadn't yet found time to give back. Under a levitation charm, Trevor bobbed into the air, croaking indignantly. The charging students skidded to a halt, eyes fixed on the wriggling amphibian. In that split second of astonished silence, Sherlock nodded to his teammates and moved in, turning the tide of the skirmish. Taking advantage of the moment the enchanted toad leapt before his opponent's eyes, Sherlock swung a swift right hook into the cheek of the Slytherin wizard who'd been charging him. The boy crumpled instantly, knocked out cold. "Despicable!" Hermione hissed from behind. But Sherlock was already moving. He snapped his left elbow up to deflect a second Slytherin's sneaky punch before it could land. He didn't much care about honor in a brawl, only victory, but even he had to admit the attack was poorly aimed, if impressively forceful. Sherlock countered immediately. His right fist collided with the attacker's jaw and sent him sprawling. That made 2 down. Without pause, Sherlock pivoted to his left and delivered a backhanded elbow to the jaw of another Slytherin who'd tried to flank him. Bang! A third boy hit the floor. Sherlock stepped forward, driving a solid fist into the right ribs of a fourth. He followed with a sharp upward cut to the midsection of a fifth. Then he slammed a knee into the diaphragm of a sixth, folding him in half. Rapid, ruthless, and impossibly precise, Sherlock's blows left no one standing. Whether his opponents were young witches or wizards mattered little. Once his fist connected, they all fell the same. With such a formidable ally leading them, the Gryffindor first years, the Little Lions, erupted into triumphant cheers. In an instant, the melee flipped into a one-sided rout. Across the courtyard, the older Slytherins, unable to ignore the debacle any longer, began to stir. Percy Weasley's voice, cool and authoritative, cut through the chaos. "Gemma Farley, get your students under control, or you'll regret it." So far, only first years had been clashing. Lacking advanced offensive charms, their spells had been loud but harmless. If any upperclassmen joined in, however, everything would quickly turn dangerous. Gemma Farley, the Slytherin prefect, returned Percy's gaze with an arctic stare before sweeping her eyes over her own little wizards. To embarrass themselves this badly against their peers was bad enough. Now they were preying on younger students? It was beneath Slytherin's pride. Rain began to fall harder, spattering the courtyard stones in a steady drum. At the center of the fray, Hermione Granger spotted a handful of stray hexes sent hurtling toward Sherlock from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, she swept aside her robes and drew her wand. It was time to teach these sneak attackers a lesson they wouldn't forget. Just as the duel threatened to spiral completely out of hand, she caught sight of Professor McGonagall striding purposefully across the courtyard. Instantly, she lowered her wand and called out, "Stop! No more fighting! Right now!" Rain pounded down in relentless sheets, drenching robes and whipping through hair. Gryffindors and Slytherins alike stared, slack-jawed. Had she lost her senses, or was the storm driving everyone mad? Then McGonagall's voice cut through the downpour like a crack of thunder. "Enough!" With a resonant snap, as though the wooden planks beneath them had shattered, every offensive spell fizzled out in midair. Sherlock's fist froze mere inches from Millicent Bulstrode's face. The witch stumbled back, eyes wide with horror. He'd almost struck a girl. A collective gasp rose from the crowd as Professor McGonagall planted herself between them, her piercing stare brooking no argument. In that moment of silence, her authority spoke louder than any curse. Professor McGonagall's sharp gaze swept over the disordered benches. Battered Slytherin students hunched over swollen bruises. Across the aisle, Gryffindors erupted in cheers, and in the middle, Hermione Granger stood ready to intervene. Finally, her eyes settled on the unruffled figure of Sherlock Holmes. "Someone explain to me what's just happened here," she demanded, her voice cold and steely even against the crash of rain outside. Percy Weasley and Gemma Farley, prefects of Gryffindor and Slytherin respectively, stepped forward together. Percy spoke first, voice tight with official poise. "Professor, there was an assault, a serious offense. Gryffindor forfeits 50 points. Gemma's tone was equally formal, and there were insults, deliberate provocation. Slytherin loses 10 points. McGonagall fixed them both with a stern stare. "Percy Weasley, Gemma Farley, as prefects you failed to stop this brawl. Each house relinquishes another 10 points. A hush fell over the hall, tension hotter than any storm outside. Hermione pressed forward. "But Professor, Malfoy and his friends provoked Holmes." "Silence, Miss Granger." McGonagall's words snapped like a whip. "The one who started it was Mr. Holmes." Hermione fell silent, eyes wide. "Mr. Holmes," the professor continued, "for your egregious behavior, you will serve detention tomorrow night at 11. Report to the entrance hall and find Mr. Filch." Sherlock made no protest. He simply inclined his head, acceptance in his composed expression. He had indeed provoked the whole thing, and Professor McGonagall's ruling was entirely fair. Besides, it had been part of Sherlock's plan from the start. He wasn't the only one caught up in the thrill. Nearly every young Gryffindor in the stands was cheering. Even the prospect of losing house points and serving detention didn't dampen their spirits. Only Hermione Granger still pleaded her case. "Professor, please, you can't." "Miss Granger, it is not your place to tell me what I may or may not do." McGonagall cut her off. She turned to the prefects. "Take your housemates straight back to their dormitories at once." Hermione sank back, looking both crestfallen and worried. Earlier, Harry had single-handedly secured Gryffindor's victory over Hufflepuff, but now Sherlock's actions alone had cost them 60 points. 60 points. That was enough to snuff out any hope of winning the House Cup. Since the whole troll affair, Hermione no longer obsessed over house standings, but she was genuinely concerned for Sherlock. With such a public penalty, he'd almost certainly be shunned by his classmates. Sherlock himself appeared unmoved, but Hermione knew that kind of isolation all too well, and it was hardly pleasant. Hermione had hoped her own performance would earn her a few more house points. Now she realized how naive that was. What she never expected, though, was the sight that greeted them when they returned to Gryffindor Tower. The common room had been transformed into a riotous celebration. Banners hung from the ceiling, house elves hurried about with platters of cakes and pumpkin pasties, and every seat was filled with cheering classmates. At the center of it all stood Sherlock Holmes, not as an outcast, but as the guest of honor. His calm, curious gaze took everything in as his fellow Gryffindors showered him with applause. Beside him, Harry Potter grinned from ear to ear, his record-breaking Quidditch victory still fresh in everyone's minds, and Ron Weasley basked in the triumph of having verbally bested Draco Malfoy and the rest of Slytherin's supporters. Fred and George Weasley, never ones to be outdone, had somehow procured enough delicious treats to feed the entire house twice over. Lee Jordan, perched on an armrest near the roaring fireplace, gave Sherlock a hearty thumbs up. "Holmes, Potter, Weasley, true Gryffindors all, you've done us proud tonight." 1,000 voices echoed Lee's sentiment. "Well done. Absolutely brilliant. Gryffindor forever." Hermione stood back for a moment, watching the jubilant scene unfold. For all her doubts, there was no denying it now. Tonight, Gryffindor had every reason to celebrate. Chapter 84. The Birth of a King. Hermione stood frozen in the doorway of the Gryffindor common room, struggling to make sense of what she saw. Sherlock had just cost Gryffindor 60 points and was facing detention for it. Yet no one seemed the least bit upset. Students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff milled about alongside their Gryffindor friends. It suddenly dawned on her where Fred and George got all those extra sweets and butterbeer. Hufflepuff's hospitality meant there was always enough to go around. "Slytherin's absolutely despicable," someone shouted. "They cheat every chance they get. I saw them foul behind the ref's back. In the last match, they nearly knocked our chaser clean off her broom. And you heard about Marcus Flint? He's got Korean ancestry. No wonder he's such a hard hitter." A wave of indignation rippled through Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff alike as they vented about their least favorite house. A tall, handsome Hufflepuff student raised his butterbeer high. "To Holmes, let's teach those despicable Slytherins a lesson. Cheers." Hermione's eyes widened. "You're drinking butterbeer in the common room?" George Weasley flashed a grin. "Come on, Miss Granger. You're Muggle-born. Don't tell me you've never tried butterbeer before?" Hermione opened her mouth to protest, but the warmth of the celebration, the easy camaraderie among the houses, made her hesitate. Maybe this unexpected alliance, uniting Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff behind Sherlock, was exactly what the school needed. She found herself smiling, and before she knew it, accepting George's outstretched tankard. Fred Weasley laughed and leaned forward. "Honestly, it's just alcohol. What's got you so jumpy?" Hermione could only gape. In Britain, the legal drinking age is 18, but children as young as 5 may sip wine or beer under parental supervision. Sherlock, having grown up among Muggles, almost certainly knew the taste of spirits already. But, Hermione opened her mouth to protest further, but George Weasley's voice boomed over the room. "All right, everyone, join in. Holmes is our king." Fred immediately took up the refrain. "Long live the Lion King." Harry and Ron exchanged a quick glance, shrugged, then roared in unison, "Lion King Holmes! Holmes is our king!" Neville, Seamus, and Dean were on their feet in seconds, and soon the entire Gryffindor table was shouting. Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs couldn't resist and began whooping as well. The first years who had sought Sherlock's help earlier were the loudest of all. Hermione stared in stunned silence. She'd been so worried, and now this uproar. Even Sherlock, usually so unflappable, looked as surprised as she felt. Just before today's match was due to begin, Hagrid and I were still in the headmaster's office. Sherlock had stationed himself over the dragon egg, carefully brewing it into some curious potion, and in that moment of distraction, Hagrid finally confessed, truthfully this time, how he had come into possession of the egg. With the whole story laid out, Professor Quirrell's role in the affair immediately became clear, just as Sherlock had predicted. Of course, handling a dragon egg posed no real challenge for someone of Dumbledore's ability. What truly concerned him was Quirrell's deliberate, probing approach to Hagrid and his eagerness to coax secret information from the gamekeeper. Hagrid, meanwhile, had yet another reason for summoning Dumbledore to the office. He'd noticed an unusual restlessness in the Forbidden Forest, and he felt the matter warranted immediate attention. When Dumbledore turned to Hagrid and asked his thoughts on the upswing of activity beyond the castle grounds, Hagrid didn't hesitate. "Sir, you might not believe it. By Merlin's beard, I still can't get over it. But that young lad Sherlock is exactly who we need. Do you know what he did? From the moment he laid eyes on me, he correctly recounted my history. He even knew I'd been to Gringotts to fetch the Philosopher's Stone for you. And today, before I'd uttered a single word, he'd already divined the existence of this dragon egg. It's nothing short of miraculous." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, his eyes twinkling behind his spectacles. "Then it seems we have our consultant," he said softly. "Let us see what insights Sherlock Holmes might bring to this new mystery." With that, the headmaster rose, and together we left the office to face whatever challenges the match and the Forbidden Forest might yet hold. "I swear he can read people's hearts, just like you, Albus," Hagrid gushed, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Dumbledore raised an amused eyebrow. "Calm down, Rubus. Neither Sherlock nor I possess any such power." Hagrid's excitement deflated. Dumbledore offered a gentle, apologetic smile. He wasn't sure how much to tell Hagrid, least of all now before he'd fully assessed the situation himself. And with Sherlock's uncanny knack for extracting even the most carefully guarded secrets, any admission might be laid bare at once. So the headmaster stayed silent, sparing them all the harshness of the deeper truth. Yet he couldn't ignore Hagrid's persistent plea. He wanted Sherlock to investigate unsettling disturbances in the Forbidden Forest. Intrigued, Dumbledore resolved to hear what the young detective had to say. Moments later, Sherlock Holmes swept into the headmaster's office. His sharp eyes landed on Hagrid, who stood awkwardly by the window. Sherlock's lips curved into a knowing half-smile. He needed no introduction to the urgency in Hagrid's posture. "Professor," Sherlock greeted, inclining his head, then turned to Hagrid. "To what do I owe this pleasure, Mr. Hagrid?" Hagrid rubbed his large hands together. "Something's wrong in the forest, Mr. Holmes. Strange creatures have been spotted, creatures no one can quite identify. I reckon your unique talents could help figure it out." Sherlock crossed his arms, studying the gamekeeper. "Elaborate, please." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Rubus believes there's an unnatural presence among the centaurs and unicorns. He fears it could threaten the safety of the school and the forest itself. Your deductive methods might reveal the source." Sherlock tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Understood. If we're venturing into the Forbidden Forest, I'll need proper maps, protective enchantments, and, should the worst occur, a contingency plan." Hagrid's face brightened. "You'll have everything you need, and a few friends to back you up." Sherlock nodded. "Very well. We set out at dusk. Professor, do you have any objections?" Dumbledore waved a hand, eyes twinkling. "None at all, Mr. Holmes. Just promise me you'll be careful." With that, the plan was set. As night fell over Hogwarts, Sherlock Holmes and Rubus Hagrid would brave the shadows of the Forbidden Forest and whatever mysterious force lurked within. Dumbledore regarded Sherlock with a faint, knowing smile. "Holmes, Rubus Hagrid has informed me about the dragon egg." Sherlock nodded once. "It appears Lord Voldemort is no longer content to bide his time." "Indeed," Dumbledore said softly. Sherlock folded his hands beneath his chin, his piercing gaze fixed on the headmaster. "So tell me, headmaster, when do you plan to make your move?" "Not yet," Dumbledore replied, meeting Sherlock's eyes. "First, I need your help." "Mine or Harry's?" Sherlock asked. "Yours," Dumbledore confirmed, his voice firm. For a moment, silence settled between them. Then Dumbledore's expression shifted, and a trace of melancholy colored his tone. "You know, every time I look at you, I'm reminded of an old friend." At the sound of that soft sigh, Sherlock's mind raced back to what he'd glimpsed in the mirror of Erised, the thick, white woolen socks his reflection once wore, and the unmistakable shape of Albus Dumbledore standing beside another man. He studied Dumbledore's face now, searching for a flicker of recognition. "You mean someone who walked at your side for most of your life," Sherlock said quietly. "A companion bound to you by more than friendship." Dumbledore's eyes glimmered as he nodded. "Precisely." He cleared his throat and shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. "I need you to go into the Forbidden Forest. With your powers of observation and deduction, you will uncover truths that elude us all." Sherlock inclined his head, the familiar spark of purpose alight in his eyes. "Very well, headmaster. I'll depart at once." And with that, the pair set their plans in motion, each aware that the coming days would test both wizard and detective like never before. Sherlock's curiosity wasn't about Hagrid or Harry's match. It was the precise words Dumbledore had used that caught his attention. He leaned forward, eyes alight with anticipation. "The truth?" he prompted. "Hagrid will tell you what happened," Dumbledore answered, but then shook his head. "Only, Quidditch is about to start, and you'll want to see Harry play, won't you? I'll sort out your detention as soon as the match ends, and Hagrid can take you on your Forbidden Forest patrol." Sherlock sighed, unimpressed. "That's awfully tidy." "Pardon?" "I said it's too neat a plan," Sherlock explained. "I'll find my own reason to get detention." He gave Dumbledore a quick, calculating glance, and mentally added a perk to his self-inflicted punishment, an excuse to rough up any misbehaving classmates. Dismissing the thought, he let his gaze drift over the cheering Gryffindors around him and shook his head. Even the sharpest mind could be surprised by Hogwarts traditions, after all. Then again, it made a perverse kind of sense. The little lions of Gryffindor had grown so accustomed to falling short of the House Cup that losing wasn't exactly a crisis. They'd been having points docked for one misadventure or another all year, so what was one more? Hufflepuff had long since stopped caring about fudging a few extra points. After all, they never rose above last place unless their score actually hit 0. What really rankled was Slytherin's 6-year dominance. But today everything changed. Sherlock Holmes had led a squad of first-year novices into a public match against Slytherin, and won. The castle buzzed with excitement. Even Percy Weasley, usually as stiff about rules as Hermione, couldn't hide his grin. He approached Holmes, prefect badge gleaming. "Holmes, you did exceptionally well today, although, if I'm honest, I think you might." "Prefect Weasley," interrupted Cedric Diggory with a laugh, slinging an arm around Percy's shoulders. "Now's hardly the time to dissect strategy." The flush on Cedric's cheeks hinted at a few extra butterbeers. "Beating Slytherin is an honor greater than the House Cup itself." "Cedric, you," Percy began, but before he could finish, Fred and George Weasley appeared on either side, grinning like mischief incarnate. In seconds, they'd summoned a makeshift stretcher crew and were shepherding Percy onto it. George leaned down, seized Percy's head, and gave it a good-natured side-to-side shake. Percy's muffled protests were lost in the roar of Hufflepuff cheers. Sherlock stood back, smiling, as the full weight of their first-year victory finally sank in. That evening, the Gryffindor common room was alive with laughter and clinking goblets. Percy Weasley, ever the stickler for propriety, scowled from beneath his thick eyebrows. "Don't mind Percy," one of the first years whispered to another. "He just has to be a buzzkill at every happy moment." "Exactly," came the reply. "Even Granger hasn't said a thing." Hermione, perched on the edge of an armchair, felt the murmur drift toward her. She stiffened, cheeks flushing, but said nothing. She'd been affronted. How dare anyone imply she didn't know how to enjoy herself? Long after the candles guttered low, the party finally wound down. But the real fallout wouldn't wait until morning. By first period the next day, rumors had already ignited. "Hey, look over there!" A circle of students formed in the corridor outside Defense Against the Dark Arts. Where? Right between Harry Potter and that red-haired boy. You mean the tall one? Yep. Did you catch his face? His C is enormous. At the center of that whispered swirl stood Sherlock Holmes, newly arrived to Hogwarts, and unbeknownst to him, a lightning rod for speculation. The moment he stepped from the dormitory, every eye snapped to him. In front of the potions classroom, in the hallway, even peeking through the windows of the Transfiguration wing, students craned and stared. Some hurried past, then slowed, turning back for a second look. Others exchanged excited nudges and wide-eyed grins. Ron Weasley, waiting for Harry outside Charms, scowled at the scene. Honestly, he muttered, what's so special about the bloke? Harry, however, was positively beaming. He stifled a laugh and clapped Ron on the shoulder. You remember how it felt last September? He asked. All those crowds, all that fuss? I was miserable. But look at him now. Sherlock finally gets to be the center of attention for once. Ron rolled his eyes, but even he couldn't suppress a reluctant grin. Harry's amusement was contagious. For once, the famous Harry Potter was content to play the supporting role, watching Sherlock Holmes become the latest Hogwarts sensation. Ron's cheeks puffed into an indignant pout. Why do you get to be Harry, and I'm just the red-headed one? Harry shot him a sideways grin. Is that my fault? While the two of them carried on with their good-natured bickering, Sherlock sat apart, unmoved by their teasing, or by the curious stares he'd been drawing all morning. Harry and Ron had no idea how harshly Sherlock had already been scrutinized back in his Muggle school days, where kids at that age were even more merciless. Before long, Sherlock's uncanny abilities became impossible to ignore. One look, and he could tell you exactly what you'd had for breakfast or where you'd left your books. Naturally, that kind of talent invited attention. But curiosity quickly curdled into hostility. His classmates branded him a freak, bombarding him with pointed questions one moment and vicious rumors the next. Sherlock's razor-sharp wit only fueled their dislike, and without his own fierce resilience, he might have broken under their bullying. Watching Harry's easy friendship with Ron and Hermione, Sherlock knew what true companionship felt like, something he'd been denied for far too long. Yet those days of isolation belonged to the past. Here at Hogwarts, he was no longer alone. That evening's astronomy class was the familiar routine of peering through telescopes at the night sky. Lately, Professor Sinistra had set them to charting Jupiter on their celestial maps, tracking the largest planet in the solar system and its 4 major moons. Of all his Hogwarts courses, only Professor Quirrell's Defense Against the Dark Arts outranked astronomy on Sherlock's most detested list. Even Professor Binns's History of Magic seemed livelier by comparison. Sinistra, for her part, never tired of stressing astronomy's merits. It cultivates scientific thinking and literacy, sharpens powers of observation and concentration, stokes curiosity and the urge to explore, and, she insisted, supports other magical studies like divination. Sherlock dismissed every point as either irrelevant or wildly overstated. The last claim held the tiniest grain of truth. Divination did exist as a third-year elective, but that hardly justified wrestling with freezing night air and a finicky telescope. Sherlock had yet to receive formal instruction in divination, and from what he'd observed so far, its predictive methods were far less reliable than his own powers of deduction. He'd already resolved to scrape by on this one class, enough to satisfy the passing requirement, but no more. During lessons, he often drifted off, his gaze fixed on some distant train of thought. It was only just before the end of class that Sherlock leaned over to Harry and murmured a few words. Harry's eyes lit up, a spark of excitement flitting through them for the briefest instant. The classroom buzzed with whispers, and no one paid them the least attention. When the final bell rang, everyone filed out in their usual clusters and headed back to their respective dormitories. Sherlock, however, lingered behind, methodically gathering his things. At almost 11 o'clock, he slipped out of the classroom and made his way to the entrance hall. By the time he arrived, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Dean, and Seamus were lined up against the far wall. Sherlock took in their expectant faces and instantly deduced what had happened. They'd volunteered to accompany him on whatever midnight errand he'd secretly arranged. Harry offered him a rueful shrug. silently acknowledging how little say he'd had in the matter. Hermione stepped forward, her brow creased with concern. "Sherlock, we're coming with you," she insisted. Sherlock shook his head, his expression unreadable. "No need. I'm perfectly capable on my own." "Absolutely not," Hermione replied firmly, folding her arms. "You're not going anywhere alone at this hour." "Did you hear?" Seamus muttered, a smirk playing on his lips. "Filch is an old pervert. Back in the day, if you landed detention with him, he'd hang you from the rafters and whip your backside." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Seamus, yes, Filch is obnoxious, but if he ever tried that on Sherlock, he'd be the one regretting it." She shot a look at Ron. "Ronald, Sherlock's about to get detention, and you're still joking?" Ron shuffled his feet, glancing toward Neville. "I'm only saying what I've heard." "Nonsense," Neville whispered. "Sherlock's a good guy. He'd never deserve that." Just then, Filch himself appeared at the edge of the corridor, lantern in hand. "Well, well," he sneered, voice echoing off the stone walls. "Quite the audience. Finally understanding why you should be scared. Only a bit late, don't you think?" He clicked the lantern on, its glow dancing across his sour face. "From now on, anyone planning to flout school rules might want to think twice." A hush fell over the students. Filch leaned forward, eyes gleaming. "Honestly, hard work and a little suffering are the best teachers. Shame they've done away with the old punishment, hanging miscreants by their wrists from the ceiling for days." The corridor remained still, every student exchanging uneasy glances as Filch's lantern bobbed out of view. "I still have those chains in my office," Filch warned, his meanness oozing with every word. "I oil them regularly. Who knows when they might come in handy." At the mention of chains, the memory of Ron's joke earlier about prison doors clicked in everyone's mind, and they couldn't help but glance nervously at Argus Filch's backside. Even Hermione stole a look. Filch cleared his throat. "Don't even think about running away, or you'll be in even more trouble. And all of you," he barked at the rest of the group, "back to your dormitories at once. Or would you prefer detention with these two?" Sherlock's eyes flashed. "Go back," he snapped, and this time no one hesitated. Under Filch's grim stare, they filed out of his office in subdued silence. As soon as the heavy door shut behind them, Dean let out a string of angry curses. "That foul," he began, then shook his head. "Filch really is the worst. He's always looking for trouble, never shows an ounce of mercy. I swear, I'll never forgive him for this." Ron clapped a hand on Sherlock's shoulder. "Don't worry, mate. Sherlock will be all right in the end." Hermione shot an irritated glance his way. "Oh, sure," she said coolly. "After all, it's not you trudging off to the Forbidden Forest tonight." Ron bristled, half in mock offense, half in genuine frustration. "You don't trust Sherlock enough," he muttered under his breath. Hermione folded her arms, but deep down she knew they both cared, whether or not she chose to admit it. Harry's protest came in the middle of Ron and Hermione's bickering. He clutched his stomach. I don't feel well," he muttered, turning away and darting off before anyone could respond. The trio, along with the others trailing behind, stood frozen for a moment, exchanging wide-eyed looks. "Maybe he's caught a cold?" one student ventured hesitantly. "It is really chilly today," another agreed. Hermione's brow furrowed. Something about Harry's sudden exit felt off, but Ron's impatient foot-tapping grated on her nerves. "Ronald, that's enough," she snapped. "I'm the one who's been working with Sherlock. You don't know the half of what's going on in the Forbidden Forest." Far from the arguing group, Harry slipped into a shadowy alcove and with a practiced flick of his wrist, draped the invisibility cloak over his shoulders. Since beginning his clandestine training with Sherlock, his skills in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance had improved dramatically. Under cover of the cloak, he felt virtually undetectable. Creeping along the corridor, he bypassed Hermione's stern glare without her noticing and soon spotted Sherlock strolling beside Argus Filch. Harry crouched behind a row of old trunks, watching as Sherlock spoke in low, precise tones. Filch listened intently, his usual scowl replaced by an expression of genuine curiosity. Whatever the caretaker was hearing, it was clear he took Sherlock's words very seriously. Harry hovered at the edge of the shadowed grounds, heart pounding. He didn't dare approach Filch too closely. One wrong step, and the caretaker would spot him in an instant. So instead, he skirted around the pair and slipped in front of them from the side, Sherlock stood there holding Filch's cat, a rough-looking gray tabby with a bandaged paw, Madame Norris, the school's least beloved feline. Harry blinked. He'd seen plenty of strange things at Hogwarts, but this took the cake. He forced himself to follow Sherlock's favorite exercise. Observe, notice details, then theorize, but every deduction he made led to the same baffling conclusion. Sherlock was lecturing Filch, and Filch was actually listening. The absurdity was almost comical. After all, Filch was always poised to dole out detentions, especially for any rule-breaking. And here he was, on the receiving end of scolding from a student. Yet there it was, in plain sight. A moment before, Filch had been leading Sherlock across the dimly lit courtyard, Norris trailing behind on her good paw. Then, without warning, Sherlock halted, turned to the feline, and pointed. "Mr. Filch," he said crisply, "do you often mistreat cats?" Filch jerked to a stop. For a heartbeat, he stared at Sherlock in stunned silence, then arced. "What did you say?" A tense hush fell over the trio. Harry struggled to contain a grin. If he'd ever needed proof that even the most predictable staff at Hogwarts could be flummoxed, this was it. "How dare you?" Argus Filch's face turned ashen beneath the cold glow of the moonlight. Normally he doted on Madame Norris. Everyone at Hogwarts knew it. Abuse? The very idea was absurd. Sherlock Holmes remained unruffled by the caretaker's fury. His sharp eyes, undimmed by the night, met Filch's glare head-on. "With all due respect," he said evenly, "you don't really believe Madame Norris's condition is entirely unrelated to you, do you?" A swirl of clouds drifted across the moon, casting long, trembling shadows along the stone corridor. Filch's heart pounded. For a moment, he looked less like the crusty caretaker and more like a man caught in his own trap. "Nonsense," Filch stammered. "I'd never harm her. She's just picky. She doesn't eat much, that's all. It's a stomach upset, nothing more." Sherlock's calm voice held an unyielding edge. In cats, rapid eating, food intolerance or spoilage, sudden changes in environment, even stress can lead to dangerous bloating. And Surgeon's cat, perfect eater though she might be, isn't immune. Filch's shoulders dropped as if the accusation's weight finally broke through his stubborn denial. He swallowed hard, gaze flickering to the direction of the infirmary. In the stillness, only the distant hoot of an owl responded. Sherlock waited, giving him a chance to speak the truth. Outside, the moon peeked once more from behind the clouds, bathing the corridor in silver light, an audience to Filch's silent crisis. Madame Norris's condition was rapidly deteriorating, Sherlock observed, folding his arms as he stared at the cat's gaunt frame. "If you don't treat her, she'll start vomiting, lose weight by the day. She could even suffer a bowel obstruction from her loss of appetite." "Stop talking," Argus Filch barked, his face turning crimson. He'd clearly reached his breaking point. Sherlock met Filch's glare without flinching. "All right. What do you suggest we do, Mr. Filch?" Filch hesitated, looking as though he might bolt for the door, or tackle Sherlock. The old caretaker's loyalty to his cat was plain in the frayed edges of his sleeves and the twitch of his fingers. Sherlock seized his moment. In one swift motion, he scooped Madame Norris up by the scruff of her neck and cradled her in one arm. The cat yowled indignantly. "Let go of my cat!" Filch snarled, stepping forward. "Antoine, you'd rather see her starve than let me help?" Sherlock said, tilting his head as he gently ran his free hand along Madame Norris's spine. The cat's ribs protruded beneath matted fur. Her abdomen was slightly swollen, textbook signs of a gastric blockage. Filch's anger faded beneath the weight of Sherlock's calm certainty. He swallowed hard and took a step back. Sherlock reached into his pocket, withdrew a small sprig of vibrant green leaves, and offered it to Madame Norris. The cat sniffed it tentatively, her whiskers twitching. Filch watched, breath held, as Madame Norris accepted the herb, and, encouraged by Sherlock's quiet assurance, began to eat. Madame Norris stiffened the moment Sherlock Holmes scooped her up by the scruff of her neck. Her claws sank into the air as she thrashed, hissing in protest. Yet even in her fury, her whiskers quivered at the sudden scent of something fresh and green. Before Filch could react, the cat's resistance melted away. She opened her jaws in a single decisive motion, snatched the herb from Sherlock's hand, and began to chew with astonishing fervor. Filch's jaw dropped. "What on earth did you give her?" he blurted. "Catnip." "Catnip? What's that?" Filch asked, eyes narrowing as he edged closer to inspect the plant. Sherlock didn't look up. It's a perennial from the Nepeta genus, the Lamiaceae family. Muggles know it as catnip. Catnip, Filch echoed, his eyes lighting up. The moment he heard the name, hope sparked in his chest. So, can it cure Madame Norris's back ailment? Sherlock finally raised an eyebrow. Not directly. Catnip won't reduce her bloating or treat her digestive issues, but it does have a beneficial side effect. It stimulates a sense of euphoria in most cats, easing stress and tension. That's why it's called catnip. A relaxed cat digests more comfortably. Filch exhaled, relief washing over him as Madame Norris continued to knead and munch the herb, her tail flicking in pure contentment. Perhaps, he thought, there was something to this peculiar remedy after all. Besides, Hermione continued, cats usually become more energetic when they encounter catnip, rolling around, leaping about, even stalking invisible prey. All that movement helps stimulate their digestion and encourages gastrointestinal peristalsis. But catnip alone won't cure serious bloating. What other methods are there? Filch asked, his shoulders tensing and his voice betraying his nerves once more. Chapter 86. Put him out of his pain. Adjust her diet, encourage gentle exercise, and introduce medication. When Filch asked Sherlock to explain Madame Norris's condition, the detective didn't mince words. Holding the cat securely in one arm, he said, "We'll need to cut back her portion sizes for now and switch to several small meals throughout the day. That eases the burden on her stomach. Use a canned cat food with high moisture content. It's more digestible. I also recommend adding a probiotic supplement and an anti-flatulent, such as simethicone." Filch's eyes went wide. Probiotics? Simethicone? He felt as though Sherlock were reciting an advanced charm rather than simple veterinary advice. Yet, as he watched Madame Norris, listless only moments ago, nuzzle contentedly against Sherlock's chest, Filch could only swallow his confusion. If the detective believed this routine would help her, Filch would follow his lead. Sherlock turned on his heel and continued down the corridor, Madame Norris purring softly in his arms. Filch fell into step beside him, determined to absorb every word of this unfamiliar magic lesson. They walked in silence until the dark outline of the forbidden forest loomed ahead. Only then did Argus Filch realize that he'd been trailing behind. He should have been leading, not following. He opened his mouth to ask how Sherlock Holmes knew the way, but before he could speak, Hagrid's booming voice came drifting through the trees. "Filch, is that you? Hurry up, I'm about to turn in for the night." "Right here," Filch called back. Sherlock Holmes reached over and gently deposited Madame Norris into Filch's arms. The cat, who usually clung to Filch alone, pressed herself against Sherlock's chest, paws scrabbling in protest as she refused to let go. Filch's face clouded. It felt as if he'd been robbed of something precious. He wanted to question Holmes about the route, but his pride barred him. Instead, he murmured, "Thank you, Mr. Holmes." Holmes offered Filch a faint, knowing smile. "Madame Norris might feel better on a special diet. I'll have my family send over some suitable cat food and, well, anti-flatulence medication. It'll help." Filch hesitated, torn between gratitude and embarrassment. At last he met the cat's hopeful green eyes and agreed. "All right. Thank you." In the gathering dusk, caretaker and detective set off back toward Hogwarts, each carrying a silent understanding and a very relieved cat. At that moment, Hagrid rounded the corner and spotted Sherlock Holmes chatting amicably with Argus Filch. He stopped in his tracks, eyebrows shooting up in surprise. From everything Hagrid knew of Filch, the caretaker would be berating Holmes, not exchanging pleasantries. Yet here they were, talking as if old friends. Could Holmes really have tamed that cantankerous squib? If so, it could only be good news. Any ally he won over would help when they ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Clearing his throat, Hagrid called out, "Filch, right, I'm taking over now." Filch glanced at Sherlock, gave a curt nod, and said, "Very well," before striding off without another word. Even after Filch's retreating figure disappeared from view, Hagrid stood there, shaking his head in disbelief. He scratched at his shaggy beard and turned to Holmes. "How'd you manage that? Since when has Filch been so cordial? Did you tell him you were here under Dumbledore's orders or something?" Hagrid figured only the headmaster's authority could have softened that old grouch. "No, I only gave him a bit of catnip," Sherlock explained. Hagrid's face brightened with understanding. He let out a hearty laugh. "Ah, that explains it. The bloke's a bit of a nuisance, but he's very fond of his cat. Familiar with magical creatures, and well aware of catnip's peculiar effects, Hagrid stowed away his teasing grin. They continued walking until they reached the edge of the forbidden forest. A sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, cutting through even Hagrid's thick coat. The giant hunched his shoulders against the chill, while Sherlock strolled on unruffled, thanks to a discreet warming charm he'd cast moments before. Hagrid, lost in conversation, didn't notice. Holding his lantern aloft, Hagrid pointed toward a narrow path that wound deeper into the forest's shadowed heart. "Holmes, look there," he said quietly. "See that silvery glow? That's unicorn blood." Sherlock peered into the gloom. Sure enough, a faint, liquid light pulsed along the trail, a sight no muggle could ever imagine. Magic, he reminded himself, had a brilliance all its own. One piece of muggle reconnaissance wisdom goes, where you see black, expect mud, where you see white, expect stone, and where you see shine, expect water. In low light or at night, it helps travelers avoid stepping into puddles or sticky bogs. Of course, tricks like that don't hold up in the magical world. Hagrid ran a hand through his tangled hair and looked at us with grim eyes. "I've just heard that a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest has been gravely wounded," he began. "Last week I found one dead, and you know no creature in that forest would attack a unicorn. Someone's been sneaking in. Must be poachers. We don't even know their motive, but by Merlin, we can't leave that poor beast to suffer. We need to find it and end its misery." He was visibly distraught. All the forest's inhabitants were dear to him, but unicorns, sacred, noble creatures, held a special place in his heart. To think one had been injured or killed unnaturally was almost too much to bear. He'd spent 2 weeks following every lead, yet so far he'd uncovered nothing. When Hagrid reported the dragon egg to Professor Dumbledore, he suddenly recalled Sherlock Holmes's uncanny powers of deduction. Hesitantly, the giant suggested they enlist the famous detective's help with their investigation. To Hagrid's surprise, Dumbledore agreed at once. That very evening, Hagrid led Sherlock into the shadowed woods at the edge of Hogwarts. Under the silvery moonlight, Hagrid spoke at length about the unicorn they'd discovered, its habits, its magical properties, and the severity of its injuries. Sherlock listened intently, nodding but not interrupting. Only when Hagrid fell silent did the detective lean in and pose a handful of precise questions. Hagrid answered each one in careful detail, describing tracks in the undergrowth, the unusual scorch marks on nearby foliage, even the faint scent of dragonfire that lingered in the clearing. At last Hagrid sighed, wiping sweat from his brow. "I suppose we have no choice but to put the unicorn out of its misery," he said softly. Sherlock shook his head. "With all due respect, Hagrid, ending the unicorn's life would be a mistake." Hagrid's eyes widened. "What are you saying?" Stepping closer, Sherlock's eyes gleamed in the pale light. "This magnificent creature does not deserve death. If a poacher injured it, then it is the poacher who should face justice, not the unicorn." Hagrid stood frozen, the weight of Sherlock's words settling over him. He realized with a jolt that this wasn't just ordinary courage. It was the heart of a Gryffindor. In that moment, he regretted ever suggesting Sherlock Holmes join their investigation. No one had warned him just how fiercely the detective would defend the innocent. Hagrid cleared his throat and fixed Sherlock with a solemn look. "Now listen, Holmes. You're sharp enough to see through Dumbledore himself, I'll grant you that. But if there really is a poacher hiding in the Forbidden Forest, slaying and wounding unicorns, he's a dangerous man, not someone a first-year student should face alone." He paused, glancing warily toward the tree line. "The forest at night, well, it's no place for the faint-hearted, but as long as you stay with me and Fang, no creature in there will harm you." Sherlock gave a small nod. "Oh." Hagrid's brow shot up. "What do you mean by oh?" "I understand," Sherlock replied, choosing his words carefully. "I was merely offering a suggestion." Hagrid's expression softened into a slow nod. "Good to know. Very good to know." Hidden nearby beneath his invisibility cloak, Harry Potter stifled a laugh. Earlier in astronomy class, Sherlock had confided the story of his detention to him, then slipped him the cloak and invited him on this little excursion, officially a test of the skills he'd been honing. Harry's adventurous spirit was aflame, and he couldn't have been more excited. He hadn't expected to encounter so many astonishing sights before special training had even officially begun. Filch's bewildered expression alone was worth the trip, and Hagrid's giant-sized personality had him fighting back laughter at every turn. It was infinitely more entertaining than skulking around Hogwarts after dark. Once he'd gotten Sherlock's nod of agreement, Hagrid ushered them into the Forbidden Forest, a place spoken of only in hushed, fearful tones. As they made their way between towering trees, he found himself watching Sherlock with growing curiosity. After all, Sherlock was an 11-year-old Gryffindor, and yet there wasn't a shred of fear on his face. Instead, his dark eyes shone with eager anticipation. It made perfect sense. Sherlock was positively thrilled to be here. If this were a Muggle wood instead of a magical one, he would have mapped every trail within weeks of starting school. It was only the mystery of magic, its untold dangers and wonders, that had kept Sherlock at bay for the past 5 months. And knowing his insatiable appetite for adventure, he still wondered how Sherlock had managed to hold himself back for so long. They'd already waited 5 months. There was no need to rush now. Sherlock shot a quick look back at Harry, silently urging him to keep up, then turned to Hagrid. "By the way, Hagrid," he began, inclining his head toward the flute slung at his belt, "that Christmas gift of yours, surely it's made of something rare. Unicorn horn? Horned beast horn? Even Murtlap tentacles?" Hagrid laughed, genuine and warm. "Blimey, Sherlock, didn't think you'd be so familiar with magical instrument materials." He paused, his eyes twinkling as he lowered his voice. "But you've got it wrong from the start. It isn't horn or tentacle of any creature." "Is that so?" Sherlock lifted an eyebrow. "It looked so hard I assumed it was a horn." "That's exactly what everyone else thinks." Hagrid turned the flute over in his big hands and grinned. "Actually, it's carved from the shell of a chispurfle. You know what those are? Enormous snails. Apart from being a key ingredient in flobberworm mucus, their shells are ridiculously sturdy, perfect for a flute with a bit of magical kick. Since its color shifts every hour, I thought it would make perfect flutes." "Brilliant idea," Sherlock exclaimed, then turned back to Hagrid. "You've been at Hogwarts for ages. I imagine you know every magical creature in the Forbidden Forest inside and out, don't you?" Getting information from Hagrid was never difficult. All it took was a hint of interest, and he'd happily spill every detail you could ever want. Sherlock half joked that perhaps one of the key ingredients in Snape's Veritaserum was Hagrid's own saliva. If not, it was certainly worth considering, given the man's loquaciousness. Sure enough, the moment Sherlock mentioned the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid's eyes lit up, and he began to chatter away with contagious enthusiasm. Chapter 87, Mars is Bright Tonight. Sherlock flanked Hagrid as they pressed deeper into the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid kept one hand firmly on Fang's leash, his keen eyes darting through the moonlit shadows. He spoke in a low, excited rumble, as if introducing an old friend's home. "Don't let the forest's reputation fool you," he began. "There are more magical creatures in here than you could ever count, and I'm on good terms with almost every one of them." He paused to sweep an arm around them, the trees whispering overhead. Take Aragog, for instance, the giant Acromantula. He's terrifyingly large, and one bite will leave you numb for half a day, but I've known him since I rescued him at Hogwarts. If it weren't such awful timing tonight, I'd march you straight to his lair and let you see for yourself how gentle he can be." Sherlock raised an eyebrow, but Hagrid was already moving on. "Or those unicorns," Hagrid continued, voice softening. "Pure white from horn to hoof, and their horns sparkle like spun silver in the moonlight. They spend their days grazing by hidden springs, quiet, peaceful creatures, as kind-hearted as they come." His expression darkened. "But now, alas, a terrible calamity has struck these woods." Sherlock tensed, but Hagrid pressed on without looking back. "Then there are the centaurs settled farther in. Brilliant astronomers and cartographers know the stars better than we do, but their tempers can be as wild as their bows. You never quite know which side you'll find them on." Fang gave a low growl. The hush returned, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl and the soft crackle of leaves underfoot. Above them, the planet Mars glowed a fierce red in the sky, its light casting long, eerie shadows through the ancient trees. They walked on. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for what would come next. Of course, if you stumble across one of the forest's creatures and they recognize your good intentions, you'll usually be fine. But venture deeper, and you'll face horned serpents, bandamangs, thestrals, neasels, bowtruckles, puffskeins, and even werewolves. They're rare most nights, but when the moon is full, you'll want to keep your guard up. In short, the Forbidden Forest is far more dangerous than you think. Stay close to me. Hagrid hadn't even finished warning him when he yanked Sherlock behind a towering oak. In one swift motion, he notched an arrow onto his crossbow and trained the bolt down the narrow path. Blast it! Something's coming! Sherlock had sensed the danger before Hagrid did. A soft, dragging rustle, like fabric brushing against undergrowth. The sound would have been lost beneath Hagrid's booming voice if Sherlock hadn't strained to hear it. Before he could shout a warning, Hagrid was already on high alert, every muscle tensed. In that instant, Sherlock realized there was something different about Hagrid's presence. Sharp, urgent, as though the giant knew precisely what lurked in the shadows before it even appeared. "Who's there? Show yourself, now!" Hagrid planted his massive frame at the edge of the side path, raising his crossbow with fierce determination. "I've got a weapon," he bellowed into the darkness. At his feet, Fang, Hagrid's loyal boarhound, darted back and forth, snarling. The great dog's hackles rippled as he bared his teeth toward the unseen threat, a living guard fiercely defending his master. Moments later, a figure stepped from the shadows. Tall and lithe, it was half man, half horse. From the waist up, the creature was unmistakably human. Broad shoulders, muscular arms, a mane of tangled red hair, and a beard framing dark, wary eyes. Below the waist, a gleaming chestnut body stood on sturdy hooves, every muscle tense beneath its glossy coat. A long scarlet tail lashed the air in restless agitation. Sherlock Holmes's breath caught. He had read of such beings in ancient texts, mythical centaurs, immortalized long ago in the stars as Centaurus and Sagittarius. Yet here one stood before him, real and breathing. Hagrid leveled the crossbow, muscles coiled for action. Fang growled low in his throat, and in that charged silence, man and myth faced off in the moonlit forest. As the heavy wooden doors of the magical world swung open for Sherlock, he stepped inside with equal measures of awe and trepidation. Everywhere he looked, creatures he once believed the stuff of myth moved among the trees and clearings. It quickly dawned on him that this world's centaurs were not half-human, half-beast hybrids, as some poor storytellers had claimed, but an entirely distinct, proud species in their own right. Before Sherlock could take in more of his astonishing surroundings, Hagrid's booming voice cut through the hush of the forest. "Oh, it's you, Ronan," Hagrid called, exhaling in obvious relief as a tall figure emerged from between the ancient oaks. The creature was half-massive stallion, half-dignified man, with obsidian hair braided down a powerful neck and eyes that flickered with wary intelligence. "How are you?" Hagrid asked, stepping forward. Ronan's deep baritone rumbled like distant thunder. "Not well, Hagrid." The centaur's stance was rigid, his human arms folded across a broad chest. His face, noble and severe, gave nothing away except a hint of betrayal. You actually aimed your bow at me," Ronan accused softly. Hagrid's eyes went wide. He held up an apologetic hand. "Hey, don't take it the wrong way. I had to stay on my guard." He gave a nervous laugh, though his shoulders were tense. To prove his point, he slapped his quiver. "There's been dark magic stirring in these woods. Blasts of light, strange noises, shadows moving in broad daylight. I can't take any chances." Ronan's ears twitched, and Sherlock, watching from just behind Hagrid, felt the thick, taut silence that followed. The centaur's gaze settled on the young detective, taking in the sharp coat, the observant eyes, the faint curl of curiosity at Sherlock's lips. Hagrid cleared. "Sherlock, this is Ronan. Ronan, this is Sherlock, my newest muggle friend." But Ronan paid Sherlock little heed. His expression remained guarded, as if deciding whether to lower his bowstring, or worse, to flee altogether. Hagrid scratched the back of his head, uneasy under Ronan's scrutinizing eyes. "Well, Sherlock's here to help, if you'll let him." Ronan's stern features softened only slightly. He nodded once, formally, but made no effort to extend a greeting. Instead, he turned his gaze back to Hagrid, as though renewing their old bond was more urgent than any new acquaintance. Sherlock stepped forward anyway, straightening his coat. "It's an honor to meet you, Sir Ronan," he said, voice level but respectful. I'm eager to understand what's been happening in these woods. If there's dark magic at work, every witness counts. At that, Ronan's posture relaxed, just a fraction. Hagrid exhaled again, more calmly this time, and motioned for the centaur to lead the way deeper into the forest. So, together, the giant, the detective, and the unwilling centaur set off beneath the ancient boughs, each curious, each cautious, and all bound for the heart of whatever mystery lay waiting among the trees. Ronan lifted his head slowly. Mars is very bright tonight. Hagrid followed his gaze skyward, nodding. Yes, it is. Quite extraordinary, actually. By the way, Ronan, a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, was found injured this morning. Did you happen to see anything unusual? Ronan said nothing. He stared at the reddening planet without blinking, then exhaled, heavy with resignation. It is always the innocent who suffer first. It's been that way for centuries, and nothing changes. Hagrid shifted from foot to foot. Yes, I understand. Tragically so. But I'm asking if you've noticed anything out of the ordinary around here? Any strange movements or, I don't know, disturbances in the forest? Again, Ronan's eyes never left Mars. Mars is very bright tonight. Hagrid closed his eyes for a moment, pinching the bridge of his nose. I know it's bright, but that's not what I meant. Before he could press further, a rustling sounded from the brambles behind Ronan. Hagrid's hand flashed to his crossbow. The undergrowth parted, and another centaur stepped into view, bow at the ready. Hagrid froze, crossbow aimed but arm trembling. Ronan finally turned, his expression unreadable, as the newcomer emerged from the shadows. Hagrid pushed aside a tangle of branches and motioned to the pair of centaurs waiting in the clearing. One was the familiar Ronan, his dark mane tied back in a simple braid. Beside him stood a stranger, black-haired, bearded, and even wilder-looking than Ronan himself. "Evening, Bane," Hagrid called out. The newcomer glanced over with a nod. "Good evening, Hagrid." Hagrid turned, urgency in his voice. "Ronan told me a unicorn's been injured nearby. Have either of you noticed anything unusual in the forest these past nights?" Ronan and Bane exchanged a look, then both tilted their heads skyward. For a long moment they said nothing. Finally Bane murmured, "Mars is very bright tonight." Hagrid blinked. "Yes, we all know Mars is bright. If you'd seen anything noteworthy, just tell me." But the centaurs remained fixed on the stars. After another pause, they repeated, in perfect unison, "Mars is very bright tonight." Hagrid ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "That's enough." He sighed heavily and turned back toward the path. "Come on, Sherlock." Realizing he wasn't going to get any help here, Hagrid gave a final exasperated glance at Ronan and Bane. "You never get a straight answer from centaurs," he muttered as he led Sherlock deeper into the forbidden forest. "They always stare at the stars," Hagrid grumbled as they walked. "It's maddening. They've no interest in anything that isn't up in the heavens, and they never speak straight to anyone." Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "Quite so. Their speech is frustratingly indirect." Hagrid nodded so vigorously his moleskin coat rustled. "Exactly. Indirect, that's it. Sherlock, you really know how to put it." Sherlock allowed himself a small, pleased smile. It wasn't every day he earned a compliment so earnest. They came to a fork in the forest path. Moonlight filtered through the trees, and the ground ahead shimmered with a fine silver glint. Hagrid knelt and waved a lantern over the sparkle. "That's the unicorn's blood," he explained. "I found it just a bit back, and it's fresh." Sherlock crouched beside him, examining the faint trail of droplets. "Yes, still wet. Whoever wounded the unicorn passed through here only moments ago. If we hurry, we might reach it in time. Well, at least in time to spare it further suffering." Hagrid blinked at the two diverging paths, clearly torn. He frowned, lantern tilting as he hesitated. "Which way, Sherlock?" Sherlock stood and cast his gaze down the silver-streaked roads. "The trail grows thinner to the left," he observed. "To the right, it's deeper in the thicket, deeper still, perhaps closer to where the creature fell. We should take the right-hand path." Hagrid's face brightened. "Right it is, then. Lead on, Sherlock." With that, the pair set off into the darker lane, following the glittering blood until every step brought them closer to the wounded unicorn and to whatever lay beyond. "Which way did it go?" Hagrid's voice trembled as he scanned the edge of the forbidden forest. Sherlock shook his head. "I'm afraid I can't tell." Hagrid drew in a sharp breath. "Then we should." Sherlock cut in. "Split up." Hagrid's eyes widened. "Split up? That's out of the question. This forest is perilous. You can't face it alone. Sherlock offered a faint, confident smile. He had anticipated Hagrid's objection and was already prepared. Don't worry, he said, raising his wand. If anything goes wrong, I'll signal you. With a precise flick, a bright purple flare shot skyward, illuminating the tree line in an eerie glow. Hagrid's heart twisted. The flare was the same brilliant light Dumbledore had used to fend off the troll, and the very signal Sherlock had employed at the Quidditch match to warn Hermione. He knew how formidable Sherlock's magic could be, but he also understood how stubborn the detective could be. The half-giant hesitated, torn between his love for the forest's creatures, the noble unicorns especially, and his fear for Sherlock's safety. Finally, he exhaled slowly. All right, but stay within sight of the flare. If I don't see it, I'm coming to find you. Agreed, Sherlock replied, pocketing his wand. Let's move. Together, they stepped into the shadowed hush of the forbidden forest, Sherlock slipping through the undergrowth with silent precision, Hagrid trailing close, ever watchful for the flash of purple light. Sherlock watched Hagrid hesitate, then decided to push him over the edge. Hagrid, would you want to see another unicorn die because help didn't arrive in time? At Sherlock's words, Hagrid's shoulders slumped and his eyes grew wide. All right, Hagrid said at last, but I'm taking Fang with me. Relief and worry warred on his face, and Sherlock seized the moment. Just so you know, he said, clipping Fang's leash to a ring on Hagrid's belt, he's a coward at heart, but he'll bark if danger's near. If anything happens, send a signal right away. Sherlock gave a reassuring nod. Good, and Hagrid, time's running out. With that, Hagrid turned and strode off down the adjacent path, Fang padding loyally at his heels. No sooner had they disappeared than Harry's voice sounded next to Sherlock. What now? Put on your invisibility cloak and keep close, Sherlock replied without looking back. Fang turned to sniff at the empty air where Harry crouched. The dog's ears pricked, and he let out a low growl, until Sherlock crouched beside him, stroked his head, and whispered, "He's a friend." The growl faded into a soft whine of acceptance. Together, with a shrouded Harry at his side and Fang at heel, Sherlock plunged deeper into the shadowed heart of the forbidden forest. It looks like you've only provided the opening 3 lines. To give you a full, polished chapter rewrite, I'll need the complete text. Could you please paste the rest of the chapter? Once I have the entire passage, I can seamlessly transform it into fluent, natural English for you. Chapter 89. The Crawler. Sherlock knelt in the leaf litter, his wand tracing the earth. See these silvery white stains? Irregular shapes, almost oval, here, and over there. He tapped each mark precisely. These are dragon splash marks. This unicorn was spooked and bolted, thrashing as it fled. Harry crouched beside him, studying the tracks. So it must have accelerated, ran, maybe even jumped. Exactly, Sherlock said, eyes gleaming. Although Hagrid's account was scant, these traces give us everything we need. I'm convinced we'll confront the creature, or whatever's chasing it, any second now. Harry's heart pounded. And if we do? First, draw your wand and cast a fire charm, Sherlock replied coolly. Then move in swiftly and without hesitation. Understood? Harry whispered, swallowing his nerves. With the hound padding at their heels, Sherlock and Harry pressed deeper into the forbidden forest. The trees grew so thick, their branches interwove overhead, turning the narrow path into a tunnel of shifting shadows. Every step felt like venturing further from safety and closer to whatever lurked in the darkness. The bloodstains on the forest floor grow denser the deeper they go. Sherlock kneels to study a tree root streaked almost entirely in silvery white blood, his brow furrowed in thought. Beside him, Fang whimpers and tugs at Sherlock's robe, clearly urging him to turn back. Quiet, boy, Sherlock murmurs, gently stroking Fang's head. Rising, he turns to Harry. Stay close and keep hidden. They step over the root and press on. A few yards later, Sherlock comes to a halt. Before him, the blood forms a sickly arc around the gnarled base of an ancient oak, leading into a small clearing. From there drifts a soft, agonized whinny. In the center lies a white shape on the dark blanket of fallen leaves. It is the unicorn Hagrid has been hunting for, its final hope. The creature's legs are splayed in the exact position it collapsed, its once lustrous mane fanned out in stark contrast to the autumn undergrowth. A faint, pleading light still flickers in its dimming eyes. Sherlock exhales softly. Though the unicorn's chest still rises and falls, its breaths are shallow. It is alive, barely, but dying. Sherlock remained perfectly still, signaling for Harry and Fang to stay where they were and watch quietly. Just as he had predicted, the thicket at the edge of the clearing began to quiver. Sherlock's pulse quickened as he focused all his attention on that spot. A hooded figure slid out of the shadows, moving toward the fallen unicorn on hands and knees. Although undeniably human, his stalking posture was disturbingly bestial, sending a cold dread through the trio. Harry and Fang froze where they stood, rooted to the ground as if turned to statues. Sherlock alone kept his wits about him. He drew his wand with deliberate calm. After all, he was a wizard now as well as a detective. The cloaked intruder crept to the unicorn's side and bowed his head over the creature's wound. Then, in a scene both grotesque and surreal, he began to drink its blood. The unicorn's eyes, once bright and iridescent, grew dull with pain. It let out a mournful, desperate neigh that echoed through the silent forest, a tragic lament for the life ebbing from its body. Even as the unicorn lay broken, its legs useless beneath it, it fought on in desperation. A blinding white light pulsed from the horn on its forehead, as though it hoped to stave off the shadow of death closing in. But no radiance, however brilliant, could halt what was coming. Sherlock didn't hesitate any longer. He sprang forward and released the charm he had been readying for just this moment. Petrificus totalis, the creature tormenting the unicorn, a scuttling insectile horror, never saw it coming. Sherlock's spell struck true, and the thing crumpled, locked rigid, then collapsed backward into the undergrowth. Sherlock kept his wand raised, eyes darting for any sign of further movement. At that instant, Harry and Fang finally shook off the paralysis curse that had held. Fang let out a startled bark, and, true to Hagrid's warning, bolted for cover without a second glance. Harry, his heart pounding, forced himself to stand. He reached for the small fireworks that Sherlock had instructed him to light, determined to drive away whatever nightmare still lingered. But before he could strike the match, a sudden, searing pain flared across his skull, as if his scar had burst into flames. It was a shock unlike any he'd ever felt. He staggered, clutching his head, and the fireworks slipped from his numb fingers. Harry staggered, a fresh wave of pain ripping through him, worse than the last time he'd faced Snape. No, it should have been Quirrell. His vision blurred, and he sank to his knees. Sherlock, however, acted without hesitation. He caught sight of the dark figure collapsing in the distance, and immediately raised his wand. Confringo! The blasting curse hurtled forward, a full-power detonation equivalent to 10 kilograms of TNT. Such a spell could easily backfire on its caster if unleashed at close range, but with ample distance, Sherlock counted on its raw force to do the job. Still, he didn't truly expect it to land. A cold, contemptuous snort answered him, and in an instant a translucent barrier shimmered into existence, deflecting the fiery explosion harmlessly aside. "You've ruined my plan. Die!" The voice that rang out was dripping with malice. With a sharp flick, the enemy conjured another spell. Reducto! From the tip of his wand surged a roiling wave of black magic, crackling with destruction as it sped straight for Sherlock. Since when did the blasting curse pack this much power? How had an otherwise ordinary offensive charm become as formidable in his hands as any dark art? Sherlock had already anticipated a counterstrike before uttering Confringo, sidestepping the blast by a split second. Seizing the brief moment his opponent paused to prepare the next attack, Sherlock unleashed another spell, Impedimenta. His combat-honed senses registered every detail. From the second the man plunged into the unicorn's blood, something felt horribly wrong. His breathing grew ragged, his movements sluggish, classic signs of someone feeding on dark magic to sustain both life and power. Sherlock's recollection of Hagrid's warnings about unicorn blood only confirmed his fears. This man would kill again and again to drink his fill. He couldn't afford to hesitate, not while life itself was at stake. Even if Dumbledore or Hagrid were rushing in, slowing him down wouldn't be enough. Sherlock had to stop him here and now. After casting a barrier charm, Sherlock lunged forward with inhuman speed. His opponent really was a wizard, but swordplay was Sherlock's true element. Before the black-robed man could recover, Sherlock was already at his back. Though staggered by the barrier charm, the wizard recovered quickly, murmuring a silent incantation and erecting a shimmering magical shield. What he didn't expect was an attack in steel rather than in spellcraft. In one fluid motion, Sherlock drew his longsword and slanted the blade into the wizard's ribs. The cold steel glittered in the moonlight, its resolute edge echoing the hard line of Sherlock's outstretched wand. Blood welled from the wound, but the shield's magic, designed to repel more than mere curses, deflected most of the impact. The thrust, though fierce, was too shallow to be fatal. At that instant, a brilliant red flame soared into the sky, the prearranged signal. Harry winced as fresh pain flared across his forehead. He pressed his palm to his scar, fixed his gaze on the heavens, and raised his wand. The night ignited in red. "Damn it!" Harry snarled. With a roar of rage, the black-robed wizard turned and bolted, magic swirling around him as he fled into the darkness. Sherlock's sword arm trembled with unspent fury, but the man was already vanishing, leaving only the scent of ozone and the echo of Harry's crimson flare. Chapter 7. Dumbledore burst into the clearing. At the very moment the dark-robed wizard realized escape was impossible. He staggered to his feet, clutching his side where a sudden searing pain had erupted. Before he could even cry out, Sherlock Holmes, no more than 11 years old, clad in Gryffindor robes, had drawn a slender longsword and driven it deep into the man's waist. The wizard's eyes widened in disbelief. "A child, attacking me again? Are all Gryffindors this foolhardy?" He fumed, fury igniting behind his gaze. "Outrageous," he snarled, leveling his wand. "Impedimenta!" The barrier charm shot from his wand in a streak of shimmering light. Sherlock barely managed to lift his own wand in time, weaving a shield charm to meet it. The two barriers collided mid-air with a crack like thunder, deflecting the boy's follow-up thrust and throwing him off balance. Seizing the moment, the wounded wizard darted away through the trees, vanishing into the shadows as swiftly as an arrow loosed from a bow. Heart hammering, Sherlock righted himself and kept his eyes locked on the fleeing figure. He stowed his wand with a fluid motion and drew a round shield he had concealed beneath his robes. Without hesitation, he raised the shield and shouted, "Crucio!" A spine-chilling scream split the night, echoing through the forest as a malevolent scarlet glow rippled among the trees. Dumbledore rushed forward, brows knit in both concern and grim resolve. The fugitives' flight had ended, and though the unforgivable curse weighed heavily on their souls, justice in this midnight duel had been delivered. Playing it safe, Sherlock didn't bother raising his shield. Instead, he hurled it aside and flashed out of the incoming spell's path. Boom! The Cruciatus curse slammed into the shield where it had stood, and the resulting blast sent huge chunks of earth flying. Despite the explosion, the shield held firm, blocking the spell entirely. Sherlock let out a long, trembling breath. He was really gone this time. If he didn't retreat now, it would truly be too late. Just then, Harry appeared at his side and hurriedly helped him to his feet. "Sherlock, I'm sorry." "My scar." Harry's voice trailed off as he reached out, guilt written all over his face. Sherlock, leaning on Harry's shoulder for support, gave him an assuring squeeze. "My dear Harry, the pain was overwhelming. It's only natural that you lost focus," he said, gentle but firm. How did you know?" Harry whispered, rubbing at his forehead. Sherlock offered a small, wry smile. "You've forgotten my little gift? I sensed your distress the moment your scar flared." Harry's eyes widened as realization dawned. Then he scowled. "Well, I didn't really help you back there. We went in together, but I did nothing but hold on for dear life while you took him down by yourself." Sherlock chuckled softly. "Had you not sent that signal, your Patronus flare, he might still be choking the life out of that poor Auror. You did your part admirably." He paused, then pointed at something on the ground beside them. "Speaking of which, Harry, would you mind picking that up for me?" Harry knelt and retrieved what looked like a small, battered shield. He turned it over in his hands and froze. It wasn't metal or enchanted wood at all, but the very rock cakes Sherlock had snagged from Hagrid's hut. Only now they'd been compressed into tight, overlapping layers, complete with a rough-hewn handle carved into one side. Harry blinked. "You turned Hagrid's rock cakes into a shield?" Sherlock simply shrugged, brushing dust from his coat. "Always be prepared, Harry. You never know when a snack might save your life, or prevent a particularly nasty curse from landing." And with that, Sherlock Holmes stood tall once more, ready to face whatever came next, rock cakes and all. Harry stood there, utterly speechless. "Sherlock, you actually used it as armor," he blurted out. The sheer audacity of Sherlock's move wiped away any lingering guilt from Harry's mind. He couldn't help but recall the detective's earlier words to him and Ron. If you don't treat it as mere food, but as a weapon and a shield, it becomes incredibly practical. Sherlock caught Harry's wide-eyed stare and offered a knowing smile. "Quite practical, wouldn't you say?" Harry could only shake his head in admiration. There was nothing left to say. Sherlock had once again outdone everyone's expectations. Chapter 89. A Madman Sharpening His Knife at Night. Moonlight filtered through the dense canopy as Sherlock Holmes extinguished his torch and sheathed his longsword. Beside him, Harry Potter stood shrouded under his invisibility cloak. "Harry," Sherlock whispered, "if you can, please stay out of sight." Harry nodded. He had little desire for Hagrid to discover his presence in the Forbidden Forest tonight. A faint, rhythmic crunch of twigs alerted them to someone or something drawing near. Moments later, a towering figure emerged into the clearing. Rubeus Hagrid, his pink cheeks flushed, his greatcoat dusted with forest duff. He skidded to a halt at the grisly scene before him, the shattered undergrowth, trampled ferns, and a dying unicorn at the center, its silver flank stained crimson. Hagrid froze, one massive hand flying to his bushy beard. "Blimey," he breathed. "Who or what did this?" He bent and gently touched the unicorn's broken legs. "Hold on, girl. Can we save you?" Sherlock knelt beside the creature's flank and pointed. "Look at these wounds." Under the moon's glow, fresh bite marks glistened. Someone has been drinking its blood. At the revelation, Hagrid's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. He stood up, voice trembling with rage and sorrow. "Unicorn blood," he said, catching himself. He drew a steadying breath. "Even a few drops can keep you alive, but only if the unicorn offers it willingly. Force it, and its blood curses you with a half-life no one should endure." Sherlock's gaze was as cold and sharp as ever. "We need to find whoever did this, and we'd better hurry." Together, Sherlock and the still invisible Harry followed Hagrid deeper into the forest, pursuing a monster far more dangerous than any beast of the wild. But if someone forcibly drinks its blood to save their own life, from the moment a single drop touches their lips, they are bound to a cursed half-life. Sherlock spoke slowly, as though reciting a dry fact, but his words were meant for Harry, crouched beside him under the invisibility cloak. At last, Harry understood. The figure they had just confronted in the forest was none other than Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord who had murdered his parents and terrorized the entire wizarding world. Yet, strangely, he hadn't seemed all that powerful. Harry's shock was silent. Hagrid, bursting in just moments ago, had no clue what Sherlock was talking about, and Sherlock hadn't expected him to. His priority had always been the unicorn. Though grievously wounded, the creature was not beyond saving. Sherlock's quick action had staved off the worst of its injuries. With that taken care of, the mystery of the unicorn's attack in the Forbidden Forest was officially closed. Hagrid shook his head in wonder. "Blimey, Sherlock, you've cracked it all in one night. Wouldn't think it possible." Sherlock offered nothing more than a slight nod. He knew better. The only reason Voldemort's identity and his cursed scheme had been revealed so swiftly was the Dark Lord's own impatience. His frantic haste tonight had given Sherlock the opening he needed. All that remained was to tell Dumbledore everything and let him take care of it. After all, that was his responsibility. Besides, whoever had been stalking the Forbidden Forest today would never dare return. Hagrid had barely set off when Fang came racing back from the undergrowth, his tail wagging furiously. A few steps beyond, Hagrid spotted another figure looming in the gloom. It wasn't Ronan or Bane. This centaur looked younger, almost ethereal, with platinum blonde hair, a sleek silver-gray equine body, and pale blue eyes that might have come straight out of a fairy tale. "Firenze! It's good to see you," Hagrid called, relief brightening his face. The centaur's gaze dropped to the limp white form cradled in Hagrid's arms, and his expression went pale. "Hagrid, what's that, a unicorn? Is it all right?" Gently, Hagrid set the unicorn foal down on the mossy ground. Its legs were splinted and broken, but it was alive. Firenze's concern deep. "Ned, it must be the same intruder who's been lurking in our forest." Hagrid knelt beside the foal, stroking its mane. Thankfully, Sherlock arrived just in time. The unicorn's going to pull through, and we drove the poacher off. Thank Heath breathed, relief flooding his features as he sank to one knee beside the injured creature. Together, they watched over the foal until it stirred, secure in the knowledge that the worst of the danger had passed. Firenze fixed Sherlock with a steady gaze. When the boy offered to help, the centaur's somber expression softened into genuine gratitude. "Thank you for saving that poor unicorn," he said, inclining his head toward the wounded creature. "You're Sherlock Holmes?" Firenze continued, his tone now warm and curious. "I've heard your name, truly a remarkable child." Hagrid, overhearing the exchange, slapped Sherlock on the shoulder with a proud grin. "Ha! I never imagined you'd be famous among the centaurs, lad. I always thought only Harry had earned that respect." Before anyone could respond, the sharp sound of hoofbeats grew louder at the far edge of the clearing. Ronan and Bane burst into view, their flanks heaving and sweat dripping from their muzzles, clear evidence of a forced sprint or arduous exertion. "Firenze!" Bane bellowed the moment he drew level with them. Firenze bristled. "I'm not deaf, Bane. You needn't shout." Bane's voice trembled with anger as he pressed on. "What did you tell the boy?" Firenze's eyes narrowed, impatient. "Why do you care what I said?" "Because," Bane thundered, stamping a forehoof, "we swore never to defy the will of the heavens. Have we not read the omens written in the movement of the planets?" Firenze's nostrils flared, and the tension between the two centaurs crackled through the clearing. Hagrid and Sherlock exchanged uneasy glances, unsure which way the dispute would go. Ronan shifted uneasily on his forehooves, skidding at the edge of the clearing as he tried to choose his words. In a low, sorrowful tone, he spoke to Firenze. "I'm sure he believed he was doing the right thing," Ronan offered. At that, Bane snorted and stamped angrily. "Good intentions? What's that got to do with any of us?" He whirled on Firenze. "We centaurs live by the stars, by prophecy and by reason, not by chasing after humans who wander lost in our woods like mules." Hagrid's broad face turned crimson, but before he could step forward, Firenze rose onto his hinds, an unmistakable sign of deep fury among his kind. The great stallion's hooves hovered inches off the ground as he fixed Bane with a blazing stare. "Did you not see that unicorn?" Firenze thundered. His voice shook the branches overhead. "Have the planets hidden their wisdom from you? It was killed because of what it guarded, Bane. I cannot, will not, stand by while that threat lurks in our forest. If I must stand alongside those humans to stop it, then so be it." With a final snort, Firenze dropped back to all fours. He turned to Hagrid and Sherlock, nodding once in invitation. Without a word, the giant gamekeeper and the detective fell into step behind him. They needed no urging. Both Hagrid and Holmes had long grown weary of centaur riddles and prophesies. Better to follow a clear cause than chase whispers in the night. Together, the unusual company threaded between gnarled oaks and moonlit ferns, bound for whatever destiny awaited them in the heart of that enchanted wood. Once they'd put Bane and Ronan well behind them, Firenze halted and turned to Sherlock. "Holmes, do you have any idea why Bane was so furious back there?" Hagrid chuckled. "Firenze, you never speak plainly. Even Sherlock here might not guess your meaning. Right, Sherlock?" Sherlock offered a faint smile. "I can certainly infer a few things." Hagrid blinked in surprise, and Firenze leaned forward, his blue eyes bright with curiosity. "Go on." "It's straightforward," Sherlock said coolly. "Bane didn't want you to share the results of your star readings with us." Firenze's eyes shone Eve and more. "Exactly. Now, do you know what those results are?" Sherlock sighed. "It's obvious. Lord Voldemort is the one who harmed the unicorn." At that name, Hagrid drew in a sharp breath. Unseen beneath his invisibility cloak, Harry gripped it tighter, feeling the air around him chill. "Impossible," Hagrid protested, shaking his massive head. "With Dumbledore here at Hogwarts, you know who wouldn't dare show his face on these grounds." Firenze, however, merely nodded, a look of respect in his equine features. "Holmes, you truly are as remarkable as the stories suggest." "I think you should come and take divination with me," Firenze suggested. "Divination?" Sherlock Holmes raised an eyebrow. He shook his head. "My conclusion wasn't drawn from astrological charts or tea leaves. It sprang from cold, hard reason, nothing mystical about it." Firenze's equine features twisted in mild confusion. After all, invoking science in a world built on magic always sounded odd. Sherlock grinned slightly. Actually, it's quite straightforward if you follow the clues. Unseen and cloaked by an invisibility charm, Harry Potter stifled a knowing smile. He recognized that tone. His friend was about to launch into one of his trademark deductions. Sherlock paced a few steps and began. Unicorn blood, when extracted by force, carries an enduring curse. It grants a half-life of tormented existence. For most victims, a swift death would be preferable to limping on forever in agony. The only conceivable reason to poison yourself with such a fate is if you need time to find another means of restoration, another way to recover your lost vitality and magic. Sherlock paused, meeting Firenze's wide-eyed stare. Harry listened intently, invisible and silent. The one object capable of fully healing the cursed, and indeed of granting true immortality, is the Philosopher's Stone, which can produce the elixir of life. Conveniently, that stone resides here at Hogwarts, and who, pray tell, would be more eager to seize that opportunity than Lord Voldemort? He's lain dormant for years, powerless, until now. He cannot afford to let such a prize slip through his fingers. Firenze stood motionless, jaws slack. Sherlock's calm, clinical breakdown left no room for doubt or for divination. In that moment, the centaur realized he was facing reason far more potent than any prophecy the stars could provide. "Sherlock, you already told me that." Firenze stared at him in astonishment, as if Sherlock had just whispered a new revelation. Hagrid's eyes lit up and he burst out, "So you'd worked it out all along." Harry, hidden under his invisibility cloak, nearly stumbled. Blimey, his giant friend could be painfully slow. Still, even after finally catching on to Sherlock's line of reasoning, Hagrid grumbled on. "Impressive as your talents are, Sherlock, I'm afraid you're mistaken this time. With Dumbledore at Hogwarts, you-know-who doesn't stand a chance." His tone left no doubt. Hagrid's faith in Dumbledore had become all but blind adoration. Sherlock said nothing in reply. Firenze, however, inclined his great horse-like head and spoke softly. "This isn't mere deduction, it's centaur divination. Hagrid, you know centaurs rarely err." "But you are wrong now, and you too, Sherlock!" Hagrid snapped, his voice rising. Seeing that his friend had slipped into full-blown argument mode, Firenze wisely fell silent. He knew better than to press the point further. A few moments later, the trio, a centaur, a half-giant, and a keen-minded detective, emerged at the very edge of the forbidden forest. Firenze halted and turned to them both. "This is where we part ways," he said quietly. He cast a final glance down the dark, wooded path before fading back among the towering trees. Sherlock and Hagrid watched him go, each lost in his own thoughts as the forest's shadow closed in behind the centaur. "I wish you the best of luck," Sherlock said, nodding to the centaur. "Throughout history, the stars of fate have been misread, and even centaurs can be mistaken. I hope that, this time, your reading is in error." Firenze, who alone among his herd still showed Sherlock goodwill, unlike Ronan and Bane, tilted his head in mild surprise. "Is there something amiss? In fact, there's a proverb that suits your forecast far better." Sherlock's eyes gleamed. "In midnight's hush the madman sharpens his blade, the Emperor's star wavers, and high above Mars looms." He gave Firenze a brief wave and fell into step with Hagrid, striding back toward the castle. "Did you hear that?" "In midnight's hush." Firenze murmured the words to himself, turning them over slowly until, in an instant, his eyes flared a brilliant sapphire. "Indeed," he breathed. "That is infinitely more fitting than 'Mars is bright tonight.' You must go and slay Voldemort and his followers." You must go and slay Voldemort and his followers. Firenze revered the threads of destiny as deeply as any centaur, yet unlike most of his kin, who distrusted wizards, he was ready to aid humans in peril. His uncommon compassion set him apart from the herd, and tonight, Ronan and Bane drove that point home. Astrologers understand that Mars embodies war, conflict, and violence. When Ronan repeatedly warned Sherlock and Hagrid that Mars shines too brightly, he was discreetly signaling that the wizarding world stood on the brink of disaster. After a decade of peace, the drums of war were sounding again. Dark forces were stirring in the wake of Lord Voldemort's resurrection and his relentless quest for the Philosopher's Stone. Centaurs, however, shun plain speech, so their dire prophecy could take no clearer form than that single, haunting refrain. Compared to Sherlock's vivid couplet, A madman grinds his blade at midnight. The emperor's star falters as Mars ascends. The old saying, "Mars is bright tonight," sounded utterly pedestrian. Both phrases pointed to the same omen, but Sherlock's line painted a far richer tableau. At that moment, Firenze decided that upon returning to the herd, he would replace the century-old warning with Sherlock's more haunting version. It suited the centaur's love of mystery and weighty portent, and, to Firenze's surprise, it would soon elevate his standing among them. Later, by the edge of the forbidden forest, Sherlock recounted the origin of the verse to Rubus Hagrid, who cocked an eyebrow over his pink umbrella, and to Harry Potter, cloaked in invisibility nearby. "Over Christmas," Sherlock explained, "a classmate gifted me this odd little book. It's brimming with arcane Eastern symbols and half-forgotten tales. Tucked inside were those 2 lines of poetry, with only a brief note. They came from an ancient Chinese general, famed for both his strategy and his insight. The ancient, mysterious realm of the East has spent more than 5,000 years studying the human heart. No one in the world understands our nature better than they do." Hagrid, only half following Sherlock's words, finally frowned and asked, "Why did you tell him all that?" Sherlock's gaze was steady. "Because I want our centaur friend, who's shown us such kindness, to have an easier time when he returns to the forest. Now, Hagrid, please see to the injured unicorn, and let's not keep the headmaster up any longer." Moments later, Hagrid had bandaged the unicorn's wounds. He and Sherlock hurried up the spiral staircase to Dumbledore's office. They knocked, stepped inside, and found the headmaster in a star-patterned nightgown, looking far from pleased. "Is this really so urgent it can't wait until morning?" Dumbledore asked, rubbing his eyes. "A bit of consideration for an old man, if you please." Hagrid straightened. "I wouldn't wake you if it weren't serious, Professor." Dumbledore sighed, but offered a patient smile. "My dear Rubus, you know I trust you. Have you news from the Forbidden Forest?" Hagrid nodded gravely. "Yes, sir." Dumbledore leaned forward, the faint glow of his office lamps reflecting in his spectacles. "Then let us hear it." Outside, the castle corridors grew silent, and the magic of the night settled in, while inside, a new mystery awaited unraveling. Although we managed to save the unicorn, the poacher got away, and Sherlock even crossed paths with him. He tried to tell us who it was, but kept choking on the words, stammering, he was. Hagrid's lips trembled as he struggled to speak the name, and Dumbledore simply raised an eyebrow. It was Lord Voldemort. At once, Hagrid shuddered and drew in a shaky breath. He didn't notice the faint quiver in the very air beside him, or the soft glint of light dancing off Dumbledore's spectacles. The headmaster's tone softened as he addressed the gamekeeper. "Hagrid, could you step outside for a moment?" Hagrid blinked in surprise, but obeyed. Once the door closed behind him, Ledore turned back to Sherlock with a small smile. "I supposed you'd argue to let him stay for this conversation." "No need," Sherlock replied coolly. "What we're about to discuss isn't something Hagrid should hear." "He's like he's already taken Veritaserum," Dumbledore said, folding his hands. Sherlock offered a faint nod. "It seems the truth comes naturally to him." "That comparison, vivid and accurate," Dumbledore agreed, then tapped his fingers together. "But I take it your other friend can reveal himself now?" Beneath the desk, Harry Potter pressed himself flat, the invisibility cloak draped perfectly over him. He remained utterly still, waiting. Harry had spent enough time with Sherlock to lose the wide-eyed innocence he'd arrived at Hogwarts with. Could Dumbledore have been setting a trap? "Show yourself," Sherlock demanded. "You were spotted the moment you set foot in my office." Without a moment's hesitation, Harry whipped off his invisibility cloak. He stood there sheepishly before the headmaster. "I'm sorry, sir," he stammered. "I didn't think anyone could see me." Dumbledore's lips curved into a gentle smile. "Odd," he murmured. "You seem rather more confident when you believe yourself invisible." Relief flooded through Harry. Dumbledore wasn't angry. He glanced at Sherlock. "How did you know I was there?" Sherlock inclined his head with a proud glint in his eye. "It's really quite straightforward. A careful observer, one who pays attention to every fleeting expression, every muscle twitch and eye movement, can deduce a person's presence even if they're wearing an invisibility cloak. When Hagrid and I entered, your gaze, while primarily on the two of us, rested for a full 3 seconds on exactly the spot where Harry stood. When Hagrid mentioned Lord Voldemort just now, you couldn't help but glance his way again. 2 independent confirmations are more than enough to settle the matter. Dumbledore furrowed his brow in thought, then waved his wand. In an instant, 2 tall glasses of lemonade appeared on the table before Sherlock and Harry. "Have a drink first," he said kindly. Sherlock remained perfectly still, glass untouched. Harry, however, offered a quick "thank you," grabbed his lemonade, and gulped it down. He hadn't cast a single spell in tonight's battle, but running in and out of the Forbidden Forest alongside Sherlock had drained his energy, and his throat was parched. He immediately regretted it. The lemonade was cloyingly sweet. Dumbledore must have dumped half a sugar barrel into it. He couldn't taste any lemon at all. Glancing over, Harry noticed Sherlock's glass sitting pristine and full, and he inwardly admired his friend's restraint. Dumbledore, apparently unaware of their silent exchange, looked from one to the other and asked in his calm, even tone, "So the true combatants tonight weren't just 1, but 2, correct?" Harry's cheeks warmed. "Professor, really, it was all thanks to Sherlock. All I did was send fireworks into the sky," Harry protested. "No, Harry," Dumbledore said gently. "If you hadn't done that, Lord Voldemort might not have retreated so quickly." Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Dumbledore waved him silent. "Never mind the finer points. You did exceptionally well tonight, and your friend here agrees." "Well said," Sherlock Holmes echoed. "Though, I must admit, I overlooked something in tonight's plan." "An oversight? What was it?" Dumbledore leaned forward, curiosity lighting his eyes. He'd come to respect Sherlock's intellect above almost any other. Sherlock didn't answer immediately. He drew his wand and flicked his wrist. Instantly, a burst of purple sparks showered upward, crackling like miniature stars. "A warning charm," Sherlock explained, lowering his wand. "I demonstrated it once at Halloween. I didn't expect to see it in the field so soon." Dumbledore nodded appreciatively. Then he paused. "But I don't see how this ties into what we were just discussing." Sherlock's gaze remained calm, because Harry here displayed a similar effect when he said Voldemort, only his sparks were red. At the mention of red sparks, Dumbledore's eyes widened with sudden understanding. Harry stood frozen for a heartbeat, then stammered, I never even thought of that." Dumbledore smiled gently. "Nor did Rubus, but trust me, Harry, he'll soon put it out of his mind." Sherlock's face grew solemn. "That may be, but not everyone is Hagrid. I should have warned you about this before the battle." The headmaster chuckled. "Sherlock, you've done more than enough today. If I'd been at Hogwarts your age, I doubt I would have fared as well as the 2 of you." Sherlock offered a wry shrug. "True, and you didn't have a powerful principal at your back when you faced a Dark Lord." Dumbledore let the remark pass, choosing to change the subject. "In truth, Voldemort's hunger for unicorn blood runs far deeper than most realize. Simply denying it to him tonight counts as your greatest triumph." Sherlock shook his head. "Unicorn blood only keeps him alive at a terrible cost. His real prize is the Philosopher's Stone." The headmaster's eyes gleamed behind his spectacles. "That's because you don't yet know unicorn blood's rarest secret. Beyond prolonging life, it holds another power, one known to almost no one." Sherlock and Harry exchanged an intrigued glance, leaning forward as Dumbledore prepared to reveal the hidden truth. Dumbledore spoke calmly. "He's using dark arts to fashion a temporary, cursed body." In an instant, Sherlock's mind sparked with recognition. Today's encounter with Lord Voldemort had yielded far more than he'd ever anticipated. No wonder Quirrell, Voldemort in disguise, hadn't drunk the unicorn's blood once it died. What he really wanted was for the creature to watch its own lifeblood drain away, powerless and enraged to its final breath. That rage, Voldemort knew, would leave behind a potent curse. Sherlock's extensive reading had prepared him for exactly this sort of cruelty. Ancient texts from a certain mysterious Eastern civilization described wicked cultivators who sacrificed living beings in precisely the same way, refining their essence into magical artifacts. In some respects, even Voldemort, the dark wizard extraordinaire, paled beside those demonic overlords. According to the old legends, they could slaughter more souls in a single day than Voldemort had claimed in his entire life. Of course, it was merely a matter of different cultural and national circumstances. Harry had already told Dumbledore everything that had happened that night. Sherlock had remained silent throughout. He knew better than to interrupt, since Harry's account was clear and precise. Lord Voldemort is much weaker now, Harry concluded. His frantic behavior during the duel shows he can't control Quirrell as well as before. Dumbledore paused thoughtfully, then spoke in his gentle, steady voice. Then I hope you will face him again, Harry. Harry blinked in disbelief. Me? He tapped his chest. Sir, I'm just a first year. I've barely mastered any offensive charms. You want me to take on Lord Voldemort and Professor Quirrell? For a moment, he could almost imagine himself alone in that role, bearing the weight of an impossible responsibility, fueled by revenge for his parents. Hot-blooded, heroic, ready to charge headlong into danger. Without Sherlock's steady presence, he might have done exactly that. But ever since he'd started working with the world's greatest consulting detective, Harry had learned the value of clear thinking over impulsive bravery. He squared his shoulders and met Dumbledore's eyes. I'll do my best, of course, sir. But I'll need help, preparation, strategy, allies, everything. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with approval. Very wise, Harry. You shall have it, and you will not be alone. A sense of purpose settled over Harry as he realized that this time he might have more than just courage on his side. He had a plan, and he had Sherlock. I'd be happy to help, but I'll need the full text of the chapter you'd like rewritten. Could you please paste the complete passage here? Once I have the full content, I can transform it into a coherent, idiomatic English version. Dumbledore watched Sherlock with growing unease. The detective's face was as unreadable as ever, but his voice carried an unmistakable edge. Sherlock, our agreement, Dumbledore began. Does it really have to be like this? Sherlock interrupted. Dumbledore frowned. Excuse me? Sherlock held the headmaster's gaze unwavering. Do you honestly expect Harry to confront Lord Voldemort again and again, sending a first-year student to face the Dark Lord? Your plan is brilliantly foolish. Do you think Harry will thank you for it? Or are you hoping he'll be grateful in his grave? Tonight's battle showed that Harry can barely keep himself together when he's up against Voldemort. The headmaster cleared his throat. About that scar, I have an idea. Sherlock cut him off. Are you treating Harry as the chosen one, or are you planning to use him as Voldemort's pawn? You can't seriously expect a group of first years to guard the Philosopher's Stone. If the magical community is so weak, maybe we'd be better off destroying it altogether. The bluntness of Sherlock's words left Dumbledore speechless, and Harry utterly stunned. Harry gasped. This was Albus Dumbledore. Beneath that kindly smile lay far more power than even Professor McGonagall or Professor Snape could muster, and Hogwarts students knew it. His titles alone were staggering: President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Grand Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and of course, Headmaster of Hogwarts. He truly was the greatest wizard of his age, and rumor had it, the only man Lord Voldemort ever feared. And yet here stood Sherlock Holmes, a first-year student, no less, daring to defy him. Sherlock had raised his hand, finger pointed at the headmaster as though issuing a curse. Harry's heart thumped so loudly he thought it might burst. Then, as a sudden warmth spread through him, he realized Dumbledore's attention wasn't on Sherlock at all, but squarely on Harry himself. Every ounce of that legendary gaze focused on him. In that moment, Harry felt both honored and humbled, and Sherlock's silhouette towered before his mind's eye. Dumbledore's eyes flicked from Sherlock back to Harry, his expression softening into something almost pleading. Sherlock's brows drew together, watching, silent. Then the headmaster spoke in a gentle, urgent whisper. Harry, trust me. I only need you to face him one more time, just one last time. There was no mistaking it. Dumbledore was determined to push Harry toward some crucial breakthrough. Albus Dumbledore hadn't expected Sherlock's influence on Harry to grow so strong in less than a school year. Though battle-hardened and well-read, he still found it hard to judge whether this was ultimately good or bad for the boy who lived. That was why he had arranged for the two boys to stand before the Mirror of Erised, hoping that the mirror's revelations would show him their deepest selves. Harry's reflection confirmed Dumbledore's hopes, brave, loyal, and selfless. Sherlock's, however, remained an enigma. Even at 12, the boy's mind was too swift and layered for simple judgment. Still, one fact stood clear. Sherlock and Harry's friendship was as pure and untainted as magic itself. That had to be enough. So when Dumbledore now faced Harry, he adopted a humble, almost deferential stance, trusting that Harry could grasp the importance of what lay ahead, not only for himself, but for the entire wizarding world. Harry turned to Sherlock, his green eyes earnest. Sherlock. Sherlock pressed a hand to his brow, managing a wry smile. He genuinely liked Harry, even if the younger boy sometimes took a moment to catch on. But this was Harry's choice, and as a friend, Sherlock would not stand in his way. Sherlock still had one stipulation. Headmaster, every problem solvable with deduction has already been handled by me. When brute force becomes necessary, I trust you won't let us down. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed. You have my word. No matter what means Lord Voldemort employs to control Professor Quirrell, he will not harm you. Let's hope you're right, Sherlock said coolly. Though the words were curt, Harry and Dumbledore both exhaled in relief, exchanging grateful glances. So, Dumbledore prompted, when do you plan to depart? Sherlock's brow furrowed. Excuse me, what did you say? Dumbledore paused, a sudden unease creeping in. He'd come to know Sherlock well, brilliant, kind, and endlessly perceptive, but also capable of a razor-sharp tongue when angered. And now Sherlock certainly seemed upset. Really, Sherlock said, his voice edged with sarcasm, when you drink water, do you pour all the sugar directly into your brain? Or is that just a symptom of your senile dementia, Dumbledore? Sherlock drawled, leaning back in his chair. If he were really still at Hogwarts, how could that fellow have ever gotten close enough to threaten the Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore closed his eyes and exhaled wearily. He'd expected Sherlock's irritation after tonight's clash in the Forbidden Forest, but not quite this level of scathing wit. Still, he felt a swell of gratitude. Harry had a friend so fiercely protective, even if that friend could charm the very portrait of Merlin himself. All right, Dumbledore said at last, opening his eyes. I'll make them believe I've left the school. That should throw off any unwanted scrutiny. Sherlock gave a curt nod. I've already dealt with our suspect. He'll need time to recover. That will buy us a window. I'll arrange for Watson to bring me word of any changes, Dumbledore replied, and I'll have Hedwig on standby for urgent communiques. Sherlock tapped his fingertips together. And Potter's scar? It's still troubling him. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. I wish I had a cure. For now, all I can offer is a theory. We'll only know whether it holds true after this operation is over. I'll need full schematics of the stone's defenses, Sherlock said, pulling out a slim notebook and pen. Consider it done, Dumbledore assured him. I'll send the blueprints by owl, or Watson can hand-deliver them if you prefer. They continued hashing out the final details, timing, cover stories, escape routes, until every contingency was accounted for. All the while, Harry stood off to the side, eyes wide with confusion, as his two greatest protectors plotted the decisive strike against Lord Voldemort. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but Sherlock patted his shoulder gently. Come on, Harry. There's no point in staying here any longer. But go join your little lions. Harry glanced at Dumbledore. The headmaster returned his look with a knowing smile and a slight nod. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore called after them, and Sherlock, aren't you at least going to have a glass of lemonade? Sherlock shot him a wry look. Why don't you keep the syrup for yourself? While you're at it, I suggest you schedule your free dental checkup and cleaning this year. Dr. Granger's clinic will be delighted to see you. Dumbledore simply blinked. That night, concealed under the invisibility cloak, Sherlock and Harry slipped back to the Gryffindor common room. Ron, Neville, and Dean were already fast asleep in their four-poster beds. The next morning, Sherlock was back at Harry's door before dawn. The battle in the Forbidden Forest had exposed too many gaps in Harry's skills, and he'd resolved to train harder than ever. Together, they ran sprints around the castle grounds, practiced dueling stances by the lake, and refined defensive incantations until the first hints of sunrise. Once their routine was complete, the pair returned to the Great Hall. It was empty except for a few early risers stacking their plates at the far end. Harry hesitated, then blurted out the question he'd been nursing ever since Hagrid served breakfast one morning. Sherlock, how is it that Hagrid's rock cakes actually block a charm? Sherlock laughed. Honestly, Harry, I thought you'd asked me that ages ago. Harry's cheeks flushed. I I was waiting for the right moment. But now, at last, he had his answer, and plenty more mysteries to unpack. Sherlock leaned forward, fingertips pressed together, and fixed Harry with a steady gaze. Think it through, Harry. It really isn't hard to deduce the truth about these spells. He tapped the table once, then began. First, let's consider the nature of a charm. Charms channel magical power to produce effects beyond ordinary capabilities, floating objects, instantaneous light, that sort of thing. Offensive charms typically manifest with observable phenomena, flashes of light, crackling sounds, sometimes even a gust of wind. Because they project energy into the environment, there's always the possibility that someone, or something, can dodge, deflect, or block them. Even the most powerful charms aren't invulnerable. They can be stopped by sufficiently dense or magically resistant materials. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He'd studied that in Professor Flitwick's class, but like most first years, he jotted down the notes without really absorbing them. Sherlock continued, Now let's talk about Hagrid's, shall we say, rock cakes. He arched an eyebrow. Anyone who's tried one knows they're about as edible as a stone, but the real question is, why did the charm on those cakes fail to affect their intended target? Harry frowned. Hagrid took time to cast the spell properly, though. Precisely, Sherlock said. He put effort into it, yet the cakes remained unaltered. That tells us something crucial about their intended victim. Hagrid's half-giant heritage gives him a natural resistance to magic. Giants, by their very nature, possess a degree of magic immunity, somewhat like having their own personal wards. Harry's eyes widened. So you think the real target was a giant? Exactly, Sherlock replied. The spell had to be strong enough to bypass Hagrid's innate resistance, but if the target were another giant, someone with equal or greater magical resilience, even that charm would do little more than tickle. Hence, the cakes remained as hard as ever. He leaned back, expression cool but triumphant. In short, by analyzing the strength of the charm, and knowing Hagrid's giant bloodline grants him magic resistance, we deduce the intended victim must be of similar lineage. That's why you're tasty, if rock-like cakes stayed stubbornly inedible. Harry sat up, excitement in his eyes. Brilliant deduction, Sherlock. That means the only other giant at Hogwarts. Sherlock offered a faint smile. Exactly. The culprit is closer than you think. Sherlock often points out something too many people overlook. A wizard's own magical resilience seeps into the objects they enchant. That's why, when Voldemort unleashed the killing curse, it was those rock cakes, baked by Hagrid, infused with his giant blood, and possessing an unusually firm texture, that absorbed the full brunt of the spell. What looked like a miraculous fluke actually follows perfect logic. Admittedly, I panicked and hurled my shield at the curse, but it was Hagrid's pastries doing the heavy lifting all along. Armed with that knowledge, I know our defenses will only grow stronger next time. Pass me the teacup, I said, swirling the tea as Sherlock studied me intently. We need to design your training regimen before your next showdown with, well, him, and anticipate Dumbledore's moves once he returns to Hogwarts. Sure enough, for the next 2 weeks, Professor Quirrell never set foot in Defense Against the Dark Arts, not a single class. Sherlock's deduction was confirmed. The shadowy figure they'd glimpsed crawling through the corridors that night had been Quirrell all along. It remained unclear whether Voldemort was manipulating Professor Quirrell through dark magic or had somehow latched onto him in spirit. All that was officially known was Snape's curt explanation. Quirrell had taken ill and gone on leave. In his absence, Defense Against the Dark Arts fell to Professor Snape, the very same man who normally presided over potions, and Gryffindor paid the price. Almost immediately, points began to vanish. Harry Potter, perpetually on Snape's bad side, lost marks for Raz, odds no one could fathom. Neville dropped points every time he fumbled a charm, and Seamus somehow managed explosive setbacks that earned him yet more deductions. And this came on top of the damage Gryffindor had already suffered. Just 2 weeks earlier, Sherlock had publicly bested a fellow student in a duel, prompting fresh penalties and plunging the house's score even lower. With Snape's relentless double deductions, Gryffindor finally hit rock bottom. First place Slytherin pulled ever farther ahead, and the little lions could only sulk over their ever-widening deficit. There was, however, one exception to the gloom. Sherlock himself seemed oddly pleased by the turn of events. Harry frowned at Snape's cold glare and reminded himself of the reason behind it, because I stabbed him. Still, when it came to teaching practical defense against the dark arts, Severus Snape's methods, though harsh and unforgiving, proved far more effective than Professor Quirrell's eager but unfocused enthusiasm. It was hard to believe that first-year students hadn't practiced the disarming charm until the second half of the term. The incantation was simple, Expelliarmus, and its purpose was just as straightforward, to force an opponent's wand flying from their hand. Since most witches and wizards rely on wands to channel and refine their magic, casting without one is notoriously difficult. Wandless spells are unstable, prone to wild misfires, and can even be dangerous. That's why Expelliarmus quickly became every duelist's go-to offensive charm. Of course, the charm's strength depended entirely on the caster's skill and power. In today's lesson, both Sherlock and Harry demonstrated exceptional talent. Harry's in particular shone through under Snape's exacting eye. Until now, apart from his exploits on the Quidditch pitch, Harry had never demonstrated a talent so crisp and assured, a talent befitting the savior of the wizarding world. Not even Hermione, already celebrated as the school's brightest witch, could equal the precision of his spell. Professor Snape's dark eyes locked onto Harry's emerald stare. After a moment's silence, he drew in a slow breath and said in his trademark whisper, "A textbook Expelliarmus, Mr. Potter." Harry felt a surge of pride at the rare praise, yet he refused to let himself relax. He still remembered the perfect strength potion Snape had given him at Christmas, and he had Sherlock's unsettling account of the professor's history with his mother, Lily. Sherlock had made it absolutely clear. Any kindness Harry received from Snape stemmed solely from Snape's unrequited love for Lily. Nothing more. As if to prove the point, Snape's tone shifted on a dime. "But if your disarming charm is so flawless, why won't you share your technique with your classmates? Look at Mr. Finnegan over there, sitting right beside you. He turned his Expelliarmus into an exploding charm. Should I call him a genius or an idiot?" "Potter, due to your inaction, Gryffindor loses 5 points." The familiar sting of Professor Snape's voice left Harry surprisingly relieved. This was the Snape he knew, ever eager to find fault and dock house points. In fact, if he went a day without penalizing Gryffindor, the students would have thought something was wrong. Seamus, whose earlier blunder had already cost the house points, barely raised an eyebrow. Now Snape was pinning the same offense on Harry, but no one in the common room was even startled. They exchanged weary smiles and silently agreed. That's just him, and talk about rotten luck, losing points twice over the same thing. Once class ended, Seamus slung his satchel over his shoulder and muttered, "I wonder when Professor Quirrell will be back. Detective Holmes, any deductions?" The nickname Detective Holmes had stuck to Sherlock after Christmas. He'd helped Hannah Abbott, the very first year to try on the Sorting Hat, solve an impossible puzzle, and word of his remarkable reasoning quickly spread through all 4 houses. Now, whenever anyone needed answers, they turned to Detective Holmes. Since that first case, Sherlock had been inundated with requests, each one more peculiar than the last, and he'd managed to solve every single one. Between those mysteries and the usual chaos of flying class, Halloween pranks, and the like, his reputation as Detective Holmes spread far and wide across Hogwarts. Ironically, his own house was the last to catch on. The Gryffindors, dubbed the Little Lions, were a reckless bunch. They thrived on daring stunts and never paused to ponder the fallout, so they seldom thought to fetch Sherlock for help. Hermione, by contrast, was quick to earn her own nickname. At first, she was known simply as Gryffindor's Know-It-All. But when her brilliance became the talk of the entire school, the more formal and slightly teasing title, Miss Know-It-All, stuck. One afternoon, as they headed back from potions, Seamus Finnegan turned to Sherlock. "So, when do you think he'll be back?" he asked, eyebrows raised. Sherlock glanced up at the stone walls overhead. "Probably after Easter," he replied, though his tone grew flat. "Though, if it were up to me, I'd hope he never returns." Seamus blinked. "No way," he said, sounding incredulous. "You'd let the old bat keep teaching us forever?" The nickname Old Bat was the Weasley twins' creation for Professor Snape. Clad in billowing black robes, he drifted through the corridors like a specter, materializing at the slightest hint of rule-breaking and deducting house points with an almost surgical precision. Before long, the moniker had caught on among students in every house, even the Slytherins themselves. "He's an exceptional teacher," Sherlock declared, his expression completely earnest. "His instruction puts Professor Quirrell to shame. Honestly, Quirrell doesn't even belong in the same conversation." Seamus shifted in his seat, unable to meet the other's eyes. Neville and Dean pretended to examine the ceiling tiles. "Come on, mate," Ron began, his voice trailing off as he caught Seamus's pleading look. Before Ron could continue, Hermione cut in sharply. "Sherlock's right. Yes, Professor Snape can be harsh about points, but you actually learn something from him." She fixed Ron with a stern glare. Instantly, he fell silent. After all, his essays still needed her careful proofreading. When no one else spoke up, Hermione beamed with satisfaction, then turned back to Sherlock. "By the way," she asked, "how do you know Professor Quirrell will be back soon?" Sherlock's lips quirked into a small smile. "Because I stabbed him with my sword. 2 weeks rest plus Easter break ought to do the trick." For a moment the common room was utterly still. Then the friends all burst into laughter. Ron threw his head back, laughter bringing tears to his eyes. "Blimey, mate, I never expected you to crack a joke that dark. If that actually happens, I'll never find a girlfriend before I turn 20. Neville, Seamus, and Dean howled with him. Harry glanced at the circle of grinning faces and, not wanting to be outdone, burst into loud laughter himself. In an instant, the air felt lighter, charged with their collective amusement. Hermione, however, frowned. "That isn't funny." She clearly didn't believe Sherlock's grim declaration any more than the rest of them did. Sherlock said nothing. After all, when you speak the truth, you're often met with disbelief. In the weeks leading up to Easter, Sherlock had quietly resumed his late-night excursions through the castle with Harry, a pastime that, judging by the headmaster's knowing nods, had Dumbledore's unspoken blessing. And now that their second Quidditch match was over, the boys' morning training sessions had returned to their former rigor. Come the weekend, Sherlock even accompanied Harry to the library, transforming the once duo of Hermione and Sherlock into an unexpected trio. Ron scratched his head in bewilderment, but Hermione's smile said it all. She was delighted. At last, their self-appointed savior, taking a page from the Lion King, had found the right path. Hermione and Ron had no clue why Sherlock wanted Harry in the Hogwarts library. What they didn't know was that Professor Dumbledore had already sent Dr. Watson a full briefing on the defenses surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. On the surface, the entrance lay behind a trapdoor on the fourth-floor corridor, but the true stronghold descended deep beneath the castle in a series of 7 enchanted chambers. Each chamber bore its own guardian enchantment, crafted by a different Hogwarts professor. First came Hagrid's colossal 3-headed dog, Fluffy, whose booming snores kept trespassers at bay. Next lay Professor Sprout's Devil's Snare, a writhing plant eager to strangle the unwary. Beyond that, Professor Flitwick had bewitched a swarm of silver-winged keys, only one of which would unlock the next door. In the fourth chamber, Professor McGonagall's colossal wizard's chessboard sprang to life, its pieces ready to crash against anyone who dared to pass. Finally, Professor Quirrell, then still regarded as an exceptionally gifted Ravenclaw, installed a mountain troll. At the time these protections were laid out, the first-year students had not yet arrived, and Dumbledore harbored no suspicion of Quirrell. He simply wanted a diverse array of magical safeguards to protect the stone. The defense system had been deliberately diversified. Each professor was assigned a different kind of magical mechanism to guard against every conceivable threat. So far, that plan was paying off. Quirrell had laid the first trap, followed by checkpoints created by Snape, and then by Dumbledore himself. Snape's chamber was predictably themed around potions, but Dumbledore had privately assured Watson that it would be Sherlock's easiest obstacle yet. In the letter Watson delivered, the headmaster hadn't spelled out the challenge. He'd only promised, cryptically, "I will not disappoint you." Sherlock took that with a grain of salt. After all, his only real goal was to shepherd Harry safely to the final room. Whatever Dumbledore had concocted in between hardly mattered. Besides, having seen the professor's puzzles in advance, made the early rooms feel like open-book exams. By the time he finished Snape's and Quirrell's trials, Sherlock was almost disappointed. If he'd known how simple it would be, he wouldn't have bothered asking Dumbledore for hints at all. This was getting boring. Of all the known obstacles, the most daunting was the troll puzzle, ironically devised by Professor Quirrell, the very traitor Sherlock was determined to unmask. Sherlock knew firsthand how perilous a troll could be. Years ago, he'd witnessed the largest mountain troll ever brought into the Hogwarts dungeons. Rumor had it that Bear Grylls, in his Man vs. Wild handbook, once single-handedly subdued a ravenous troll. But even if Grylls' account was accurate, his wild survival tactics were hardly suitable for a wizard. Fortunately, Sherlock's objective wasn't to slay the beast outright, but merely to sneak past its chamber. That alone opened up far more strategic options. And in an unexpected twist, Professor Snape, who'd been covering Quirrell's duties these past 2 weeks, had planted an idea in Sherlock's mind. If Harry Potter was ever to confront Voldemort, he needed hands-on combat training capable of inflicting real damage. Time, as it always does when one is wholly absorbed, passed in a flash. Before he knew it, the first Sunday following the spring equinox's full moon of 1992 had arrived, ushering in Easter at Hogwarts. Though Easter, like Christmas and Halloween, had deep religious roots, here it was celebrated with chocolate eggs, festive feasts, and a welcome respite from everyday lessons. Over the years, Easter at Hogwarts evolved into a cherished, celebratory holiday in its own right. Its familiar symbols, vibrant, painted eggs and the playful Easter bunny, are everywhere, and the elegant lily has come to represent the season's spirit. Among witches and wizards, Easter's popularity is surpassed only by Christmas, for its arrival means another welcome break filled with feasting, decorations, and festive merriment. Harry paused outside the Gryffindor common room, his heart thumping. Maybe he'd come at the wrong time. The Easter holidays at Hogwarts ran from late March until early April. Like Christmas break, students could choose to go home or remain at school, but unlike the cozy Yuletide respite, professors always heaped on a mountain of homework. This year was no exception. Even Hermione had spent practically every waking hour in the library just to finish her essays on time. Ordinary students fared no better, buried under their own piles of assignments. And while most of the castle was cramming for exams, the Quidditch teams for each house seized the break for intensive training, sharpening their skills for the final rounds of the House Cup. No one embodied that single-minded focus more than Oliver Wood, Gryffindor's captain. He spotted Harry in the common room and practically bounded over. "Potter, you're not going home this holiday, are you?" he demanded, eyes bright with excitement. Harry started to answer, but Oliver cut him off, grinning. "Yes, I knew it. The weather's going to be perfect. We can fly every day. This is exactly what we need before the cup finals." He gave Harry an eager shove toward the table. "And did you hear? We've already won 2 matches this season. Imagine what we can do with a full week of extra practice." Harry managed a small smile. At least Easter wouldn't be entirely filled with textbooks and parchment, after all. "If we beat Ravenclaw in the final match, the championship cup is ours." Wood's voice rang out, fierce and triumphant. His eyes glinted with an almost feral excitement, and the muscles in his jaw tensed as if daring anyone to disagree. He radiated an intensity that sent Seamus and Dean scurrying away from Harry before they could ask a single question. "It's settled," Wood announced, pacing in tight circles. 1 week of closed training, followed by an even tougher week of drills. "I'll post the schedule by tomorrow morning. Got it?" Harry opened his mouth to reply, but Wood was already striding off, his robes whipping behind him. Seamus and Dean gave Harry a wide berth. Neither was brave enough to interrupt the captain's momentum. No sooner had Wood disappeared around the corridor bend than Fred and George Weasley bounded over, elbows linked and grinning like they just spotted the Hog's Head open for butterbeer. "Don't sweat it, Potter," George said. "Wood's as intense as ever, but it won't kill you. Mostly." "Besides," Fred chimed in, "Oliver Wood's a 5th year now. He's got his OWLs coming up, so he's a bit, what's the word, overcaffeinated." Harry frowned. "OWLs?" Before anyone could elaborate, Hermione arrived, hair perfectly in place and a stack of parchment clutched to her chest. Oh, the ODULs are the ordinary wizarding levels, she explained, as though clarifying the most obvious thing in the world. They're the subject exams every fifth year takes, administered by the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Your OWL results determine which NEWT level courses you can take later on. Fred and George exchanged a high five over Hermione's shoulder. See? George winked. Even Hermione's excited. Now come on, let's find Ron. I think Neville's turtles could use some company. Harry shook his head, smiling despite himself, and followed his friends down the corridor, already wondering how he'd survive another week of Woods boot camp and a mountain of OWL revision sheets. And your OWL results determine whether you're allowed to continue that subject next year. Fred and George Weasley exchanged impressed looks. As expected of you, Hermione, figuring that out in your first year, George said, grinning. Don't worry, Potter, Fred added. Just enjoy the holidays. But before we go, George chimed in, Lee Jordan reckons he's discovered a new secret passage leading right outside the castle. Harry rolled his eyes. Let me guess, the one behind the Gregory the Smarmy statue? The twins laughed. Bingo, we stumbled on it our first week here. See you both after break. They bounded off down the corridor, leaving Harry and Hermione alone. Hermione glanced at Harry. So, are you going home for the holidays? Harry shook his head. Even though Sherlock's intervention had smoothed things over somewhat with the Dursleys, he still didn't relish the idea of spending Easter at Privet Drive, and he certainly didn't plan on decamping to Sherlock's household instead. Professors have piled on tons of homework, he explained, and Oliver Wood tracked me down to say he wants to run some intensive Quidditch drills over the break. Hermione nodded. Same here. I just spoke to Ron. He's not going home either. Oh, by the way, have you seen Sherlock lately? She looked around the empty hallway. Harry shrugged. Not since yesterday afternoon. He said something about researching magical residue in the Forbidden Forest. Hermione's eyes lit up. Then perhaps he's still there. Well, if you run into him, remind him not to disappear entirely, especially before Easter dinner. Harry smiled. Will do. They set off together toward the library, determined to tackle their holiday assignments, and perhaps to track down Sherlock before the term truly ended. Harry didn't go to the library today. Harry shook his head, frustration clear on his face. He and Sherlock shared a dormitory, yet Harry had no idea where his roommate had spent the afternoon. It was as if Sherlock were a ghost. Sometimes Harry even half-joked that Sherlock must have borrowed the invisibility cloak just to slip away unnoticed. If Sherlock had truly agreed to Mycroft's request to keep an eye on him, Harry thought, there was no chance he could have done it without Sherlock's full cooperation. Unless Sherlock wanted to be found. Harry and Hermione exchanged puzzled looks. They had been debating Sherlock's possible whereabouts for several minutes when Dean and Seamus, who'd been loitering nearby, strolled over. Hey, Dean said, we couldn't help but overhear you talking about Holmes. Do you know where he is? Hermione asked eagerly. Dean grinned. Actually, yes. We just saw him. Seamus gave Harry a quick nod. Come on, want to play a game of wizard's chess? Before Harry could answer, Dean looped an arm through his and steered him toward a nearby table. Seamus wasted no time setting up the board. Harry barely registered their invitation. His attention was already on Hermione. Follow us, Dean told her, pointing down the corridor toward the Great Hall. Hermione darted off without another word. In less than a minute, she reached the entrance to the Great Hall, where the early evening light was streaming in through the high windows. She wove between clusters of students until she spotted Sherlock seated at a long Ravenclaw table, not alone, but flanked by two Ravenclaw girls, each fully absorbed in whatever he was explaining. Hermione paused, lips pressed into a tight line. Sherlock looked perfectly at ease, every so often flashing that half-smile of his as he held their attention. Taking a deep breath, Hermione stepped forward to reclaim her missing roommate and perhaps uncover exactly what he'd been up to. Hermione slowed her pace as she drew near, suddenly recognizing one of the girls from before Christmas. At the time, she'd never learned her name, but now she knew it was Cho Chang, one of the few students of Asian descent at Hogwarts and a second-year Ravenclaw. The other girl, however, Penelope Clearwater? The moment Hermione had a clear look at her face, the name slipped out. a fifth-year Ravenclaw prefect. All three heads swiveled to stare at Hermione in unison. "Sorry," Hermione mumbled, cheeks warm. Blurted names were rude, and she had an inkling these two were here consulting Sherlock, just as Hannah Abbott had done. She cleared her throat. "I hope I'm not interrupting?" "No, you've come at exactly the right time," Sherlock replied, barely glancing up from his notes. He met Hermione's eyes. "Dean Thomas told you where to find me." "Yes, and Seamus too." Taking his cue, Ione dropped onto the bench beside them. Thankfully, she already knew both Ravenclaws well, so Sherlock didn't have to introduce anyone. No sooner had she sat than her curiosity got the better of her. "How did you figure that out?" she asked. "Is it because I came from the same direction they just left?" Cho Chang ventured. "And the time," Sherlock added, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table. "And the way you strode in your footsteps, you headed straight for me with unmistakable purpose. Now, let's drop these side notes and focus on the matter at hand." He turned to the two Ravenclaw witches. "Ladies, please tell my friend everything you've already shared with me, exactly as it happened, and in as much detail as you can. Hearing it again will help me piece together any missing links. Hermione, this case could prove fascinating, or it might turn out to be a dud, but I have a feeling you'll want to hear it. I promise not to interrupt." Cho and Penelope exchanged startled glances. Cho had barely begun her account before Sherlock cut her off, insisting his friend would arrive soon and be of real help. Sure enough, a moment later, Hermione Granger stepped into the room. If only that had been the extent of it. Cho Chang and Penelope Clearwater exchanged astonished glances. Sherlock and Hermione's earlier exchange had made it clear that Hermione was just as clueless as they were. As Ravenclaws, the two young witches' logical minds grasped the significance at once, and their surprise only grew as they looked toward Sherlock. Cho shot Penelope a quick, encouraging nod, then took a steadying breath and spoke. "I didn't want to trouble you again, Mr. Holmes. This is a relatively small matter, and I hope to sort it out myself without causing a fuss. But Miss Clearwater insisted we bring it to your attention. Miss Granger, I'm no great storyteller, so I'll just describe exactly what I observed." Sherlock leaned forward, fingers steepled under his chin, eyes locked on Cho. His posture said, "I'm all ears." Cho continued quietly. "The whole thing started last Christmas. My father is often away on business, and, even for such an important holiday, he still couldn't make it home in time for our family gathering. Mr. Holmes, Miss Granger, to be honest, I was completely taken aback when I opened Father's gift. Mother and I were disappointed he couldn't come home. He's been swamped with work lately. But we understood. What we didn't expect was that, despite his busy schedule, he'd insist on sending me a present anyway. That evening, a beautifully wrapped package arrived from the ancient magic emporium on Hangzhou's Old Street. Inside lay a 7-color eyeshadow palette, housed in a sandalwood case intricately carved with the 4 gentlemen: plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. Mother's eyes lit up the moment she saw it. "It must be from the century-old shop in Qingafang," she said. "They still grind their pigments from ancient minerals, and that porcelain tray was refired into genuine Longquan celadon." And she was right. When I lifted the lid, there it was, 7 tiny porcelain wells set into the sandalwood, each relief carved with one of the 4 gentlemen, and each shade more exquisite than the last. The colors ranged from sapphire blue to peach blossom pink, as if all 4 seasons of Jiangnan had been distilled into that little square. I brought it back to school with me, and now keep it carefully in my dressing box, my most cherished treasure. Chapter 8. The Missing Sandalwood Box. Cho Chang drew in a slow, steadying breath. "My friends were just as excited as I was, and we'd already made plans to go out together over Easter," she began, her voice trailing off. Sherlock Holmes and Hermione Granger leaned forward in the cozy sitting room, their full attention on her. It was clear they were waiting for the crucial detail. "On the last day of potions class before the break," Cho continued, "we returned to the girls' dormitory as usual. Everything looked normal. Our shared dressing box was right where we'd left but when I went to retrieve my little sandalwood case, it was gone." She paused and offered a wry, uneasy smile. "We tore the room apart looking for it, but not a single trace. I even asked around the corridors. No one had slipped in or out of the dorm while we were gone. She pressed her hands together in her lap. I suppose it's possible I set it down somewhere and forgot. After all, it's not some priceless heirloom, just a small box of cosmetics. I didn't think it was worth a fuss. Sherlock exchanged a quick glance with Hermione before settling back into his armchair, fingertips tapping together. After a moment's thought, he spoke in his cool, deliberate tone. With respect, Miss Chang, most of the details you've just shared are peripheral. Very little of it pertains directly to the investigation. Cho's cheeks warmed at his blunt assessment. She swallowed, eyes downcast. I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, she murmured, summoning her composure to press on with the facts he needed. Holmes, I'm not sure which details will help. I interrupted only because I think you and I see clues differently, Sherlock said, cutting her off. Tell me, what's so special about that eyeshadow palette? Cho Chang lifted the lacquered box, tracing its intricate filigree with a fingertip. Even just judging by the colors, it's extraordinary. There are 7 shades, each infused with rare magical botanicals and mineral powders, so they're far more than ordinary pigments. For example, the golden red tone symbolizes good fortune. When applied around the eyes, it seems to cast a warm, radiant glow. The deep midnight blue mirrors the star-strewn river of the night sky. It lends every glance a mysterious, almost infinite depth. The delicate blossom pink evokes springtime peach blossoms. It softens the expression and reads as pure sweetness. But the real enchantments go beyond aesthetics, Cho continued. If you're feeling anxious, a sweep of the pale sky blue shade can calm your nerves, as if bathing the mind in tranquil light. And at social gatherings, the golden shade, shot through with tiny flickers of luminosity, draws attention, making the wearer appear especially charismatic. She snapped the box shut and offered it to Holmes. That is why this palette matters. Its value isn't merely cosmetic, it's magical. Sherlock regarded the compact with keen interest. Magic, you say? Then perhaps our culprit underestimated just how powerful a simple rouge could be. And with that, he slipped the enchanted palette into his coat pocket, already piecing together how its subtle spells might have played into the case. Each shade in this palette holds its own unique, almost magical allure, Cho Chang explained as she introduced the 7-color eyeshadow set. Sherlock listened attentively to her description before smoothly steering the conversation toward his next line of questioning. The Auror looked up from his notes, pausing for a moment. Miss Chang, sorry if I keep mixing up names. Compared with Miss Zhang, yours is a bit harder to remember. Cho Chang managed a polite smile. I understand. He tapped his quill against the parchment. After you brought the eyeshadow back to the Gryffindor dormitory, did you show it to anyone besides your roommates? Cho shook her head. No, just my roommates. Do you recall exactly where you placed it? I put it in my vanity box, on the top shelf of the cabinet next to my bed. Was that cabinet ever locked? No, we don't lock it. The Auror glanced back at his notes. And to be clear, you last saw the eyeshadow before Professor Slughorn's potions class that afternoon? Cho hesitated, frowning. I can't say for certain. I might have seen it that morning, but I only realized it was missing when I returned to the dorm after class. One of my roommates mentioned she'd been hoping for a cosmetic like that as an Easter gift. He wrote a final note, then looked up. Who was that roommate? Cho's eyes widened in surprise. It was Alicia. She's Muggle-born. No, wait. She bit her lip, uncertainty flickering across her face. Holmes, she couldn't have done it. Cho Chang burst out, her voice tinged with disbelief. Sherlock Holmes offered her a faint, inscrutable smile. Oh, and why do you say that? Cho paused, gathering her thoughts. Ever since our first year, the students who share our dorm have been extremely close. When my eyeshadow disappeared, Alicia, Marietta, and Lucy dropped everything to help me search for it. They had planned to go home for the holidays, but they chose to stay behind. None of them went home? Sherlock asked, eyebrow raised. Not Alicia or Marietta, Cho confirmed. Lucy did, but that doesn't prove anything. She's just as devoted a friend as the others. Sherlock's expression grew serious. Miss Chang, I must remind you that relying too heavily on personal judgments can hinder our investigation. Cho's cheeks flushed. I'm sorry. He inclined his head. It's quite all right. Please continue to answer my questions. Cho took a steadying breath. Very well. Mr. Holmes, what would you like to know next? Provide me with an objective description of your 3 roommates, including their personalities and family backgrounds. Cho Chang nodded, and this time with greater clarity, detailed each girl's character traits and household situation. When she finished, Sherlock turned his attention to the head girl, Penelope Clearwater. I have what I need for now, he said. Head girl, I'll require your assistance next. Penelope stood and offered a crisp salute. Without hesitation, she replied, How may I help you, Mr. Holmes? Holmes, please speak freely. Cho Chang stood beside Sherlock, her voice low but urgent. If we're really going to get to the bottom of this, we'll have to slip into the Ravenclaw common room, ideally even into Miss Chang's dormitory. Sherlock's steel-gray eyes drifted to Penelope Clearwater, seeking something in her calm, composed expression. Head girl Clearwater. Cho's gaze followed his. She glanced at Penelope with a silent plea. By Hogwarts rules, one house's students weren't supposed to invite outsiders into their common room, hence the protective passwords. Ravenclaw was the notable exception. You didn't need a password, only the correct answer to a riddle. But that was the easy part. The real challenge was getting Sherlock, a boy, past the magical defenses of a girl's dormitory. In every house, the stairs to the girls' quarters would shift and block any male intruder. Girls, however, could wander freely into boys' dormitories. The old legend said the founders had simply decided that boys couldn't be trusted as far as they could be thrown. Cho swallowed and looked back at Penelope, hope flickering in her eyes. If there was anyone who could bend the rules, just this once, it was the Ravenclaw head girl. Sherlock glanced from one girl to the next, clearly uninterested in debating protocol. With a casual lift of his shoulders, he passed the decision on. Very well. If I agree to take the case, I'll need you, Miss Clearwater, to file the proper request with Professor Flitwick. Penelope Clearwater's eyes lit up. Both Hermione and Cho jumped at the formality of it. Hermione frowned. Do we really have to involve Flitwick? It seems a bit elaborate. Cho bit her lip. I was just about to say. Penelope held up a firm hand. Yes, it is necessary. She turned to Cho with determined intensity. Cho, I understand exactly what's at stake. Your father's gift means everything to you, and to Ravenclaw. Our house's reputation can't survive rumors of a break-in in the towers. Hermione and Sherlock exchanged glances. Neither realized the full gravity of the situation. Ravenclaw's common rooms and dormitories were considered the safest spaces at Hogwarts, which was why Cho had kept her cabinet unlocked in the first place. Now, with her most precious belongings vanished, the very notion of a theft threatened to shatter that proud sense of security and cast a shadow across the entire house. In truth, Cho Chang hadn't made a scene when she first noticed her favorite eyeshadow missing. She worried any fuss would cast a shadow over Ravenclaw's reputation. But no secret stays hidden for long, and before the day was out, the rumor mill had delivered its verdict. The culprit was almost certainly one of their own housemates. At first, loyal voices rose in defense. Ravenclaws would never steal, they claimed, but even the loudest protestations couldn't stem the tide of suspicion. Cho Chang eventually backpedaled, saying she must have simply misplaced the makeup. Yet by then, many in Ravenclaw had already begun bolting their cabinets shut and marking their possessions with protective charms. After all, battle reports may lie, but what happens on the front lines never does, and this silent lockdown sent a clear message. Ravenclaw Tower was no longer the safe sanctuary it once was. The air of unease felt heaviest among Cho's own roommates and the first-year students, who looked up to her as an older sister figure. If their admired second year could be wronged by a fellow Ravenclaw, then who was truly trustworthy? Whispers of betrayal curled through the corridors late at night, and every artifact, from quills to Quidditch scarves, risked falling under suspicion. Unwilling to let the scandal fester, Penelope Clearwater, herself a conscientious second year, resolved to get to the bottom of the affair. She would interview witnesses, examine alibis, and, if necessary, lift every protective charm in the tower until the true thief was unmasked and Ravenclaw's honor restored. Under the circumstances, an on-site inspection is essential, Sherlock announced, his steel-gray eyes fixed on Prefect Penelope Clearwater. But in the meantime, I strongly advise you to forbid any Ravenclaws from entering Cho Chang's dormitory. If we allow more foot traffic, the the few clues that remain will be trampled out of existence. Honestly, you should have come to me sooner." Penelope flushed. She'd already conducted her own inquiry and found nothing definitive. In her mind, every witness looked guilty. She'd only turned to Sherlock after learning that Cho Chang herself had sought his help just before Christmas. Intrigued by his reputation, Penelope had quietly researched his previous cases and at last decided to request his involvement. Now, determined not to appear incompetent, she chose her words carefully. "About half of the students went home for the Easter holiday," she said. Sherlock's brow quirked. "Is that so? That's great news for us," Cho Chang exclaimed, rising from her chair. "I'll head straight to Professor Flitwick's office to submit our request. Hermione, are you coming?" With a polite nod to Sherlock, Cho turned to leave. Soon she and her companion had departed down the corridor. Sherlock reclined in his seat and steepled his fingers. "Hermione, what's your take on this?" he asked, eyes fixed on her. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Ill believe someone in Ravenclaw set this whole thing in motion. But judging by Cho's reluctance, she isn't eager to probe further." "Understandable," Sherlock replied. "When the truth risks damaging friendships, stepping forward is never easy, especially for someone like Cho." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Have you already identified the culprit?" Sherlock reached out and picked up one of the decorative Easter eggs from the table, turning it so the painted smiley face was visible. "It's only an inference," he said. "But Cho's behavior gives us valuable clues, much like this egg. Until it's cracked open, we'll never know what or who is inside. Drawing conclusions without sufficient evidence can be dangerous." Hermione leaned forward, curiosity shining in her eyes. "So, you want to go to the Ravenclaw common room?" Sherlock offered her a gentle smile. "It's not just my investigation. I'd like you by my side, if you're willing." Hermione's grin was immediate and bright. It would be an honor to accompany the world's greatest consulting detective. Sherlock stood and tucked the egg into his pocket. "Thank you, my friend, but I'll need to step away for a moment before we head over. Be ready, there's much to uncover. If any of our clients come back, please ask them to wait a moment. You're leaving? Where to?" "You'll know soon enough." Clearwater was remarkably fast. In under 10 minutes, she and Cho Chang returned, Professor Flitwick's permission already secured. "Where's Mr. Holmes?" Cho asked, glancing around the nearly empty Great Hall. Clearwater spotted only Hermione Granger and raised an eyebrow in surprise. "He'll be back soon." Hermione shrugged. She hadn't the faintest idea where Sherlock had gone either. While they waited, she chatted with Cho and Clearwater and discovered just how supportive Professor Flitwick was. He admitted that, if he hadn't been so concerned about public opinion, he would have led them straight to the Ravenclaw common room to watch Holmes work. In truth, arranging that kind of access wouldn't have been hard for him. But the moment a professor officially intervened, the nature of the whole affair would change. As Sherlock had pointed out, wizards prized compromise and moderation, and avoided extremes unless there was absolutely no other choice, especially when the suspect might be one of their own Ravenclaw students. Holmes didn't keep the three of them waiting long. When he finally appeared in the hallway, cradling a sleek gray cat in his arms, Hermione, Penelope Clearwater, and their silent companion all froze in astonishment. "That cat," Hermione began, her eyes wide. "It can't be." "It's Madame Norris." Sherlock's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he stroked the cat's silken fur. At once, Madame Norris began to purr, so loudly that the walls themselves seemed to tremble. The three girls exchanged baffled glances. "Who could mistake her for anything else?" Hermione exclaimed. Sherlock looked up. "I see you recognize her." Penelope cleared her throat. "Sherlock, you're brilliant, but how on earth did you borrow her from Filch?" Sherlock held up a single finger. "Not stole, borrowed." Penelope blinked. "Borrowed? You mean Argus Filch actually let you take her?" "It might sound impossible," Sherlock admitted, "but after our encounter in the Forbidden Forest, I discovered Madame Norris was suffering from severe indigestion. I sent home for specialized cat food and an antacid blend tailored to her needs. Once I resolved her stomach issues, Filch was only too grateful to lend me her company for a while." He scratched the base of the cat's ears, and Madame Norris gave a contented trill in response. The three girls, still half in disbelief, watched as Sherlock gently coaxed the cat toward them, each wondering what the next twist in their latest adventure might be. Over the past 2 weeks, Mrs. Norris has taken quite a shine to Sherlock Holmes and, by extension, has softened even Argus Filch toward him. With the caretaker's cat on our side, investigating this case has become almost effortless. "I see you've already secured Professor Flitwick's permission," Sherlock observed, nodding toward the document peeking from Penelope Clearwater's right robe pocket. "That manuscript bearing his signature means we're fully authorized. Shall we be on our way?" Penelope cleared her throat, impressed by his keen eye but uneasy at his choice of address. "It's rather impolite to call me this head girl, Mr. Holmes." Sherlock's lips quirked in amusement. "My apologies. After Miss Chang, your name proves a bit more challenging to recall." Penelope couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "My name is Penelope Clearwater. I'd prefer you call me Penelope, not head girl." Holmes inclined his head. "Very well, Miss Penelope." Penelope's cheeks warmed. Shouldn't he have called her Miss Clearwater? But she let the matter drop, and together they hurried off to follow the next lead. Hermione leaned close to Penelope and lowered her voice. "I think it's because Penelope is shorter than Clearwater. Easier for Sherlock to remember." She gave her a quick sketch of his theory that the brain works like a hard drive, storing information in neat, retrievable chunks. Penelope exhaled, relieved. At least he hadn't shortened her name to Penny, just because it was simpler. Deciding not to overthink it any further, she fell in step beside Hermione. The girls made their way west, through Hogwarts's winding corridors toward Ravenclaw Tower. Its slender spire peeked through the windows as they approached, a welcome landmark after the castle's labyrinthine halls. Just then Cho Chang, walking a few paces ahead, halted and pointed in astonishment at Sherlock, who was cradling Madame Norris. "Is she fatter than I remember? I thought she used to be so lean." Hermione peered over Cho's shoulder. "And her dark gray fur looks almost glossy now," she added, surprised by how healthy the caretaker's cat appeared. Hermione reached out, about to stroke Madame Norris, but the cat recoiled with a hiss and bared her teeth, nestling even closer into Sherlock's protective arms. Hermione stared blankly for a moment. "Your powers of observation have improved, Hermione," Sherlock remarked, ignoring her unspoken reaction. "She's in much better shape now that her tummy troubles have been treated," he added, gently stroking the sleek gray cat perched on his shoulder. "No wonder Filch didn't hesitate to lend her to you," Penelope said, falling into step beside them. She glanced back at the cat. "I had no idea you kept cats, Sherlock. But how is she supposed to help us?" "Never underestimate an animal's potential, even in the magical world," Sherlock replied. He scratched behind Madame Norris's ears, and the cat responded with a series of delighted trills. Cats are natural trackers. Their instincts and keener sense of smell can point us toward crucial clues we might otherwise overlook. Hermione raised an eyebrow. "I thought tracking animals were usually dogs. They have the stronger noses, right? Scotland Yard employs tons of police dogs." "That's a common misconception," Sherlock said calmly. "A cat's sense of smell rivals and in some ways even surpasses that of a dog. The real difference lies in temperament. Dogs are obedient and readily trained. Cats, by contrast, are fiercely independent. They cannot and will not be controlled as easily. They only tap into their heightened sense of smell when it serves them best." In that instant, the three girls exchanged knowing looks. Once again, they'd absorbed some peculiar new piece of knowledge. Chapter 95. This Gryffindor Can't Speak. Sherlock and his three companions chatted easily as they navigated the winding corridors, soon arriving at the base of Ravenclaw Tower. A spiral staircase of aged stone led them upward, its curve wrapping tighter the higher they climbed. In the muted morning light, the bronze eagle-shaped door knocker at the top gleamed with an almost sentient intelligence. Here, the Ravenclaw common room required no spoken password. Instead, the knocker demanded a correct answer to its riddle, and only one attempt. Fail, and the tower remained closed until the next challenge. Succeed, and the door swung open. Given Ravenclaw's famed wisdom, someone nearly always prevailed, though rare were the occasions when every hopeful drew a blank, to the delight of idle ghosts listening nearby. Unbeknownst to the trio of young witches, Sherlock was already well acquainted with this ritual, though this marked his first unguarded visit. The knocker's hollow thud reverberated through the tower as it posed its question. Is logic but the moon's reflection upon the water, or is it the very essence of the lake itself? Penelope fell silent, tilting her head to study the knocker's stern features. Then she glanced at Sherlock and Hermione, her eyes bright with anticipation. She would let them speak first. Penelope stood just beyond the Gryffindor common room door, watching Sherlock Holmes and Cho Chang with a mix of curiosity and impatience. Between them and the cozy glow of the fireplace lurked a bronze knocker more accustomed to Ravenclaw riddles than Gryffindor pranks. If Sherlock couldn't answer its challenge, Penelope reminded herself, how could she trust him to help catch a thief? Sherlock, however, appeared entirely unmoved. He leaned casually against the stone archway, tracing the gargoyle's carved wings with an absent-minded finger, as though lost in thought or simply bored. Penelope frowned. She couldn't make him try. Instead, she turned to Hermione Granger, who stood beside her, clutching a stack of books. Hermione's eyes flashed with that familiar spark of determination. Ravenclaw lore wasn't her specialty, but she refused to be outshone, especially not here, not now. After a moment's reflection, Hermione stepped forward, voice calm and measured. A reflection needs lake water to exist, but lake water doesn't need a reflection to prove its being, just as wisdom doesn't require logic to affirm its eternity. The knocker hesitated, as if weighing her words, then swung open with a decisive clang. The heavy oak door creaked inward, revealing the warm light and low murmur of the common room beyond. Penelope and Cho exchanged astonished looks, while Sherlock quietly slipped inside, unbothered by the fanfare. The test was passed, and their investigation, it seemed, could finally begin. They might have answered correctly, too, but no one expected Hermione to respond so swiftly. "Miss Granger, you really ought to have been sorted into Ravenclaw," Penelope breathed, more surprised than amused. Hermione shook her head. How could she explain this particular question? Now she understood why Sherlock had found it so uninteresting, and why, in turn, he'd never been placed in Ravenclaw. They stepped through the portrait hole into a vast circular chamber that felt both lofty and intimate. Like Gryffindor's common room, it was round, but that was where the resemblance ended. Instead of crimson and gold, every surface glowed with cool shades of blue and bronze. Silken banners draped the walls, and sheer curtains framed the tall arched windows. Above them, a deep blue dome shimmered with starlight, its 20-foot-wide firmament slowly rotating to reveal a living map of the night sky. Beneath their feet lay a plush carpet, studded with embroidery of constellations. Neat reading tables and chairs were spaced around the room, each accompanied by a gleaming instrument or an open volume. Crockery for tea and shelves brimming with books hinted at long evenings spent poring over texts and telescopes. Sherlock tilted, his head back, tracing the path of Orion's belt as it drifted across the dome, and then turned to gaze out at the jagged peaks visible through the windows. Snow-capped summits caught the last light of day, lending the room an otherworldly hush. Hermione let out a soft laugh. Yes, it is beautiful, she admitted, but she was quite content in Gryffindor, where the fire burned warmer, and the challenges were always worth the effort. Visually, the phenomenon was far more captivating than the glittering star field they'd observed through the telescope in astronomy earlier. After a few moments, Sherlock tore his eyes away and shook his head. "There's nothing more to see here. Penelope, take us to Miss Chang's dormitory." Penelope gave a curt nod. She, too, felt that the Ravenclaw common room held no further clues, so she guided Sherlock and Hermione through the archway lined with blue and silver tapestries, past the cozy armchairs and hushed clusters of students engrossed in books. No one paid much attention to the trio as they swept across the marble floor toward the dormitory corridor. Just as they rounded the corner, a familiar voice rang out behind them. "Prefect Clearwater!" They all turned to find Michael Corner standing beneath the enchanted ceiling, his dark hair slightly tousled, his prefect badge catching the soft glow of the floating lanterns. Penelope paused and narrowed her eyes. "Michael Corner? I thought you'd already gone home for the holidays." Corner gave a sheepish half-smile. "I did. Then I remembered I'd left something important here." He glanced at Hermione and Sherlock, his expression brightening. "Mind if I walk with you?" Penelope exchanged a quick look with Sherlock. Though unexpected, Corner's presence might prove useful. "Very well," she said, "but we're in a hurry." As the group resumed their pace down the corridor, the polished wooden doors of the girls' dormitories loomed ahead. The faint murmur of voices and the distant chime of a clock tower guided them to Cho Chang's door, where, Penelope hoped, the next clue in their investigation awaited. Michael Corner stole a quick glance at the students gathered at the entrance and straightened his shoulders with a hint of pride. "I intend to spend this holiday actually finishing the assignments Professor Flitwick gave us." "Admirable," Penelope replied coolly. "Now step aside. We have business here." "But that's the girls' dormitory," Corner blurted, gesturing toward the grand oak doors. "You can't just let a boy in there." Penelope's eyes narrowed. "Excuse me, Michael Corner, were you questioning my decision?" No," he stammered. "It's just, a boy wandering into the girls' wing doesn't seem right." "Mr. Holmes has my permission," Penelope said, her tone leaving no room for argument, "and Professor Flitwick approved it as well. Now move, before I ask again." As a first year, Michael had almost no backbone to begin with. Facing Penelope's icy stare, he melted away, backing off the landing with a hurried apology. Inside the dormitory corridor, Sherlock Holmes walked confidently between Penelope and Hermione, the latter entirely focused on keeping pace. Behind them, Cho Chang offered Corner a quick, apologetic smile before slipping past him to join the trio. Michael Corner stood frozen for a heartbeat, then turned on his heel and scuttled down the stairs, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sherlock raised his wand to display the manuscript. Professor Flitwick's own protective charm inscribed in meticulous script. And, with that guarantee of safe passage, he and his 3 companions glided effortlessly through the portrait door into the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory wing. No sooner had they vanished down the corridor than Michael Corner reappeared, hurrying into the entrance hall with Robert Hilliard, Ravenclaw's other prefect, at his side. But when they reached the foot of the staircase, the steps suddenly melted away, transforming into one seamless, slick stone slide. They skidded to a halt. Robert's eyes widened. "Are you absolutely certain Penelope Clearwater escorted that Gryffindor boy up here?" Michael didn't hesitate. "I saw it with my own eyes. It was Sherlock Holmes." Robert Hilliard's expression wavered. He nodded slowly. "Understood?" Without another word, he turned on his heel and strode off, no doubt to seek clarification from Professor Flitwick himself. Meanwhile, Sherlock and his trio of friends stepped into the dormitory corridor. News of a boy in the girls' wing spread in an instant, and whispers rippled through the clusters of Ravenclaws. A few students paused to stare, but most merely offered curious glances before returning to their own conversations or homework. Despite the unexpected attention, Sherlock led the way onward, confident that Flitwick's charm would protect them and that the truth, once revealed, would clear every doubt. A few curious students approached Prefect Penelope in the corridor, politely asking what was going on. After she explained the situation, they nodded and went on their way, seemingly satisfied. Only a handful, Michael Corner among them, had the nerve to challenge her. And when they discovered that Penelope had personally invited Sherlock Holmes to investigate Cho Chang's missing cosmetics, they didn't breathe easier. They bristled even more. Fortunately, Penelope's authority as prefect, backed by Professor Flitwick's endorsement, shielded the 4 of us from further interrogation, and we slipped away unscathed. "The pushback on this is a lot stronger than I anticipated," Penelope muttered as she led us down the corridor. "I can't believe even first years are daring to question me." Sherlock gave a faint smile. "Well, we are Gryffindor. A proper investigation should raise a few eyebrows." Hermione rolled her eyes. "It's rather ironic, isn't it? Ravenclaw, famous for its wisdom, has to rely on a muscle-bound brute to do its thinking." Penelope and Cho exchanged helpless looks. This Gryffindor had absolutely no filter. Before either of them could protest, Sherlock nodded approvingly. "Exactly right, my friend." Penelope and Cho stared at him in stunned silence. The corridor was hushed as the 4 of them approached Cho Chang's dormitory. As the old proverb goes, birds of a feather flock together. It was no surprise that Cho and her friend Penelope Parkinson moved in perfect step. Michael Corner followed alongside them, and bringing up the rear was Sherlock Holmes. When the trio slipped inside, they found only Marietta Edgecombe and Alicia Keys waiting. Just as Cho had warned, Lucy had already gone home for the holidays. The instant Marietta and Alicia spotted Sherlock, their expressions mirrored Michael Corner's earlier astonishment. "Prefect Penelope? Cho Chang? Why did you bring a boy here?" Marietta demanded. "Wait, he isn't even in Ravenclaw," Alicia added, eyes wide. "Marietta, Alicia, please, calm down," Penelope said, stepping between them and Sherlock. Her voice was gentle but carried just enough authority to quell their outrage. Drawing on the composure she'd maintained all evening, Penelope offered a concise explanation of why Sherlock had been invited. Marietta's frown deepened, but she remained silent. Alicia muttered under her breath. Ravenclaw's affairs entrusted to a Gryffindor, honestly. "That's enough," Penelope snapped. She turned to Sherlock. "Holmes, you may begin." But even before the last word left her lips, Sherlock was already in motion. Unfazed by the interruption, he strode forward, ready to carry out whatever task lay ahead. That Halloween night, Sherlock had been the first on the scene. Long before Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell arrived, he'd already swept the floor with his magnifying glass, snapped photographs of the shattered window, and taken careful measurements of the blood-red writing scrawled across the wall. Now, on Easter morning, the same ghastly tableau had reappeared, only this time it was in the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory. Sherlock surveyed the damage with a knowing glance. He had new tools at his disposal. Harry's Christmas gift had transformed Sherlock's ordinary magnifying glass into something far more powerful. It still enlarged fine print and microscopic details, but it could now also detect lingering magical traces, revealing concealed runes and residual energy signatures on enchanted objects. His humble, retractable tape measure had likewise been exchanged for a wand-maker's marvel from Ollivander's, a device that automatically adjusted to span any distance and recorded each measurement with unerring precision. Of course, in a world of adept spellcasters and dark arts relics, these instruments were by no means invincible. Against truly formidable magic, they would falter as any Muggle tool would. Yet for Sherlock Holmes, trained to bridge the gap between the non-magical and the enchanted, they were invaluable. By blending Muggle-style detective work with a touch of arcane detection, he had once again put himself at the forefront of a mystery no ordinary investigator could hope to solve. Sherlock prowled the room, pausing unexpectedly, one moment standing rigidly, the next dropping into a half-crouch, his expression flickering between deep frowns and fleeting smiles. The Ravenclaw girls exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss for what to make of his strange behavior. Chapter 96, Ravenclaw Girls' Dormitory. "Miss Granger, is he always like this?" Penelope Clearwater whispered, a hint of amusement in her voice. Hermione offered a patient smile. "Once he sinks into his own world, yes." After witnessing Sherlock Holmes's earlier display of deduction, Hermione's reaction was far more composed than the others. She had tried to move closer, curiosity driving her to search for clues alongside him, but Sherlock brusquely halted her with a raised hand. So she, Penelope, and the two other Ravenclaws stood respectfully back, watching Holmes at work. Even in stillness, Hermione could take in every detail of the dormitory. Perched at the summit of the castle's west tower, the Ravenclaw girls' quarters boasted an arched ceiling inlaid with a moving star map. From the dome draped bronze and midnight blue curtains that echoed the hues of the common room below. 4 poster beds lined the chamber, their light blue flannel curtains gently swaying as though stirred by distant winds. Through the enchanted glass windows, a soft starlight filtered in, casting shimmering patterns across the beds. As Sherlock crouched by the far wall, his keen eyes traced invisible lines, reconstructing the movements that had taken place here. The girls watched in respectful silence, accustomed to his relentless focus. Hermione tapped her finger against her lips, eager to contribute, but bound by his strict unspoken rule. No interruptions. Outside, the castle corridors remained quiet, everyone else long since retired for the night. Within this tranquil midnight realm, only Sherlock's breathing and the rustle of curtains disturbed the hush, as he pieced together yet another mystery for Hermione and her Ravenclaw friends to marvel at. The bedposts were carved with ravens and swirling filigree, and above the headboards, copper wind chimes tinkled softly in the breeze. Hermione stopped in her tracks, listening, until Penelope leaned over and whispered, "They're a magical artifact that translates the Ravenclaw founder's words into music." In the center of the room stood a round walnut table, its surface scrawled with graffiti and runic inscriptions left by generations of students. Piled along one edge were several self-turning textbooks, and beside them steamed a teapot of honey-sweetened tea. Cho Chang pointed silently to the second bed by the window. Hermione stole a glance. Cho's bed was immaculate. The pale blue sheets lay perfectly smooth, the quilt folded with precise elegance rather than block style, and on the bedside table sat a small potted plant, its leaves pearled with dew and giving off a crisp green scent. Mentally donning her Sherlock cap, Hermione looked for clues, but all she could infer was that Cho was clean, orderly, and likely a cheerful sort of witch. Finding nothing deeper, she let out a quiet sigh and moved on. Despite Sherlock's repeated assurances, its common sense, its obvious elementary deduction, none of it made sense to anyone but him. Cho Chang certainly felt lost. Meanwhile, Holmes was methodically inspecting every detail in the room, the grain of the walnut table, the patina on the copper wind chimes, and even the neat rows of dormitory beds. At each mattress he paused, producing his enchanted magnifying glass to peer at the linens as though they held secret messages. Cho Chang and her two roommates could only blush, yet Sherlock never bothered to ask whose beds they were examining. "Mr. Holmes, perhaps we ought to," Marietta Edgecombe began, then let out a piercing scream. At her feet, as if summoned from nowhere, sat Madame Norris, Argus Filch's notorious cat. Where did that come from?" Marietta stammered, stumbling back. "Isn't that Filch's cat, Madame Norris?" someone whispered. As it turned out, the cunning feline had slipped into the dormitory long before Sherlock and the others arrived. While Penelope was explaining their presence to Cho Chang's roommates, Holmes had quietly signaled the three witches who accompanied him. They obscured the cat's entry and guided Dame Norris, into the room without a sound. For Holmes, it was child's play, and only now, at the height of his perfectly timed reveal, did everyone realize what had happened. Sherlock's gaze drifted deliberately over Madame Norris for a few more seconds before he tore his eyes away. He moved on to Cho Chang's nightstand, opening the drawer and examining its contents with clinical precision. Satisfied, he repeated the process at the other three bedside tables. Marietta Edgecombe and Alicia Keys stiffened visibly under his scrutiny, but Sherlock merely closed their drawers and stepped back. "All right," he said crisply. "The on-site inspection is complete. Ladies, may I ask you a few questions?" He then approached Madame Norris again, bent at the waist in a formal bow, and scooped the cat into his arms. Cho Chang's two roommates exchanged a quick look with Penelope, Lucy's bedmate, who had returned home, and, with Penelope's nod of assent, they faced Sherlock. Their answers mirrored Cho Chang's almost exactly. Both admitted they had watched Cho Chang apply the missing eyeshadow, and that they and Lucy, before she left school, had tested it on themselves. They all recalled discovering the product gone immediately after returning to the dormitory following the last potions class before Easter. Since then, neither of them had noticed anything out of the ordinary. Satisfied with their statements, Sherlock gently placed Madame Norris back on the floor and straightened. "Thank you. That will be all for now." He tucked away his notebook and prepared for the next phase of the investigation. When Sherlock Holmes raised an inquisitive brow at Alicia Keys, questioning why, of all things, she'd suddenly insisted on inspecting her eyeshadow the moment they returned to the Ravenclaw dormitory after potions class, her own gaze snapped sharper. "Mr. Holmes," Alicia began coolly, "are you accusing me of something? If I'd stolen that potion, why on earth would I make such a public show about my makeup just then? Surely that would draw more attention to myself, not less." Marietta Edgecombe bristled beside her. "A Ravenclaw would never stoop to theft," she declared, voice ringing with shared indignation. "Least of all someone from our own common room." Penelope opened her mouth, no doubt eager to chime in with her own defense, but Sherlock quietly raised a hand to forestall her. "Ladies," he said with the barest smile, "you're both remarkably, and perhaps unnecessarily, defensive." The two girls exchanged offended glances and emitted soft, disgruntled humphs. Holmes leaned forward, tapping his fingertips together. If you ask me, your overt indignation smells a lot like reverse psychology, he suggested. By protesting so vehemently and behaving exactly the way an innocent person shouldn't, you're hoping to appear completely above suspicion. A stunned silence fell over the little group. The girls blinked, caught utterly off guard by his bold accusation and the subtle confidence behind it. Chapter 7. The Accusation. A hush fell over the Ravenclaw common room as Sherlock Holmes's words hung in the air, sharper than any spell. Alicia Keys's chest heaved. She jabbed a slender finger at him. "Holmes, are you really accusing me?" Marietta Edgecombe's pale blue eyes glittered with contempt. "You're not just insulting us. You're insulting Ravenclaw itself." She turned to Prefect Penelope Chang. "We don't need his so-called help, do we?" Sherlock regarded the two girls with his customary calm. "You've misunderstood the situation." He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. "My client in this matter is neither of you nor Miss Chang. It's head girl Penelope Chang, standing right over there." Alicia's jaw dropped. "Holmes, you can't be serious." Ignoring the protests, Sherlock inclined his head toward Hermione Granger. "My dear Hermione, would you be so kind as to assist me?" Hermione's eyebrows shot up. She hurried to his side, and he bent low to whisper instructions in her ear. Her eyes widened in surprise, then she nodded. With a backward glance, she darted out of the room. Penelope Chang, pale but curious, took a cautious step forward. "Mr. Holmes?" she began, her voice firm despite the confusion rippling through her. "What exactly are you planning?" "Holmes, what are you?" Penelope began, only to be cut off. "Oh, don't worry about her," Sherlock said lightly, as he continued stroking the cat perched comfortably in his lap. "I only asked for a small favor." He set the cat aside, hands still moving with the same precise ease, and looked up. "Ladies, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to invite you all to the common room." "No more searching through our rooms?" Penelope couldn't keep the surprise from her voice. The other three dorm mates exchanged equally startled glances. Sherlock shook his head and offered a calm smile. "This case is too old. Key evidence has already vanished. Think of it like a hard drive that's been reformatted. Sometimes you can recover data, but if new files are written over it, the old data is gone for good. Your dormitory was never sealed off. From Miss Chang's desk to every corridor, this place has been in constant use. New wear and tear have long since buried any original clues." Pausing, he changed his tone to something almost hopeful. "Thankfully, I did manage to uncover a few useful leads. I believe they could be of real help." The four girls exchanged knowing looks, and then, without a word, all turned their attention to Penelope. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Sherlock's mouth as he surveyed the scene. 10 minutes later, he and the four girls stepped into the Ravenclaw common room. Sherlock settled into the central armchair, gently lifting Madame Norris onto his lap, where she nestled contentedly and began to purr. The girls took seats opposite him, arranging themselves in a neat semicircle, so perfectly aligned that an outsider might have sworn they were interrogators and Sherlock their prime suspect. Unfazed, Sherlock met their eager, questioning gazes while stroking the cat. In his usual measured tone, he said, "Detective work is physically taxing, whether you're in the Muggle world or the magical one. All the same, I must thank head girl Penelope for entrusting me with this case. It certainly saved my Easter holiday from being dull." The moment he spoke, the girls exchanged quick, knowing looks. As Ravenclaws, they were well attuned to subtle hints, and Sherlock's choice of words had not gone unnoticed. Penelope couldn't contain herself. "Holmes, are you saying you've actually solved the case?" Sherlock leaned back in his chair, meeting her gaze coolly. "That depends on your definition of solved. Have I recovered Miss Chang's missing eyeshadow? Identified the thief who stole it? Or both?" As he spoke, his eyes flicked toward one member of their small circle. Instantly, the four young witches and wizards in the Ravenclaw common room stiffened, as if the cool blue and silver decor had chilled further. A hush fell over them. After a moment's hesitation, Penelope broke the silence, her voice tense. "So, you're telling us it wasn't just misplaced? This was deliberate?" Sherlock let out a soft laugh. "Surely that was never in serious doubt. Do you really believe Miss Chang simply forgot where she set her kit down?" Miss Chang shifted in her seat, her cheeks a faint pink, but said nothing. Penelope drew a steadying breath and turned back to Holmes. All right, Mr. Holmes, since we're clear it was no accident, please start from the beginning. Holmes, wait! Dr. Watson sprinted to keep pace with Sherlock's brisk exit, raising a hand to halt him. Just a moment. You were only minutes ago using that hard drive formatting analogy to prove we haven't uncovered a single lead. So what's changed? Why are you suddenly so confident? Sherlock paused by the rain-spattered window, his silhouette sharp against the gray London sky. He regarded Watson in silence for a heartbeat, as though weighing the right moment to speak. Before he could answer, Alicia Keys strolled into the room, arms folded and an amused glint in her eye. Don't tell me you're pulling a mysterious detective move, holding all your cards close until the grand reveal? Sherlock turned to face her, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Hardly, Miss Keys, he replied smoothly. I've simply reached a point where the facts align themselves. Nothing more theatrical than that. Alicia raised an eyebrow. We'll see. She stepped forward, her gaze sweeping the cluttered desk strewn with reports and photographs. I'd like to hear exactly how you see this puzzle fitting together. Sherlock motioned them both closer. Then let us begin, he said, tapping a stack of case files. Because the moment you think there are no clues is precisely the moment you've overlooked the one that matters most. Thus, in the hush that followed, the three leaned in over the table, ready to untangle the mystery that lay before them. I never rely on theatrics, Sherlock declared, fixing the four Ravenclaw students with a steady gaze. True, many of the clues here have been wiped away, but the culprit badly overestimated her own skill. Between the details you've already given me and my examination of the scene, it would be astonishing if I couldn't piece together exactly what happened in this dormitory. The girls exchanged impressed looks as Sherlock's confidence filled the room. First, he continued, Ravenclaw's common room is secured by a riddle at the door knocker. On paper, it might seem less reliable than the fixed password entries other houses use, but it's remarkably effective. Most witches and wizards lack the knack for deductive reasoning and can't simply bluff their way in by chance. Even if someone from another house did solve the riddle, they'd still have to act the part or risk being spotted. Of course, it's not an absolute guarantee, but it makes unauthorized entries exceedingly rare. But in fact, all of these details only bolster the theory of an inside job. And let us not forget, before this incident, the Ravenclaw students' lockers were never locked. As Sherlock spoke, the three girls exchanged uneasy looks. The boast that Ravenclaw Tower is absolutely secure suddenly rang hollow. Holmes leaned forward. Miss Zhang always kept her things in precisely the same spot. Her locker stood open by default, and her daily routine was so rigidly scheduled. Each element handed the thief every advantage. When I examined the ebony box's compartment, I found no scratch marks, no signs of forced entry. Naturally, there were none. If I'd been one of her roommates, I could think of at least 7 different ways to remove that box without her ever noticing. By the time Miss Zhang knew it was gone, any fingerprints or footprints would long since have faded. Even a master detective arriving then would be stymied, and in point of fact, the culprit followed that exact plan. Penelope couldn't contain herself any longer. Mr. Holmes, are you really saying Cho Chang's eyeshadow wasn't lost when she went to potion class? Alicia Keys pressed, her brow furrowed. Precisely, Sherlock replied with a half-smile. If the makeup had vanished at that moment, we could have ruled out this young lady's involvement outright. Alicia snapped to her feet. What do you mean involvement? Are you accusing me of stealing Cho's eyeshadow? Marietta Edgecombe, still seated, shot Sherlock a withering glare. Her voice dripped with disdain. This is outrageously slanderous. You call yourself a great detective, Holmes, but you're nothing more than a charlatan. Miss Keys, please, Sherlock said, his tone as unruffled as ever. Although the eyeshadow was removed from Cho's locker before you even noticed it, it was your attempt to investigate that spooked the real culprit. The thief intended Cho to find the missing makeup only after Easter break. Your interruption forced her to change her plans. For a moment, Alicia and Marietta exchanged uneasy glances. Their accusations now looked as hasty as they were baseless. Just then, Marietta Edgecombe's eyes widened as if she'd suddenly remembered something. She leaned forward and murmured, Could it be? No, that can't be. It's absolutely impossible. Alicia Keys glanced at her. Marietta, what are you talking about? What's impossible? Marietta forced a smile. Earlier, I overheard Lucy muttering to herself, why does she always get the best stuff, right before she left for the holidays? At first, I figured she was complaining about Gemma Farley's supply of Felix Felicis. You know how Gemma performed in Professor Snape's potions class. She excelled, and he rewarded her with a vial of liquid luck. Lucy's been green with envy ever since. She paused, scanning the others' faces. Honestly, Snape does always favor his Slytherins. If any of us non-Slytherins pulled off the same trick, we wouldn't even get a nod of approval. In fact, if a Gryffindor walked out without losing points, he'd call it a miracle. Penelope, Cho Chang, and Alicia all nodded in agreement. Marietta knew they'd all felt the sting of Snape's bias. Among non-Slytherins, a stellar potion was rarely rewarded, and a spotless record was reward enough. Satisfied that her friends understood exactly why Lucy was so jealous, Marietta allowed herself a small, triumphant smile. A seed of doubt had been quietly sown, waiting for the perfect moment to take root and grow into something far more formidable. Yet no one had expected that this fragile suspicion would be uprooted so quickly, roots and all, by a single breathless announcement. Sherlock! Hermione burst into the common room, leaning against the doorframe, her chest heaving with every excited gasp. She looked exhausted but triumphant, her eyes alight with discovery. My dear friend, she panted, it's exactly as you suspected. Sherlock Holmes regarded her with a faint smile. It seems you found it? Hermione threw him an emphatic nod, just as you predicted. Excellent, he said, beaming. Splendid work. Turning, Sherlock addressed the 4 Ravenclaw girls clustered by the fireplace. That will be enough for now. The girls jumped at his voice. Penelope Clearwater, always quick to speak her mind, tilted her head in confusion. Mr. Holmes? Edgecombe, standing beside Penelope, felt his heart beat faster. What Hermione had uncovered would change everything. Yet Sherlock's calm, unwavering confidence promised a masterful solution. As the others exchanged uneasy glances, Sherlock raised a single, reassuring eyebrow. We have what we need, he declared. Let's proceed carefully. With that, he stepped forward, Hermione at his side, ready to unravel the mystery waiting just beyond the flickering hearthlight. What do you mean by enough? Marietta Edgecombe's voice trembled. Sherlock Holmes folded his arms, his lips curling with contempt. Amateurish acting, pathetic motives, clumsy execution. I never expected you to keep trying to outsmart me even now. He sighed, a faint note of regret in his tone. All the wit of Ravenclaw can't compete with the thorns that sprout unchecked in one's heart. Can it, Miss Edgecombe? At his words, Penelope Clearwater, Cho Chang, and Alicia Keys all gasped. The 3 of them stared at Marietta in disbelief. Under the accusing eyes of her prefect roommate and friend, Marietta's face drained of color. Mr. Holmes, I don't understand what you're saying, she stammered, her voice wavering. Please, Sherlock said, impatience flashing in his eyes. You don't need to feign innocence here. He glanced toward the doorway, where Hermione Granger had just entered. Her arrival had provided the last piece of the puzzle. Now, he laid down his final card. From the moment I first saw you, I knew you were hiding Miss Zhang's eyeshadow. Marietta leapt to her feet, tears spilling down her cheeks. How dare you? She cried, voice quivering with outrage. You're slandering me. Sherlock remained calm as the others closed in, their expressions torn between shock and doubt. The game was up, and Marietta Edgecombe had nowhere left to hide. All 3 Ravenclaw girls watched him with varying degrees of disbelief, but Hermione, who'd slipped over to stand beside Sherlock, looked positively scornful. Sherlock's earlier explanations had made her keenly aware of just what kind of person this girl was. He shook his head gently. You may find this hard to swallow, he began, but long before I ever entered the wizarding world, I had a peculiar talent for reading people. A barely noticeable muscle twitch, the slightest flicker of an eyelash, the way someone rolled their eyes. Those tiny clues told me more than words ever could. I once deduced a man was a software designer just from his tie, and that someone else was a commercial airline pilot from the shape of his thumbnail. When I came to the magical realm, I discovered that gift hadn't deserted me. He offered them a half smile, but said no more. Turning to Edgecombe, he added, and, mercifully, you're not the sort of person who can pin a convincing lie. The moment I first saw you, I knew you were lying. The very object my client has been searching for was right there in your hands." Sherlock turned to Penelope, his eyes bright with triumph. "Miss Penelope, I can now formally declare, mission accomplished. The real thief is Marietta Edgecombe, standing beside you. She's the one who stole Miss Zhang's eyeshadow." A hush fell across the room. For a long moment, nobody spoke. Finally, Penelope, renowned throughout Ravenclaw for her sharp mind, broke the silence. "Mr. Holmes, I'm afraid I still don't understand." Sherlock offered her a reassuring smile. "No matter, this little case is closed. Now, I'm open to any questions you or anyone else may have. I won't refuse to answer." Penelope glanced at the still bewildered Marietta Edgecombe, then drew in a steadying breath. "You just said that the moment you saw her, you knew it was Marietta who took the eyeshadow?" "Exactly," Sherlock replied. "How could you tell?" Sherlock sniffed in obvious disdain. Her counterfeit sympathy was almost insulting. When I questioned her, she tried to keep a calm face, but her eyes darted about like a cat caught with a stolen fish, desperately scanning for an escape. Then I spoke with Miss Keyes. She was adamant that a Ravenclaw would never stoop to theft, clearly too proud of her house's reputation to imagine such a thing. But the moment I mentioned there were 7 different ways to pocket the eyeshadow, Marietta's breathing accelerated noticeably. That sort of involuntary reaction is about as telling as a confession. And even now, he added, nodding toward Marietta, her fingers keep rubbing at her sleeve cuff, an unmistakable sign of anxiety. All eyes followed his gaze, and sure enough, Marietta's right hand slipped away as she hastily lowered it. "Do you think I'm blind?" Sherlock said, stepping forward until he loomed over Marietta. "Or do you fancy yourself so clever you can fool everyone?" His tone dropped to a frosty whisper. "Your greatest blunder wasn't the theft itself, but believing you could deceive me. From the moment we first met, your body betrayed you. Every gesture, every stumble, screamed one undeniable truth. You're a bungling thief, and an even worse liar." At his words, Marietta Edgecombe went ashen, the color draining from her cheeks. Chapter 98, The Truth Revealed. The common room lay hushed beneath the flicker of enchanted lanterns. Shadows danced across the stone walls as Sherlock Holmes sat forward in his armchair, every inch the curious investigator. Across from him, 13-year-old Marietta Edgecombe trembled, her small frame stiff with fear. Sherlock's piercing blue eyes never wavered. Marietta felt as if all her defenses were crumbling. Finally, she burst out. "What expressions, what looks, what anxious tremors? It's all in your imagination. You have no proof." A faint smile tugged at the corner of Sherlock's lips. "Your reaction is remarkably prompt," he observed calmly. "Of course, if I were to accuse you based solely on that, I'd despise myself for drawing a hasty conclusion." He rose and addressed the 3 women stationed nearby. "Miss Chang, please close the common room door and tell anyone who arrives to wait outside for a moment. Miss Penelope, keep a close watch on Miss Edgecombe. If you can, use a simple binding charm to limit her movement. Miss Abbott, assist Miss Chang in ensuring we remain undisturbed." With that, Sherlock returned to his chair and steepled his fingers, his attention unwavering. Marietta's heartbeat thundered in her ears, but she could not look away. "Do not worry," Sherlock added, his tone softening just slightly. "After all, this is my first official case since arriving in the magical world, and it carries special significance for me." Marietta swallowed hard, caught between dread and reluctant fascination. In that charged silence, she knew the truth, whatever it might be, was finally about to emerge. "Last time," Sherlock began, pacing with a small circle of students, "I showed you how, in Miss Abbott's case, it was actually the Ministry of Magic, quite unknowingly, that did the heavy lifting. And despite all the twists and turns, the investigation itself was remarkably simple. That's precisely what we need to learn from." Hermione's eyebrows shot up. "Simple?" she echoed. Edgecombe and the other girls exchanged perplexed looks. To them, nothing about the Abbott affair had felt straightforward. Sherlock chuckled softly. "I understand your surprise, but consider this. Apart from a touch of assistance from an old friend, I cracked the entire mystery in under 24 hours using nothing more than basic deduction. If that isn't proof of the case's simplicity, I don't know what is." Hermione tapped her quill against her notebook, mulling it over. "When you put it like that, I suppose it does sound more straightforward, she admitted. She'd expected the investigation to stretch on for days, maybe even a week. Exactly, Sherlock said, stepping to the chalkboard and sketching a quick diagram. Remember, anything that strikes you as odd isn't an obstacle, it's a clue. True deduction means working backward from those anomalies, layer by layer, until the only answer left is the correct one. This skill is remarkably powerful and surprisingly simple, yet most people never put it into practice. In both the Muggle world and the magical world, everyone relies on forward reasoning. Backward, analytical inference is all too often overlooked. Since coming here, I've discovered that among wizards who aren't naturally strong in logic, you might find 50 capable of broad, sweeping guesses, but fewer than 10 who can dismantle a problem step by step. I am not the culprit. Edgecomb's voice cut through my thoughts. He sounded exasperated by my display of deduction. You have no evidence. He stamped his foot, glaring at me. You want evidence? I asked, haughtily raising an eyebrow. Very well, I'll show you now. Edgecombe thrashed as Penelope held him firmly by the arm, but he couldn't break free. I strode across the Ravenclaw common room, its high windows draped in blue and silver, its worn wooden floors echoing with our footsteps, then stopped and faced the assembled students. Calmly, I laid out my case. First, the second bed by the window in your dormitory. Note the pale blue curtains, embroidered with silver, are cloud motifs in a distinctly Eastern style. Undoubtedly, that bed belongs to Miss Chang. Second, on her bedside table sits a small potted plant, a wandering ivyling, native to the rainforests of southern Asia, prized for its adaptive glow. It requires precisely this angle of afternoon sun to flourish. I paced slowly, letting the silence hang in the air before delivering the final piece of my puzzle. Edgecomb's eyes flicked to Penelope, then to me, as he realized the net was closing in. And that, I concluded, is but the first step in proving who truly tampered with the prefect's amulet. Inertia settled over the room, broken only by Edgecomb's stifled gasp. I opened the cabinet and discovered the missing sandalwood box resting on the third shelf. Although the door wasn't locked, a faint trace of sandalwood lingered in the keyhole, mingling with the herbal sachets tossed inside. To Madame Norris, the evidence was as plain as daylight. Perched atop the cabinet, just beside Miss Chang's bed, was a malachite inlaid dressing mirror. Its frame bore the initials A.E., the unmistakable monogram of the Edgecombe family. I'm certain Miss Edgecombe hadn't noticed the tiny crack spidering across the glass, its fissure dusted with silver flue powder. Of course, that might mean nothing. After all, Mrs. Edgecombe, your mother, works for the Flue Network Management Office in the Department of Magical Transportation. Sherlock paused, eyes fixed on Cho Chang. But it was precisely that detail which revealed your motive for the crime. He glanced at Professor Edgecombe, noting her intrigued look, then addressed the rest of the group. As for the other two beds, it's clear they belong to Ravenclaws. Everything is impeccably ordered, parchment scrolls stacked by date, quills honed to a razor's edge, yet beneath one of those pristine beds, I spotted the crumpled corner of a copy of the Quibbler. Such a slip is almost comical. Cho Chang's eyes widened. That's why you never asked us who slept in which bed. Sherlock gave a wry shrug. Elementary deduction, really, but the real proof comes in 3 pieces of evidence. He held up 3 fingers. First, the charm. My magical magnifying glass picked up faint residue of a sealing spell on Miss Chang's vanity box and the little wind chimes by her bedside. Now, as the box's rightful owner, she would never bother to seal it, nor the sandalwood case containing her eyeshadow. Only someone looking to cover their tracks would bother. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in before moving on to the next points of evidence. I can't see any reason why someone would have tampered with the copper wind chimes. After all, they're enchanted to translate magic into musical tones, not exactly useful for practicing spells. That leaves only one plausible explanation. The thief who stole the eyeshadow was the one who bewitched everything else in the dorm. But why would they target the wind chimes and other students' belongings? There are a few possibilities, but the most likely is that they cast the enchantments to conceal the moment they opened the container and to muffle the chime's sound. In other words, they wanted to cover their tracks. The ideal spell for that job would be the Confundus charm. It scrambles perception and can mask minor noises, making it perfect for hiding both sight and sound. Confundus is notoriously challenging, though. You have to focus all your concentration on a single target. One slip, and the charm fizzles out. That said, if your target is an inanimate object, the difficulty drops somewhat, still demanding, but not impossible. Even so, pulling this off would be a tall order for a second-year student. Whoever did it must be far more skilled than they let on. It probably took several attempts to work, which explains why traces of magic were still detectable, Sherlock concluded. He leaned forward, hands clasped under his chin, and fixed Penelope with an intrigued look. Miss Penelope, with your aptitude, performing a prior incantato should be well within your capabilities, yes? Penelope met his gaze without hesitation. Then let me do it. Cast prior incantato on Miss Edgecombe's wand. Marietta Edgecombe's face drained of color. Marietta, give me your wand, she stammered. Penelope's eyes flashed. I'd rather trust an outsider than you, head girl. Just hand it over. Abbott, standing nearby, stepped forward and snatched the wand from Edgecombe's shaking fingers, then thrust it toward Penelope. Wasting no time, Penelope raised her wand, aimed it squarely at Edgecombe's, and intoned clearly, prior incantato. A shimmering golden filament leapt from her tip and connected to Edgecombe's wand. Instantly it divided and multiplied, hundreds of luminescent strands curling and weaving into a dome of glowing light. Hermione watched from the sidelines, admiration and a twinge of envy stirring in her chest. If only I could command magic that precisely. Then, as quickly as it had formed, the radiant net dissolved into the air. The hall fell silent once more, the only sound the faint echo of Penelope's final words hanging in the stillness. Penelope Edgecombe hesitated, then spoke in a low, steady voice. Yes, I did cast Confundo, and more than once. Marietta, Cho Chang's gasp cut through the tension. She pressed a palm to her mouth. You have to believe me. Edgecombe whirled on Sherlock, her eyes blazing. I only used Confundo because I've been practicing charms on my own. A Confundo-level challenge is exactly the kind of exercise I need to refine my control. What's wrong with that? Hold on, Miss Edgecombe, Sherlock said, raising a hand to forestall her protest. That's only the first piece of evidence. He moved toward the bedside table and picked up the small, open eyeshadow compact. Second, the scent. You've kept this eyeshadow next to those herbal sachets for weeks. Over time, the sandalwood and herbs infused into it, and that's what alerted Madame Norris so swiftly. Truthfully, your concealment skills aren't yet sharp enough to mask even a subtle anomaly. Even she detected it. Sherlock knelt and pointed to a faint white smudge on the polished floor. And that chalk mark at your feet? Don't think it just happened to be there. A tiny drop of your shimmering potion ran off the edge of this walnut table. The liquid's residual magic bonded with the chalk, making the evidence unmistakable. He straightened, folding his arms. So, unless you have another explanation, it seems you've left us more than enough proof. According to Cho Chang's description, it really was the golden shade from the 7-color eyeshadow palette. Fired by equal parts excitement and nerves, she'd rushed back to the Ravenclaw dormitory as soon as she got her hands on it, eager to see how it looked on her. You know, Edgecombe remarked dryly, that cat thinks even less of you than I do. Sherlock shook his head emphatically, and Edgecombe fell silent. Of course, you can still insist this has nothing to do with you, he continued, but Madame Norris managed to sniff out the hiding spot with a single swipe of her claws. That's our third piece of evidence. Rising from his seat, Sherlock addressed Cho Chang. Miss Chang, please open the door. Cho Chang nodded and drew back the oak door to the Ravenclaw common room. A small crowd of students had assembled in the corridor, but the moment Penelope's steely gaze fell upon them, they all stepped aside, every last one, that is, except for one tall figure. Standing alone in the shadows was Robert Hilliard, the other Ravenclaw prefect, his expression calm but watchful as he waited for what would happen next. Robert Hilliard's face brightened the moment he spotted Penelope. Penelope, he began, stepping toward her with a hopeful grin. She cut him off with a sharp shake of her head. I don't want to talk to you right now. With that, she swept her arm toward Sherlock and the others. After you. Sherlock shrugged and led the way down the corridor. Hermione fell in beside him, concern etched on her face. Cho Chang and Susan Bones flanked Marietta Edge, Ecombe who brought up the rear. As they passed Hilliard at the far end of the hall, Edgecombe's eyes flicked back to him, and her mouth opened to speak. Penelope was faster. With a quick flourish of her wand, she murmured, Legatio linguae delicti. The tongue-tying charm snapped into place, and Edgecombe's lips moved in silent, frustrating circles. Robert Hilliard's smile vanished. Penelope, you can't just unleash offensive charms on younger students. She didn't glance back. You'll understand why once this is over. Between the Priori Incantato trace on Edgecombe's wand and her earlier evasiveness, Penelope was all but certain Marietta was behind the missing eyeshadow. But until they recovered the stolen makeup, they couldn't prove it. And right now, the last thing Penelope wanted was to argue with a professor. Penelope broke into a brisk walk to close the gap between herself and Sherlock's group. She hung back at the rear. After all, walking last was the surest way to avoid any mishaps, especially with Edgecombe itching to pull Robert Hilliard into their plans. From behind, she caught Robert extend his arm, fingers splayed, as if to call her back. With a reluctant sigh, he let his hand drop. They came to the foot of the stairs leading up to the girls' dormitory for the second time. Sherlock, strolling at the head, glanced over his shoulder and asked in an offhand tone, So, Miss Penelope, it seems you've managed to shake off your admirer. Penelope's cheeks flushed. Yes. Wait, how did you? She stammered, wide-eyed. Even among Ravenclaws, news of Robert Hilliard's attentions was almost unheard of. How could Sherlock possibly know? He offered a faint smile. Observe his robes. Sherlock tilted his head toward Robert. That collar is starched so stiff it could slice paper, and he's doused his cuffs in perfume. Ravenclaw prefects don't typically dress like they're on their way to a wedding, unless they're hoping to catch someone's eye. From the moment Cho Chang swung open the common room door, Victor stole glances at you 27 times, and not once at me, even though I'm the one who cracked this case. Each time you turned back toward him, his pupils dilated and the corners of his mouth twitched upward in an almost Pavlovian response. Textbook mating season behavior. And your reaction? You treated him as though he were a repulsive lobalug, refusing to meet his eyes the entire time. Sherlock couldn't help but laugh. You should be grateful for this case, he said. It's given you the perfect excuse to dodge that lovesick prefect. Mr. Holmes, Penelope said, her voice warm with admiration. I'm convinced now. The moment you first saw her, you knew she was behind all of this. Sherlock said nothing, but the faint curve of his lips betrayed him. Penelope drew a steadying breath. All right, please show us the third piece of evidence. They retraced their steps into Cho Chang's dormitory. Sherlock gently set down Madame Norris, and the cat sprang to Edgecombe's bedside table, scrambling at the small cabinet door with urgent paws. Everyone except Holmes jumped at the unexpected commotion. Even Madame Norris could have sniffed out a hiding place with nothing but her claws. They all recalled Sherlock's words from moments before. Was Cho Chang's missing eyeshadow concealed here? But instead of heading straight for the cabinet, Sherlock first went to the walnut nightstand and pointed at a hardened drop of gold powder glinting in the lamplight. That really is my golden eyeshadow, he declared. Cho Chang's eyes widened. Hermione stole a glance at Marietta Edgecombe, who sat slack-jawed as if the world had gone entirely numb around her. Only then did Sherlock turn his attention to the elegant wardrobe by the bed. As he'd predicted, a dressing mirror, its frame inlaid with rich malachite, rested atop the cabinet. The edge bore a tiny engraving, the initials A.E. for Edgecombe. Leaning in, Sherlock spotted a fine crack across the glass. Within that fissure shimmered the faint, silvery sparkle unique to Floo-Pow. Dare. He tapped the mirror's frame lightly with his wand. Madame Norris yowled in surprise and sprang backward just as the cabinet door clicked open. Inside, neatly folded garments filled the bottom shelf. Above them lay a stack of books and notebooks, alongside a few everyday cosmetics. Yet there was no trace of Cho Chang's slender sandalwood box. The room fell silent as everyone exchanged uneasy glances. After a moment's hesitation, Penelope drew in a quiet breath and whispered a simple charm. The enchantment binding Edgecombe shattered instantly. She gasped and blinked, her voice returning. "Where is it?" Edgecombe demanded. Penelope's eyes narrowed. "Where did you hide it?" Edgecombe let out a soft, mocking laugh. Shouldn't you be asking Detective Holmes? She turned to Sherlock, amusement dancing in her eyes. Detective, you insisted that Filch's cat could unearth the missing item with nothing but its claws. So where is the object I stole? Don't tell me someone's confunded it away again. Chapter 99. You gave too much. Cho Chang drew a shaky breath, torn between relief and anxiety. Relief that Sherlock might have jumped to the wrong conclusion, and that her friend Marietta Edgecombe might be innocent. Anxiety that if Sherlock's deduction proved false, his reputation would suffer a serious blow. Beside her, Alicia watched with bright-eyed curiosity, eager to witness every twist and turn. Only Hermione Granger and Penelope Parkinson stood firm in their conviction that Marietta was guilty. Hermione's faith in Sherlock needed no defense. She just uncovered fresh evidence linking Edgecombe to the crime. Penelope trusted her own eyes, convinced that Marietta's earlier erratic behavior had amounted to an admission of guilt. Yet now, faced with Edgecombe's cool, untroubled expression, both women exchanged uneasy glances. Where had their reasoning gone astray? Sherlock's gaze burned into Marietta, as though she were a simpleton. If you'd been just a little more patient, you wouldn't have asked such a foolish question, he said, his voice edged with scorn. At that moment, everyone noticed Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's vigilant cat, pawing insistently at the base of Marietta's cabinet. Each soft thud against the wood echoed through the silent room, suggesting that something hidden lay just behind that panel. Penelope's heart quickened. As Madame Norris's twitching ears turned away, Penelope stepped forward, placed a hand on the polished nightstand, and spoke the charm with quiet authority. Revelio. A soft click sounded, and at the base of the dark wood cabinet, a hidden drawer slid out as if by magic. Hermione and Cho Chang gasped in delight. An extension charm, Hermione whispered, wide-eyed. There's something inside. Penelope lifted the drawer's contents, a delicately carved sandalwood box, and handed it over to Cho Chang. Its lid bore a lattice of plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo stalks, and chrysanthemums, each petal and leaf rendered in fine relief. Inside sat 7 little porcelain pots of bloodstone, their glazes shifting in color from deep indigo through emerald and amber to soft rose, like the changing skies over Jiangnan. Oh my goodness, this is my sandalwood box, Cho Chang exclaimed softly, tracing a finger over the smooth varnish. She opened the first pot to reveal powders of gold, bronze, and jade, eyeshadows, each used to a different degree. Sherlock leaned forward, brows furrowed in concentration. Notice how the gold shadow shows the most wear, and that its surface has been disturbed quite recently, he observed. Wherever this box has been, someone's been favoring that shade. Hermione and Cho exchanged a look of astonishment. Even Madame Norris's sharp ears wouldn't have detected this secret compartment. Nothing but a well-placed revelio and a keen eye could have revealed it. And now, with those telltale smudges in the golden powder, Sherlock's deduction had drawn them one step closer to the truth. Hermione turned the slender tube over in her hand, recalling Cho Chang's oddly specific praise. Golden eyeshadow with just a hint of shimmer, perfect for drawing attention in any social setting. At the time, it had sounded trivial. Now it explained everything. Marietta Edgecombe stood opposite Cho, her expression cool and guarded. Cho's voice wavered with hurt. Marietta, why? We were best friends. If you really liked it, I could have asked my father for another one. Edgecombe met her gaze without a trace of sympathy. So this is where we are, she said softly. I have nothing more to say. Cho Chang's frustration broke through. Then at least tell me why. Give me a reason. Edgecombe's lips pressed into a thin line. If I said I was simply curious, borrowed it for a few days of experimentation, would you believe me? Cho's eyes narrowed. If that were true, you would have come to me directly. From the sidelines, Keith's voice rang out sharply. Not only did you sneak it away, you charmed it up and hid it in a secret compartment. At that moment, Sherlock Holmes stepped forward, his tone both azured and confident. Miss Keith, if it's Marietta's motives you wish to understand, perhaps I can shed some light. Exactly, Sherlock announced. Alicia looked at him in astonishment. You really said that just now? Sherlock turned to Hermione. Hermione, could you read aloud what I asked you to find? Hermione nodded and produced a small stack of newspapers from her satchel. She smoothed out the top sheet and began. The Daily Prophet, March 27th issue. Mrs. Edgecombe has been commended once again for her reforms to the Flu Network. This time, the award was personally presented by Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge. Remarkably, this marks the 7th commendation she has received from the Ministry of Magic in the past year alone. Both the Department of Magical Transportation and the Flu Network Management Authority have repeatedly praised Mrs. Edgecombe's outstanding contributions to the monitoring and management of the Flu Network. Hermione glanced up. The rest of the article follows the same theme, one glowing endorsement after another. Every department and every report is full of praise for Mrs. Edgecombe. The girls exchanged looks. Bit by bit, they began to understand Sherlock's point. Hermione tapped the papers for emphasis. Her grades in potions aren't exceptional, but they're perfectly acceptable. Her potions grades have taken a nosedive just when Professor Snape assigned that essay on the fragility of familial magic contracts, Sherlock observed as Hermione slipped her textbooks back onto the shelf. Thank you, Hermione, he added, turning his attention to Marietta Edgecombe. Miss Chang once mentioned that your mother works at the Ministry of Magic, so relentlessly that she barely has any home life. You yourself confided in Cho, saying, not all parents remember to give their children presents. Cho Chang remembered that remark, but never linked it to anything more, until now. The Daily Prophet's recent coverage of your mother's workaholic reputation makes it clear you've suffered from long-term family neglect. You envied the warmth Miss Chang received from her father, and in a moment of hurt, you decided to steal her most treasured keepsake. Your sudden drop in potions marks only reinforces my theory. Sherlock paused. Marietta, is that true? Cho Chang stood frozen, the sandalwood box trembling in her hands. Marietta met her gaze in silence. Sherlock's voice was quiet but cutting as he looked Marietta Edgecombe in the eye. Envy is more pathetic than theft, because stolen goods can be returned. Envy you can never give back. At his words, Marietta crumpled. Yes, I did it, she sobbed, collapsing to her knees. Cho Chang's hand went to the small sandalwood box she'd been holding. With a strangled scream, Marietta lunged forward, wrenching it free and hurling it against the stone floor. The lid splintered, shards of wood scattering at their feet. Cho barely had time to gasp before Penelope Clearwater stepped between them, murmuring a forbidden charm. Emerald sparks wove around the broken box, sealing the fragments and preventing further damage. Marietta's sobs rang out, jagged and desperate, startling the owl perched on the windowsill into a startled hoot. Cho stood frozen, heart pounding, as she watched her friend's face, once so familiar, twist with shame and regret. In that moment, Cho remembered how Marietta's fingers had trembled as they'd caressed the borrowed eyeshadow palette. She'd whispered then, "You always get the best things, Cho," with a forced smile. Cho had believed her, had never suspected the resentment that lay beneath. Perhaps their friendship had already crumbled long before the missing eyeshadow ever came to light. Let's go, Hermione. There's nothing more for us here. Head girl Penelope has everything under control. Sherlock flashed a wry smile. After all, the wisdom of Ravenclaw can't always tame the wildest thorns of the human heart. Hermione's eyes lit up. Brilliant, truly brilliant. That evening at dinner, the great hall buzzed with excitement. Hermione recounted Sherlock's masterful deduction of the stolen 7-color eyeshadow mystery, and both Harry and Ron broke into impressed exclamations. Harry, still drained from Oliver Wood's grueling Quidditch drills, watched Hermione sitting beside Sherlock with more than a little envy. If he hadn't been stuck on the pitch all afternoon, he'd have been the one trailing Sherlock through Hogwarts' hidden passages, right? Before Harry could voice his jealousy, Ron beat him to the punch. "Sherlock, you're far too secretive. Next time something like this happens, you've got to bring us along." Sherlock arched an eyebrow. "I take it your real objective was the Ravenclaw dormitory." Hermione shot Ron a fierce look. "What are you implying? Do I look like that kind of person?" Unbowed, Ron hopped to his feet. "Regardless, I've never actually set foot in a girl's dorm before." Hermione rolled her eyes so hard it was a wonder they didn't get stuck. She was far too exasperated to dignify Ron's comment with any further response. Harry's brow furrowed. "What about that Ravenclaw girl who stole the artifact? Do you think they'll expel her?" Ron looked genuinely surprised. "Why would you assume that?" Theft at Hogwarts rarely ends with expulsion. At worst, she'll lose house points, pick up some extra detention, and they might send for her parents. Harry exhaled in relief. In those first uneasy days back at school, he'd been half convinced that a rule-breaking charge would see him kicked out, and maybe stuck as Hagrid's permanent assistant, hauling heavy crates through the forest while Sherlock and the others learned real magic. He could already imagine himself trudging across the grounds, bag in hand, as they all practiced charms and duels. Ron's grin grew when he saw Harry relax. He was about to rib his friend a bit more when Harry's gaze snapped toward the Great Hall entrance. Beyond the fluttering blue and silver Ravenclaw curtain, two figures were walking toward them. Sherlock, who had noticed Harry staring, shifted in his seat and followed his line of sight. Penelope Clearwater led the way, and just behind her stepped Cho Chang. Both girls paused midway down the aisle, their eyes scanning the tables, a scene that promised its own brand of trouble. "They've arrived earlier than we thought," Sherlock announced, tapping the table twice with his index finger. "It appears Ravenclaw has reached a verdict." Moments later, Penelope and Cho Chang made their way to the oak table where Sherlock, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were seated. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled looks. Neither recognized the Ravenclaw prefect at first glance, but the silver Ravenclaw badge on Penelope's robes, so alike Percy's, gave away her identity. She was the sort of witch everyone spoke of in hushed tones, brilliant, poised, and undeniably lovely. Still, it was Cho Chang who captured their attention most of all. Her glossy black hair was loosely gathered at the nape of her neck with a sandalwood pin, a few tendrils escaping to brush her shoulders. With each step she took, those stray locks swayed as though dancing in an unseen breeze. Harry's grip tightened around his knife, his mind recalling the bright, hopeful smile she'd worn before Christmas. Yet tonight she seemed changed. A sprinkling of freckles dotted her nose, tiny, starlit flecks that lent warmth and youth to her porcelain skin, and her large, dark eyes held a subtle melancholy that tugged at his heart. The two young women reached the table and fell silent, awaiting Sherlock's words. Tension hummed in the air, every gaze fixed on Ravenclaw's envoys, as the evening's next move hung poised on their lips. "Merlin's beard," Ron muttered, elbowing Harry. "Your ears are bright red." Harry scowled, but stayed silent. Penelope Clearwater, however, didn't even notice them. She stepped forward, producing a gleaming galleon. "Mr. Holmes, this is our fee for your services." At that, Ron's eyes nearly dropped out of his head. One galleon left in the Weasley vault. Already? Sherlock Holmes raised an eyebrow. "You're giving me far too much." Penelope squared her shoulders. "You upheld Ravenclaw's reputation." Cho Chang hurried over and pressed a small silk pouch into Holmes's hand. The bag was embroidered with the Leifeng Pagoda. "My father brought this tea back from Hangzhou, Westlake Longjing. Please accept it." Penelope lowered her voice so only Harry, Ron, and Sherlock could hear. "We'd also appreciate it if none of you discussed the case outside this room." She turned pointedly to Harry and Ron. "That goes for you two as well." Holmes accepted both the galleon and the tea, a half smile tugging at his lips. "So Ravenclaw's honor is preserved by hush money?" Cho Chang's cheeks flushed the same shade as Ron's ears. She waved her hands frantically. No, it's just a small token of our gratitude. Marietta's already been punished. I just don't want her to be the target of everyone's fingers anymore." Her voice was barely louder than a drifting leaf, soft and hesitant. Harry felt a sudden squeeze around his ribs, as though a riot of angry bowtruckles had burrowed under his skin. "Mr. Potter?" Cho Chang's soft voice drew Harry's attention. He turned too quickly, sending his goblet of pumpkin juice tilting over the edge. The bright orange liquid fanned out across the tablecloth. I'm so sorry," Harry blurted, snatching a napkin and dabbing at the spill. In his haste, he pressed the damp cloth against Sherlock's sleeve. Sherlock lifted an eyebrow without missing a beat. "Harry, my dear fellow, you're wiping my sleeve." Hermione sighed, exasperated, while Ron chuckled from across the table. Cho stifled her own laugh, then drew her wand and tapped the stained cloth. "Scourgify." Instantly, both tablecloth and sleeve shimmered back to pristine white. Hermione's eyes narrowed in appreciative surprise. Cho's precision and flair rivaled her own best charms. Harry, distracted, stared at the silver cloud pattern embroidered on Cho's cuff, only realizing with effort that he'd been gawking. By the time he tore his gaze away, the awkward distance that had hovered between them all morning had completely evaporated. Penelope Clearwater and Cho Chang slipped into the seats on either side of Harry, and conversation picked up as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. The table buzzed with laughter and friendly jabs, and Harry found himself relaxing into the warmth of their company. "So, what's the penalty for Edgecombe?" Sherlock asked, glancing at Cho Chang, who sat beside Harry. The faint smile that had lit her face at Harry's earlier joke vanished, and she answered quietly, "She must return all she took and pay the appropriate fines. Ravenclaw will forfeit 50 house points, attributed solely to Marietta, with no further explanation. She'll remain at Hogwarts during holidays and after school to perform manual labor without magic, and she'll be barred from certain common areas for a set time." Sherlock arched an eyebrow. "Spare her your misplaced mercy. She brought this on herself and doesn't deserve our sympathy. Your friendship with her is beyond repair. But Miss Edgecombe, now there's a companion worth having." Cho Chang nodded, her expression clear. The incident had opened her eyes. After a few more minutes of easy conversation, the group fell into a comfortable silence. Just then, Penelope cleared her throat. "Mr. Holmes, they're waiting for you." "Holmes, you won't spread this around, will you?" "I'm not interested," Holmes replied. "Me neither." "Don't worry, I won't say a word." "Same here." Once they'd all promised to stay silent, Penelope and Cho Chang rose. Cho even gave the four of them a respectful bow before they slipped away. As soon as the two girls had gone, Ron let out a low whistle. "She's truly lovely, and so kind," he said, shaking his head in admiration. "After everything she's been through, she still looks out for her friend. Don't you think, Harry?" Harry felt his cheeks flush as he met Ron's knowing grin. He'd been quick to judge Cho by her looks, and he couldn't deny the pang of embarrassment at being proven wrong. Mercifully, Ron didn't dwell on it. His attention was already fixed on the feast before them. It was Easter, and the great hall had outdone itself. Tables groaned under mountains of roast meats, pastries, and sweets. Ron wasted no time. He grabbed 2 chicken legs and went to work with gusto. Harry, weary from an exhausting Quidditch practice, felt his stomach rumble at the sight. He offered Ron a wry smile, then reached for his own serving, ready to join the battle for the best helping on the table. Sherlock and Hermione had poured so much energy into cracking their latest mystery that by the time they rejoined Harry and Ron for dinner, all 4 of them were ready to relax. Over steaming plates of roast beef and bowls of potatoes, conversation flowed easily, jokes were swapped, theories rehashed, and laughter rang through the hall. Before they knew it, Easter Day had drawn to a quiet close. For Sherlock, however, the lull felt strangely anticlimactic. After wrapping up Penelope Clearwater's request and helping Cho Chang with her own puzzle, there simply weren't any more cases to chase. He knew it was unreasonable to expect new adventures every morning, otherwise Hogwarts might as well be renamed Azkaban, but after the thrill of detective work, routine lessons and exam prep seemed almost pedestrian. To make matters worse, Professor McGonagall had singled him out in Transfiguration. Sherlock couldn't complain about the challenge. She'd recognized his talent early on, but her assignments were always more demanding than everyone else's. When the rest of the class turned in 5-inch essays, his inevitably ran closer to 7. That extra 2 inches of parchment meant extra hours bent over his desk, quill in hand, chasing perfection. Meanwhile, their plan for nightly explorations of the castle corridors was once again shelved, this time at the insistence of Keeper Wood. Harry's training sessions with the referee were deemed higher priority, much to Fred and George's bewilderment. No matter how persuasive the twins could be, they couldn't talk Wood out of keeping Harry on the Quidditch pitch, instead of leading Knights and Dragons tours after curfew. And so, Sherlock found himself back in the classroom, surrounded by textbooks rather than clues, waiting patiently for the next mystery to knock at Hogwarts' door. Oliver Wood, our indomitable captain, somehow balanced OWL revision with near-daily Quidditch drills, and the rest of us were convinced he must have borrowed time from an extra hourglass. Every morning on the pitch, no matter how early or overcast, he appeared brimming with energy. "Before we begin today's training," Wood called, striding to the center of the field, rain beating on his goggles. I want each of you to shout your name and position. Give me everything you've got. If you can't commit out loud, you can't commit on the field. Angelina Johnson straightened her shoulders. Chaser. Angelina Johnson. Her voice pierced the drizzle. Excellent. Next. George Weasley swallowed and tried to summon his usual bravado. Beater, George Weasley. Wood cocked his head. Again. Louder. George took a deep breath and bellowed, Beater, George Weasley. That's the spirit. Now you. Fred Weasley flexed his arms. Beater, Fred Weasley. Wood frowned. I can barely hear you. Again. Despite the gray sky and steady rain, Wood never wavered. He led us through passing drills until our arms burned, practiced defensive maneuvers until our vision blurred, and ran scrimmage after scrimmage until even the bludgers felt sluggish. Rain-soaked and exhausted, we finally left the pitch each evening, only to face piles of OL, textbooks waiting in the common room, their pages undisturbed but demanding our attention. And every night, as we drifted off, we wondered anew how Wood managed to do it all, and whether he'd ever let us rest. It wasn't until one morning, when the hospital wing received a dozen bladders full of invigorating potions, that Madame Pomfrey finally put a stop to Wood's punishing training sessions. The entire Gryffindor team breathed a collective sigh of relief, and from that moment on, they worshipped Pomfrey as their savior. Despite Harry's grueling workouts being halted, Ron found himself just as wiped out. Even with the aid of two academic heavyweights, Sherlock and Hermione, the routine assignments handed out by their professors were enough to leave him utterly spent. By the end of the Easter break, both Harry and Ron agreed that this holiday had been more exhausting than any term-time week. They were actually looking forward to classes resuming. Sherlock and Hermione, naturally, had no such complaints. Once Harry had completed his training and rejoined them, the little group, Ron, self-styled the Lion King, Madame Pomfrey, their savior, and the know-it-all duo of Sherlock and Hermione, returned to their usual corner of the library. As for Ron, he couldn't muster the energy to read a page or write an original sentence. He survived by copying other people's work. Sherlock barely noticed, but Harry and Hermione Tsayor would only shake their heads in exasperation at his sheer laziness. Sherlock didn't even need to set foot in the library to master the spells Ron missed. He always left him clear, concise notes. So when Defense Against the Dark Arts resumed after Easter break and a frail Professor Quirrell shuffled back into the classroom, none of us were surprised, except that Sherlock had predicted exactly when Quirrell would return. We filed into the gloomy chamber of desks. Sherlock claimed his usual seat by the window in the second-to-last row. Harry slid in beside him. In front sat Ron and Neville. Behind, Seamus and Dean. The moment the professor lurched in, Seamus nudged me and whispered, I didn't believe it until I saw him. Sherlock, you're a proper prophet. Ron glanced at Sherlock, then at Quirrell, whose robes hung loosely over his hunched shoulders and whose skin was paler even than before Easter. All right, genius, he challenged, folding his arms. Why's he looking so knackered? Sherlock leaned back in his chair, expression entirely flat. I told you before the break, I stabbed him with a sword. We stared at him. For a heartbeat, all was silence. Then Seamus burst out laughing, Dean snorted, and even Ron couldn't help cracking a grin. I knew it, whispered Seamus between chuckles. Brilliant deduction, Sherlock. Sherlock merely raised an eyebrow. Elementary. The classroom was just settling down when Ron nudged Holmes again. Honestly, Holmes, how long are you going to keep up this joke? I still say, Ron continued with a grin, if any of it's true, I swear I won't find a girlfriend until I'm 20. Ha! Hey, you two, quiet down, Hermione hissed from across the aisle. Her sharp look warned them not to underestimate the pale, turbaned man at the front of the room. Professor Quirrell might be under Dumbledore's orders, but don't forget who he's rumored to serve. Ron shrugged off her warning, glancing instead at Neville, who sat slumped beside him. Come on, Neville. Why don't you go ask him yourself? Me? I'd rather not, Neville mumbled, shrinking back. He'd face a classroom full of first-years before he'd stand alone in front of a Hogwarts professor. Only Professor Sprout, who reminded him of his grandmother, had ever seemed safe. Before Neville could protest, Seamus sprang from his seat. All right, I'll go, he announced, weaving through desks and heading straight for the front. Harry and Hermione exchanged worried looks as Seamus strode toward Professor Quirrell. Their hearts pounded with equal measures of dread and excitement. Whatever answer Seamus got would set the tone for the rest of the year, possibly for a lot longer than that. Hermione looked a little better than yesterday, but Harry's mind was racing. He knew the man standing before them in his filthy, garlic-scented turban was the same creature who'd crawled through the Forbidden Forest and attacked them that night. If Sherlock claimed he'd plunged a sword into him, then so he had. Yet in the face of Sherlock's unruffled calm, Harry forced himself to appear unconcerned. Seamus Finnegan couldn't resist quizzing Professor Quirrell. Eventually, Quirrell confessed that his vampiric curse had flared up once more, and he needed an extended rest to suppress it, hence the overwhelming smell of garlic beneath his bandages. The rest of Defense Against the Dark Arts passed in a blur for Harry. No spell, no lecture penetrated his clouded thoughts. After lunch, in the warmth of the Gryffindor common room, Ron finally broke the silence. "Harry, you've been miles away all day. What's up with you?" Harry let out a slow, uneasy breath. "Quirrell's back." Ron's eyebrows shot up. "I'll admit Sherlock had a point. The old bat who taught us last year was a far better instructor than this fellow. At least she knew how to teach." Shaking his head, Ron suddenly flicked his wand toward Sherlock, shouting, "Expelliarmus!" The single silver bolt of light flashed, and the Westlake Longjing tea leaves trembling in Sherlock's hand didn't budge an inch. Silence fell over the common room as everyone stared, realizing that even a disarming charm couldn't so much as ruffle those leaves. Ron gave a sheepish grin and shook his head. "If you're planning to hit me with Expelliarmus next time, try disguising the wand movement a bit better." He rubbed the bridge of his nose, still a little embarrassed, then looked over at Harry. "I know you're not her biggest fan, but we can't expect the old bat to teach 2 classes forever, can we? Even if Sherlock and Hermione rack up a ton of points elsewhere, it won't make a difference in the end."